You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Would you rather have no internet access but be able to race, or have internet access but never race again?
Have internet access, never race again.
Yeah, I agree with that there.
You guys are supposed to be passionate racers. What is going on?
There's going to be a time where I'm going to be old and it's just not going to be possible to turn the steering wheel.
Yeah.
I'm just going to be 20 seconds off.
I'm
still
nearing
very
the
young,
peak
Fred.
already. Don't need internet to race real cars anyway.
Yeah.
What do you want to race without internet?
Well, you might be able to do
Race yourself.
AI racing,
Single player.
Career mode.
No, then you might as well not race.
Before it's a single player, I will not race, no.
No. Goodness.
I mean, even like, let's say this question is, you don't have internet access, but you can race and you can still race online. I would still take the internet access. Because what else do you do in your life? I mean, I don't want to drive until I'm like, what, 90?
So you say you can't live without internet, Max?
Of course not. Who can nowadays?
That's very true.
I would go for the first option, for sure.
First option, Michael?
Yeah, only racing, but no other like internet stuff related.
Yeah. You're just a keen, passionate racer. That's all.
So,
Yeah.
is this like racing in real life or racing on the sim?
This is racing in the sim.
Oh, nah, internet access any day of the week. I'm not driving around on my own for the rest of my life.
This is. I'm sure William Chadwick and Faze are delighted to hear how passionate you are about sim racing, to the point where you take probably Twitter or Instagram. I'm not going to go into what else you might be looking
the
at.
option that Josh said, because I don't know if I could bear with driving around by myself the entire time.
It's coming from the team manager, everybody.
I'm too competitive.
What do you mean you're too competitive?
Against AI, I mean, everyone gets bored with AI at some point.
Yeah, but you can never race again. That's the problem.
Yeah.
No internet access and race.
Passionate racer, Robbie Stapleford. I like it.
Yeah, no internet access.
No internet access for
Yeah,
Canada either.
no internet. Yeah, no internet.
I might have to be controversial and say internet
What?
access.
Oh, wait, bro.
So we,
I need to doom scroll somewhere.
At least we know who the keen racers are then, right? So, this explains why Ibrahim Khan's going to fall off mid-season.
I don't want to be contrarian there, but yeah.
Oh, outrageous, Ibrahim. Outrageous. Would you rather always race during the daytime, but the track is always wet, or always race during nighttime, but the track is dry?
Night.
Daytime. Night and dry.
Nice and dry.
Day
You all
and
nice and dry?
Day and wet.
Day and
Day
wet.
and wet.
Yeah.
Luke likes it. So you split down the middle then? Kev, are you night and dry?
Night and dry.
Interesting. There we
No,
are.
I'm not
Divided down the
British,
middle.
that's why.
Yeah. What's the reason,
Yeah.
Kev? Kev, what's the reason?
My reason, I like the rain, but like, I don't know, I just prefer the dry when you can just, absolutely send it.
It'd be a
It's
cold
kinda
track though.
Instead of like second guessing. It doesn't matter, mate. It's still dry. It's better.
Yeah.
Dry track all the way.
Yeah,
I hate rain.
Night and dry.
Night is the best.
Prefer nice and dry. There we have it. No, they're not quite daring, are they? Let's be honest. They don't like the wet weather. You're afraid of the puddles.
It's too random. I like when everything is like very sterile.
I mean, the best would be night and rain.
No surprises for you then, Max, yeah?
No, please.
Day and wet for me.
Wet.
Day and
dry for me.
I like it when it's wet.
You like it when it's wet? I'm not sure how to respond to that.
I like it when the track is wet. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go for wet conditions as well.
I would go dry and night. I like
Dry and
dry
night.
track, yeah.
Dry and night, yeah.
Nighttime dry. For me,
Yeah, nighttime dry. Yeah.
Nighttime dry? Daytime wet.
Yeah.
For me, nighttime.
Nighttime. So majority of you nighttime. Robbie just wants to avoid dry tracks.
Avoid the night.
I
You
love
want a
doing
dry
night
track?
spins, so yeah, it would be perfect.
Hello everybody, Quick Shot here, the host of EWC Central. While the team championship commenced yesterday in ESL R1 and 6 teams have already locked in their spots in the finals for tomorrow, I wanted to take a moment to check out the latest news in this episode of the EWC Club Championship Update, brought to you by STC. Well, you can see the championship rankings behind me, and unfortunately, we already had to say goodbye to 2 teams yesterday, Virtus.pro and FaZe Clan. These are 2 big-name organizations who will not add any more points to their overall tally in ESL R1. Virtus.pro is concluding their EWC campaign with a total of 335 points, which is very unlikely to be enough for the top 16 of eligible clubs and will not net them any additional prize money. Now, of course, at the top of the standings is Team Redline. They were dominating, but this club also won't be eligible for the club championship because they have no other teams competing. Get more teams. Now, one winner of ESL R1 could be Team Vitality, who already secured a minimum 70 points with their finals appearance. Now, that has bumped them to 1,120 overall points. They are expecting strong finishes in Rocket League and here in ESL R1, so the club is looking for that last-minute run into the top 3 to increase a significant amount of prize money. Now, of course, the final club worth mentioning is going to be G2 Esports, who are on this side of my graphic in 10th place at the moment. They are competing in the second chance group today for a spot in the finals and do have other teams competing here in week 8. So who will be able to climb from ESL R1? We'll find out. And if you'd like to be kept up to date on all the movings and shakings and ups and downs in the EWC Club Championship, why don't you tune to our show, EWC Central. We broadcast Thursday to Sunday, 3 until 7, twitch.tv/EWC and youtube.com/EWC. I've been your host, Quickshot, and this has been another episode of the EWC Club Championship Update, brought to you by SDC.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Looks quite good, you know, actually.
Lewis, what are you doing?
I'm just making myself look good for the final here. We're getting ourselves ready.
Well, we certainly are, folks. We've now arrived to the final day. 6 teams in pursuit of the prestigious Teams Trophy here at the Esports World Cup, Lewis.
Says it on there, nothing is granted, everything is earned. That's what all of our teams are fighting for, and what a competition it's been so far.
Yeah, it's been a furious few days. We have seen many teams jumping through hoops, drivers doing their best. Redline look the dominant force, but can they be stopped?
Yeah, exactly. A lot of big names, a lot of big things to talk about. Obviously, Redline, Vitality are looking strong, and they're also fighting with big things in the Club Championship. George, I think it is time. Let's go racing.
Hello and welcome to ESL R1. We're live here at the Esports World Cup and it's the final day of the competition. We're going to find out who is the team champion. And of course, I'm going to be doing it with an amazing team alongside me. We've got Arjuna Kankapati and we've got Cameron Roger as well. And we're going to be taking you through all of the action today as the 6 teams battle it out to become team champion. So that is exactly what we're going to do. Battle it out. Arjuna, let's start with you. It's been an incredible competition so far, hasn't it? We saw the Driver Championship all wrapped up on the first day, and it was Kevin Siggy for Team Redline who won the championship there. And now we've got another competition to wrap up.
It's been a busy couple of days, hasn't it, for all of the drivers? We had 10 races on, what was it, Thursday, 8 races over the last 2 days each, and so now we just get down to find out, could it be a shorter day? We've started slightly earlier. We've got the Club World Cup closing ceremony later on. Will Team Redline be able to get us out of here by race 5? I think that's what we're waiting to see, Cam.
Are you looking forward to it, Cam? What's your feeling?
Oh, absolutely. I think it's going to be great because Redline, of course, have the advantage coming into this. We all know that. So that means it's just up for the other 5 teams to just go at it. They don't really have too much to lose at this point, and especially the ones, Williams and Mouse, who qualified yesterday in the last chance, wins so far behind as such in the points, they literally can just go for it and try and get as many race wins as they can.
Now, of course, we have lost 6 teams and we lost 4 more yesterday thanks to the second chance qualifiers. It was Williams and Mouse who managed to get through, as Cam just mentioned. Arjuna, can you just talk us through what happened yesterday? What did we see?
Saw plenty of chaos. For the very first time in ESL R1 history, all 4 drivers for the team on track at the same time. And I saw Moritz Lohner making a post yesterday. It felt like a real team affair for the first time. Not just 2 drivers out on track, all 4 having to work together. And it really changed the way that the racing played out. Mercedes, Williams, of course, the dominant force in Group A over Falcons and G2. I think we kind of expected that, putting G2's chances of getting to second in the Club World Championship well and truly to bed. It was the second group, though, Cam, where we had a lot of excitement. We didn't know Mao's BS competition, the 2 BMWs, would they be able to fend off the Apex Racing team? In the end, it was close, but Mao's and Benica moving on.
Absolutely, it was a tough battle, but in the end, of course, we lost 4 teams yesterday. So 4 keys were crushed, and unfortunately, they are no longer in the competition. And it was, of course, Williams from the first group, and they had a little bit of an easier run, and they certainly had some smiles crushing those keys.
Oh, they've got some big smiles today as well. Remember Jeffrey Rietveld, the first day of the team championship? He almost looked like he didn't want to be there. That's a big smile on the face of Dennis Schonecker. Dominic Blyer looks pretty happy as well, and I think we'll get to see Max Benica also crushing the keys. Remember when Maus crushed the keys? It actually fell apart when we saw the footage yesterday, right? So this is such a cool thing. I really like this. And of course, hopes and dreams being crushed and thrown to the bottom of the totem. And one team is going to put their key on the totem and be etched into the history books of the Esports World Cup from here on forward.
Indeed, we get given a totem. All participants get given a key, rather. That's the key that we're holding up there. Benica just crushing the other key as well. He had a fantastic day yesterday, Cam, didn't he? 3 pole positions and 3 wins from 4 races.
Yeah, absolutely. So dominant in that Group B, and he really carried Mouse through. Their other drivers having a bit of an up and down race, but he was there at the front every single race. So yeah, and the fact as well with getting all those pole positions just put him in great stead. He of course did get a 1-2 of his teammate Dan Beats at the race at Hockenheim, so he did have some help up there. Kazdorp getting a podium in Monza, but for the most part it was him really pushing that team forward.
It really was. Just to explain how it works, obviously with the key and the totem, every participant is given a key at the beginning of the games or at the beginning of their event, and they basically have to not get it crushed, so they got to win, and then they can put the key into the totem, and that means they've decided it for life. It stays there forever. It's a piece of history.
Etched into the history books.
Exactly.
And hopefully, I think that's going to be something, right, that over the years of the Esports World Cup, as we continue to bring more competition here to the Boulevard, that next year we'll come back, hopefully, and we'll see those totems and all the new drivers that will show up. That's what they'll be looking to try and do.
No, exactly. So we decided, we had 4 teams that were decided, Redline, Vitality, Porsche Coanda, and Guild, of course. We're going to see some highlights very shortly as well. And Williams and Mouse obviously went through yesterday. We've got quite a big team as we see yesterday's highlights. Let's just talk through those first.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw some pretty sketchy scenes, especially at Monza through those chicanes, but we also saw some guys going for the lead, taking risks around the outside Lecom, not necessarily where you want to make the overtake. I believe that was Johan Half trying to get through on Beneca, but strong defense from the driver who ended in to win that race.
And Group B was really where most of the action was, and Ellis Jr. in that Mercedes here at the Hockenheim ring, taking the fight to Maus, who were trying to make it 1, 2, and 3, a result that very much was setting them up for the eventual success that they had. But yes, some great fighting. This was our Kidia play of the day yesterday. The move from Ellis Jr., just bold, continuing to be aggressive around the outside of Mobile 1. Finally got it done through Sachs Curve. Just ask Sebastian Vettel how difficult that corner can be. We've all made our mistakes there.
Certainly have, and down in towards the hairpin. Look at this, 4 cars all batting for position. 2 of them up the inside there. 1 from Apex, 1 from BS, and it was Ibrahim Khan just losing out that time around, thinking he was making an overtake himself, but 2 cars going past. Just showed you how important those positions were, and it was one of the situations where you had 4 drivers. Every single point counts, and when you move up and down, the points can change very, very quickly indeed, and then back to Monza, the chaos just continued.
And Ibrahim Khan, well, let's be honest, Race Control had him in their sights yesterday, not once, not twice, I think about 6 different times. So yeah, definitely had his share of chaos. And again, Slipstream, something that we'll have to focus on today. There were 4 drivers, like we said yesterday, and Kaiki Oliveira, who got pushed to victory at Daytona, let's not forget, in the first day of the team championship. Very different situation when the Apex Express this time slid it up the inside, and so I think it's going to be interesting. We've talked about how do you pick which drivers do which races, right? Redline have this chance to get into finalist mode by race 4 or 5. Do they want to make sure they have Sebastian Job ready, or Kevin Siggy to try and claim a victory?
Cam, today's going to be all about strategy with the teams, isn't it? Especially trying to work out what driver is where, and it's just such a strategic game.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's going to be 2 drivers from every team. So there'll be 2 on the sideline, 2 actually in the cars, and therefore you have to choose strategically for the track, for maybe how good they're feeling at that time of the competition. But here's what we look. You can see we got 12 teams, 4 drivers each, of course. Only 2 were going to be getting themselves through. Then we had the second chance yesterday where we had the 6 teams and the top of each of the groups comes through. And now we are here. So we have converted the points to the indexed. So Redline will start on 100 points, that's 100%. And then what the percentage of all the other teams' points that they got, for instance, Vitaly on 72, Porsche Commander on 51, etc. They have a lot of points to catch up. 25 points for a race win, and they have to get up to 230 to get into finalist mode.
And so we were doing the math, right? Hypothetically, we could be done in race 4, but that requires Team Redline to 1-2 every single race. There's a little bit of leeway. They can 1 and 3 one of those races, but podiums across the board, what they need to do if they want to wrap this up by race 4. And when we look at the tracks that we're going to go racing at as well, and think about that, some of the tracks that we've been seeing, right, Draft has played its part. Jeddah, though, that's one track where I think if that's where Redline get into finalist mode for the first time, everyone else is going to be thinking we've got a chance to try and hold them off.
Of course, there is plenty of money as well up for grabs for the teams if they win in this competition too. Cam, $140,000.
Yes, massive, and especially, of course, we're focusing on the top 6 today. 7 through 12 has already been confirmed from the results of the last 2 days, so a lot of money being given out today. And I mean, even if you get into 3rd place, $55,000, the teams can do a lot of money with that, but they will be going and striking for that #1 spot. $140,000, that is going to pay a lot towards their facilities, towards the staff, to help the drivers get through these competitions and take victory.
Yeah, and like we have talked about lots during ESL R1, a lot of these drivers want to compete at home in the online rounds of the championship with the same equipment that they use here at the LANs, just so that they have that extra level of familiarity when they show up with limited practice. And so, yeah, $140,000 buys you plenty of VRS direct drive wheelbases and pedals as well.
Now, Arjuna, you were just saying about Redline, Team Race at Redline there, that they have to do quite well in the first 4 races to get into finalist mode. How confident are you of a team like Redline to do that? We saw a few little shake-ups yesterday, maybe some teams not performing how they thought they were going to perform, and some teams doing better than they thought they were going to perform. However, Team Redline have been quite consistent, haven't they, so far?
The question is not if Redline win, it's when Redline win. I will go as far as to say that right here, right now. I've already made my prediction on the first day of the team championship, so I can say that. It's going to be interesting how teams will gang up on them, right? Once we get to the point where Redline is close to finalist mode, Vitality, Guild, Porsche, right? Those teams that sat out yesterday, they're going to be thinking, right, we're potentially still close enough, but we've got to stop Redline from winning, right? And we've got a maximum of 9 races as well. That's something else to factor in new for 2024 compared to last year. This can't go on forever. If Redline continue just to be consistent, they've got a points advantage as it sits right now. They just need to lead in points after 9 races to be our champions.
And I think what's so important at this point is to remember how big the gap is from 3rd to 2nd as well in terms of prize money, even down to 4th. So the top 4 take away Redline, so maybe under that the 3, Vitality, Porsche Commander and Guild, are going to be fighting tooth and nail, aren't they, Cam?
Yeah, absolutely. And Guild did a great job to get themselves through in that 4th place. They didn't have to race yesterday, so they should be potentially a little bit more rested. Of course, they didn't have the time in the car, but they should still, should have been able to just chill out, de-stress a little bit and come back absolutely fighting. So I think they're looking good. And when we look at the tracks that we're going to work today, around race 4, 5, 6, where we're expecting the championship to be won, they're quite interesting tracks with Daytona, Monza and Fuji. So I think they are they're put in there on purpose to sort of scupper the teams a little bit.
Well, let's have a look at today's schedule. As you were just mentioning there, the lineup of the tracks. We start at Jeddah at 10:30. Then we head to Spa, Hockenheim, Daytona, Monza, Fiji, Jeddah, Fiji, Daytona. However, we may not get to Daytona, which is race 9, because, as we've been talking about, Team Redline could get into finalist mode by Daytona, and they could potentially win it all by Monza.
Could he hypothetically could do it by Daytona, but I don't think any of us are really expecting that at this point. I'm not sure we're going to see Fuji at all, if I'm being honest. New, of course, for the Esports World Cup, hasn't been raced in competition in anger for ESL R1 before. It's going to be a really interesting one. And after Fuji, right, it's Jeddah, Fuji again, and then over to Daytona, right? So I think it's going to be a really interesting mix. The fact that the BMWs are fast in a straight line, but Redline have been able to make it work through the middle sector at Fuji as well. They are really going to be setting themselves up well. And the Audis, you mentioned Guild and Vitality not competing yesterday. What are they thinking going into the final day of competition?
Absolutely. Now, we have been giving our predictions over the last few days. Mine, of course, for the teams was Team Redline. You can get involved too. Just head to stcplay.gg and you can get your predictions in. Of course, we'd love to hear your one. What was yours? I forget.
It was
Vitality,
Team, Team Vitality, yeah. So sitting in second place, so I'm not too far off just yet.
And Azuna, you said you went Redline. We went Redline.
I'll tell you what, STC play predictions, Redline in 5. There you go.
Okay. Wow.
I've said
in
it.
5?
I've said it.
What do you think?
I think Redline, but I think it might be near 7 races.
7?
Yeah. I think Max Benecke will get some of the race wins, someone like that, and stop the inevitable, but they're fighting for their positions as well.
Beneke's such an interesting person, isn't it? Because obviously Maus are maybe, I think Maus are. I don't want to be disrespectful to the other 3 drivers, but Beneke seems to be in a kind of league of his own, doesn't he?
Beneke is one of the best in the world of sim racing, and what a storyline as well, right? Left Team Redline to join the brand new Maus team last year as they got into the world of sim racing, right? So, yeah, he has. I don't want to say be let down by his teammates because I don't think that's maybe the fairest thing to say. I think the better way to say is Yuri Kastorp's been sick, Moritz Lohner's not been feeling 100% comfortable with the rigs, and Christopher Dambeats competed, yes, with FaZe at the end of last year in ESL R1, but relatively, I think, still getting to grips with Rennsport. So, yeah, like you say, I think Beneke's going to be the one that tries to challenge. How does he get support? Because Maus on the back foot in the prize money situation. Dambeats
was actually very impressive yesterday as well. Let's head over, though, and say hello to our casters this morning. We've got George Morgan and Lewis McGlade. They are standing by. How are we doing, guys?
I think we're doing well. I mean, interesting predictions from you there about how many races we're going to have. Redline in 5, Redline in 7. I don't know about you, George. I still think Redline's going to win. I'll go in the middle. I'll go Redline in 6.
Yeah, I mean, I'm torn between 5th and 6th, to be honest. I think I'm inclined to agree. I think Redline, with the numbers that they've got behind them, I think they've got a great chance.
Yeah.
All in agreement, though, that it's going to be Team Redline,
Probably.
I think. Yeah. So who else do you think, guys, that we're looking out for? George, maybe let's start with you. Is there any other teams that maybe could even just get a little bit close and make Team Redline sweat?
Well, the only team that can really hold a candle to them, I think, at the moment is Team Vitality. I think if we looked at the form, obviously Vitality taking 2 wins during the team's phase coming into this. Redline may have 3, but 3 podiums going to Vitality isn't a bad place to start. And the fact that they are just behind in terms of the points, it means they only have to work that little bit harder to try and level themselves up with Redline. But still, you've got to do it on the night. And with the amount of pressure that's behind these guys at the moment, especially given the situation, it's going to be very tough indeed.
And Lewis, obviously, the top 4 have had a day off. They've been chilling out a little bit more than maybe the rest of us. A lot of the teams, obviously, Williams and Maus were racing a lot yesterday. They had 8 races. How's that going to affect the difference of fatigue? Maybe a bit more, some have had a lie-in. How do you think that will affect it?
Well, I think actually this is a really interesting topic as to who has the advantage and who has the disadvantage here. Because a lot of drivers will be like, well, they're racing yesterday, so they're tired today, but they've had more seat time. That's the other thing, is that there's a few drivers, I think, with the exception of James Baldwin, the rest of the 3 Guild racing drivers have only done 2 races since coming out to Saudi Arabia, because they weren't a part of the Drivers' Championship, and they didn't even do the last chance qualifier. I think I think it's Thibaut Casabon who's the other one who's only done 2 races in this out of those 2 teams, and it's one of those ones where it's a bit difficult for some of them, where they're lacking in that seat time, they're lacking that preparation. Whereas the teams that were in action yesterday, Williams and Maus, of course, yes, I know they're starting further behind on the 100 points, but they've got more seat time. I wonder if that might play a little bit of an advantage. And to be fair, we need to see that strength from the likes of Porsche Commander that we've seen from them so many times. I think Guild are out here probably just for a little bit of fun. I mean, they're looking strong. They were the big surprise, of course, back there on Friday.
Well, guys, I think it's time to hand over to 2 of the best commentators in the business. Guys, over to you.
Thank you. We are better than you and O'Leary. Thank you. Absolutely. Well, of course, George, we're looking forward to the very first race. We're going racing at the Jeddah Corniche circuit, and I will say, someone who's been brutally consistent in qualifying around here. He hasn't set the fastest time that we've set. I think that was Sebastian Joe, might be Dara McCormack. He's at the fastest time we've seen around here. But Max Benneker, he's qualified 3 times here. All 3 of his lap times, they're separated by something like 0.006 of a second. That's mad.
Yeah, but not only that, we saw some surprise packages coming from elsewhere on the grid. What about Guild Esports with James Baldwin taking a huge victory around Jeddah, and that was imperative. Of course, Ulas Yildirim challenged him heading in towards turn 1 to take the lead away. Ulas Yildirim came off second best, spinning the car, and cost FaZe what could have been an incredible first win this season.
I think for Ulas Yildirim, that was more just like, let's just leave it on the let's put everything on the line, because at that point they're probably looking at it being like, look, it's unlikely that they're going to be one of the top 4 teams. It's more about the victories here and there. Obviously, it is about that. It was about them getting inside the in that battle that we had yesterday, which they didn't unfortunately do so. But you know, sometimes you just got to risk it for that victory. Of course, when it comes to victories for Porsche, that was one of the very few times we've seen Porsche actually contending for victory. The only victory that we've seen so far from a Porsche the Esports World Cup was from G2 and Brzezinski, wasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly was. I mean, G2 obviously coming off worse in the end of it all, but obviously they gave a few decent performances. It was a little... it was a little bit dicey, I have to say, in that first race, or that was certainly that very race that we witnessed around Jeddah when we, of course, witnessed the G2 cars coming into contact, the 3 of them very nearly taking each other out, which wasn't ideal. But obviously, we've got a very different set of affairs here. This is, of course, the final phase of the Teams Championship. It's all on the line here tonight, so everything needs to be decided. I say tonight, it's been tonight most of the time. It's actually during the day this time. So yeah, we're bucking the trend here on Sunday. But I hope you're all enjoying yourselves and tuning in for this one. Obviously, do flood the chats as well and let us know who your predictions are. We do want to hear from you. I mean, Lewis, judging from this, we've got some of the big wigs in this. Redline, Vitality, Coanda. Coanda need a big play. Even Joshua Rogers has been suffering, and you can just see the demeanor, I think. I mean, he's a true professional, but even he is struggling to hide, I think, the disappointment that he's been facing. But
you've got to remember, I mean, look, the thing is with this, whether it's balance of performance or whatever, you know, a lot of these teams, they are ready to jump into this this Championship Sunday where things are going to change quite a lot. And we're all talking about Redline and you know, Vitality are in there as well. But realistically, there are those other teams that are a little bit further down who could also be in contention to maybe sneak out something special. We'll head back over to the analyst desk, though, to see what their thoughts are.
It's always lovely to hear from you both. Well, I mean, they summed it up pretty well, didn't they? It's basically, it's going to be Team Redline, and Vitality could do well.
Yeah, they certainly could. It's still my prediction. I think they might have half a chance. It just depends how the team play goes. If they're able to nail the qualifying, we know, for instance, Chinchik is good at Monza. We have that at race 5, which could be quite a crucial one. And just in general, I think they can work together. The Audi seemed pretty good at Daytona yesterday as well, which is race 4. So I think they might be able to at least stop them, you know, Redline just trouncing everyone.
Yeah, and for Team Vitality, we talked about this a little bit yesterday as well. But in the Club World Championship, if they want to get to second, right, behind Team Falcons already having won the overall Esports World Cup Club Championship, they needed to win and get a second place in both Rocket League and in ESL R1. So, you know, second place, still somewhat up for grabs. I'll be honest in saying, I don't really know exactly what's happened in Rocket League overnight, so I'm trying to get an update right now, but that's something they'll be thinking about as well.
Of course, points are what they're fighting for, and one team at the end of it is going to be team champion. Let's head over to the stage, though, because it's time to welcome the teams into the arena, and to welcome them is our reporter, Atik.
And here we are in the final day, in the final races. We're gonna see an amazing performance from all the teams who have managed to come to this final stage. This journey hasn't been easy at all for all the teams, but we're gonna wrap it up today to see who's gonna win this championship. Plus, it is going to be the end of Esports World Cup. So welcome right here at Esports World Cup. ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco. We have the six teams who managed to go to the finals. So let's introduce them all, starting with Williams Esports. narrowly missed an automatic final spot, but came back strong in the second chance stage. They are determined to make their mark and claim the championship. Coming up next, Guild Esports. This team fought hard in the group stage and earned their spot in the finals. With their eyes on the prize, they are here to show that they can compete with the best. Coming up next, Team Vitality. This team showed their strength in the group stage, securing their place in the finals with precision and skills. They're here to prove they can take it all the way. Coming up next, Team Redline. Team Redline dominated the group stage with high points, and they come into the finals with momentum on their side. With the Driver Championship winner in their ranks, they are the team to beat. Coming up next, Mouse. This team faced early challenges but battled back with incredible resilience in the second chance stage. They have proven they are here to fight and won't stop until they checkered the flag. Coming up next, Porsche Coanda Esports. This team is no stranger to success, and their performance in the group stage reflects their dedication and expertise. They are ready to push the limits and race for the title. And here we are with our 6 teams. Drivers, please take your seats and get ready to cross the line. Get ready to put the metal to the pedal and start the race to go. Oh, okay, this is not for me. This is for the casters. So let's enjoy the race and go to them.
Good attempt, Atik. I've stolen it from George a few times as well. Thank you so much. First race then on Championship Sunday takes us here to the Jeddah Corniche circuit. It will be a tough one. It is going to be brutal. And I've just had a little look at the first drivers that will be taking to the circuit, of course, on this Sunday. It is, I think everyone's starting out as strong as they can go. And I know, obviously, yeah, sure, we've got every grid will be extremely strong here, but they want to start with their best foot forward.
I'm giving Atik a nice golf clap for that one.
That was good.
It was a good effort, I must say. Great effort indeed. Great to see the drivers walking out. I'm not going to give you any credit for yours.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think Atik's stealing the intro this time like I did throughout the entire season of ESL R1. Taking your quote and rising it to the next level, mate. Don't worry. Should be a lot of fun, though.
It should be. And we're coming to Jeddah again. Witnessed it, obviously, provide some incredible results. James Baldwin, we mentioned earlier on, taking a victory here. A very important victory, in fact, for Guild to ensure that they would make it into this final phase. And it very much set the tone for them because they actually secured 3 podiums through the course of that team's championship run in order to achieve qualification for the finals, making it to the top 4. And they excel around Jeddah, Monza and Spa, as well as, you know, various tracks that we've seen in the past. Of course, many of the drivers competing actually competed last year for Mercedes and have now moved across to Guild, but this time driving the Audi R8 LMS as opposed to the Merc. But obviously, Team Redline are very much the team to beat, scoring at least 1 podium in every single race. In fact, if you look at the stats, only twice they were outside the podium with 2 of their drivers, and that was at Daytona and Hockenheim, though they did at least have 1 driver that made it onto the podium in those races. Extraordinary stats.
I made a pretty bold call earlier, which is I reckon that we could see Team Redline winning every single race today. Now,
it's not outlandish. That's what's frightening.
I think one thing, because the thing is all 4 of their drivers can win, right? That's the important bit for Team Redline. That's why they're so strong. And obviously,
Yeah.
once you're in finalist mode, you've got to win. That's actually the important bit. I will slightly change my tune.
Okay.
I think they will win every race until they're in finalist mode. Then I think things are definitely going to change. Because, like I say,
the Job effect.
We're 100% sure they will be in finalist mode. Is he in the... He's in the rig, it's fine. He's not going to hear you say that. The Job effect, that's absolutely brutal. Yes, getting into finalist mode and then becoming slightly more average.
Brutal, but technically not wrong.
No, it's not wrong. Not wrong at all. Great analysis from George Morgan. That's what we pay the big money for, of course. They're into their rigs now, and they're about to start their practice session. I'm going to talk you through the 12 drivers that will be in this first race. So Williams Esports will be bringing, oh, it's easy for some to say, Darren McCormack and Dominic Blyer for the Williams Esports team. Practice has begun, so we'll see those driving their way around. Team Vitality will be bringing Thibaut Kazmon and Erhan Yovski, arguably the team that's not fielding their two stronger drivers. They're leaving Yuri Toman and Marcel Chinchik for races 3 and 4. Mouse have got Yuri Kazdorp and, of course, Max Benneker, who will be taken to the circuit. For Porsche Commander, it's Charlie Collins and Joshua Rogers. For Team Redline, it is Sebastian Job and Luke Bennett. Guild will be placing Bonnerhouse and, of course, James Baldwin out onto the circuit. It is a strong first race here. Arguably, you know, all the grids, they're all very, very strong. I would argue this side is slightly stronger than what race 3 and 4 will be. I think a lot of teams are trying to start out on the best foot possible. They're not thinking, oh, let's be conservative, except Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Vitality, I would say probably one of the main tracks they're going to be looking to for big results. You know, it's Monza essentially. Obviously, Marcel Chinchik in the past has been exceptional around that track. Continues to be exceptional as well because he took sensational results in our earlier teams qualifier rounds to make it into the top 4. Of course, they follow Team Redline. We take a look at the starting points. 100 for Redline, Vitality on 72, Coanda on 51, 48 for Guild, Williams on 46, Mouse on 32.
And this comes back, those points, by the way, they are taken, as we were saying on the analyst desk as well, that comes from the points they scored on Friday and the percentage of that. And this is why Redline being as dominant as they were on Friday is what's put them in a really strong position.
Yeah.
When it came to those, you know, the last couple of races, they didn't lift off. They didn't, rest on their laurels. They went on the attack. They pounced and they put everyone in their place, which has given them. I mean, look at that. 72 points is the closest team, being Vitality. Porsche Commander have half the points. Half the points to start on Championship Sunday. That's crazy.
It is. 230 points, remember, folks, to grant you a place in finalist mode, and then you have to win the race to clinch the crown. A maximum of 9 races ahead of us as well. A very minimum of 4. The big question is, who is going to make the most of that time out on track? That's the big bold question.
Yeah. And the reason why it's a minimum of 4 is because if you take a victory, it's 25 points. If you finish in second place, it's 20 points, meaning that's 45. And if you won the first 3 races, that is 135 points. It puts you into finalist mode on 235 points. It does mean that Redline can technically go 1-2, 1-2, and they can 1-3 one of those races. They're first and third. And of course, they only have 2 cars out on circuit at a given time. That will put them onto 231 points if they get that first and third. So realistically speaking, they can do it after 3 races. We all believe they probably won't. I think it will take them until the end of race 5, I would say, to get into finalist mode, which is why I've picked race 6 when they're going to win it.
Well, I think 5 and 6 is probably the right play.
Oh, you're leading race 6 as well.
Well, it's going to be a good one. I mean, the funny thing is, we go to race 6. Obviously, great to have Fuji and Jeddah here. It looks like we could start at a new circuit, could end at a new circuit as well. So, of course, we only started racing at both Fuji and Jeddah with this championship here at the Esports World Cup as well. So the grand unveiling, and it's going to get the grandest unveiling by having the opening race in the final team event, but also at the same time with Fuji finishing it off potentially, should it all end at race 6.
It does mean that we can't actually do the same thing that we did last year at Gamers 8, which is where both championships finished on the same circuit.
Yeah,
because, of course, it was both at the Nürburgring there. Because Hockenheim is race 3, we can't do it. And
unless it happens in race 7.
No, because race 7's not Hockenheimring. Race 7's Jeddah. You're looking at the wrong.
I was on about starting at Jeddah and finishing at Jeddah.
Oh, well, no. See, no. I'm talking about how both championships were sorted at the Nürburgring.
I got you. Sorry,
yeah, it's all right. You pipe down, Morgan. You're not the out-and-out best commentator in sim racing, nor am I. Although I did hear on the bus on the way back that Dara turned round to Ewan and said, "Don't worry, it was just a joke." He was so offended by it. It was so funny. Anyway, he's looking so unhappy at me.
He's a good sport.
Which one? No. What the people that are good sports are all our drivers, actually. They've all been pretty positive, although I will say some of them that jumped out of the rigs yesterday after getting knocked out and having their dreams crushed, and the keys got crushed as well.
Yeah.
They didn't look particularly happy, and I can understand it.
Well, I think one driver in particular who wasn't too happy, and you alluded to it after seeing him yesterday, was Kevin Ellis Jr. Yeah. I think obviously Apex Racing team, whilst they aren't the biggest team in sim racing by any means, they are obviously a team that are well known in the sim racing scene, that's for sure. But in terms of wider esports, obviously not so much. But it has to be said, they've got quality in their ranks. I think they obviously came in to this particular event believing that they can get into the top 4. Of course, they ended up in the qualifying phase. And I must say, they gave a great account, but it's just, you know, where they've got Kevin Ellis Jr. up at the very top. He's one of their fastest drivers. Jamie Fluke can perform well on his day. And Johan Haas certainly proved that he was capable as well. Maybe lacking a little bit with Jimmy Antonez, but at the same time, it's a tough one, especially when you've got a great team like Mouse, great teams like Williams as well, with such great fundamentals, such a great background and foundation. That really does make a difference. But you never know, we could see Apex Racing team maybe hit the heights in the near future.
Certainly am. Well, practice has just ended. I just want to update as to who topped the practice coming into this. I always like looking at a little bit of practice form, even though it doesn't really matter too much coming into the main race. I think it might have been Darren McCormack who was at the top of the... Sorry, no, it was Charlie Collins with a 58.4 around here.
Good news for Coanda.
Yeah, it's a solid effort. The thing, I think that's getting better as the race is going on. We're going to go into qualifying in a second, and let's be honest, you want to start at least the front row.
Yeah.
Because if you're starting in that mid-pack, it gets really narrow out of turn 3.
It does, and many teams do like to perform the odd tactic routine. We saw it from Mouse yesterday, where they essentially put a giant wall out in front of them. They started picking the drivers off. Johan Haas was one of them. There was a huge fight in between the Mouse esports team and ART's very own Johan Haas. Qualifying now well and truly underway. We're riding on board with Joshua Rogers at this point. Porsche Coanda with Charlie Collins at the top of the tree for free practice. They'll want this to correspond now in terms of qualifying form. Joshua Rogers, of course, we alluded to obviously his disparity. He arrived into the Drivers' Championship with 100 points in pursuit of the 170 and then finalist mode. He wasn't even able to get into finalist mode. It was heartbreak for the Aussie, but coming back this time and looking to bring his best. Let's see what Sector 1 will bring him. He's looking for around a 43.6.
Yeah, and he did qualify in 4th position here on the Drivers' Championship on Thursday with a 58.687. Max Benneker will be coming out in a couple of drivers' time. Do remember, he has set 3 lap times around the Jeddah Corniche circuit in qualifying that have been almost identical. I think it's a 6:05, a 6:08, and I think it might have been a 6:06, something in that kind of range. Absolutely brutally consistent around here as Josh Rogers takes it out to the barrier as we head out on the backstretch.
Yeah, heading down now into this next portion of circuit. He's got another left-hander to take. Very fast-paced, very fast-flowing here at Jeddah. And there'll be a very sharp left and right to come very shortly as they now breeze through turns 15 and 16, where they'll then venture towards the latter stages of Sector 2 and then through towards Sector 3 in itself. This is truly a moment where precision is vital, and Rogers knows that better than anybody. 37.8 in that middle sector is around 2/10 off where he might like it to be. Remember, 37.6 ideally in that second sector would be optimal. 43.6 though in that first sector is exactly where he needs to be. So Coanda perhaps with a huge opportunity here. We saw them go into the top at free practice. Coming across the line now comes Joshua Rogers. What's that final time going to look at as he now crosses the line? A 158.752, 37.2 in that final sector.
Not great, I'm not going to lie. Not ideal. That is slower than he went. He did a 6.87 before. Obviously, here comes the Drivers' Champion, who did a 6.12 in the session when he took part, of course, in the Drivers' Championship around the Jeddah Corniche circuit. Of course, I can't remember what he did in the second race. Oh, sorry, it's Luke Bennett. Never mind, I thought it was Kevin Seeger for a second then. Luke Bennett will be the one to cross the line. I'll correct myself in a moment, as the sector times aren't looking so ideal from him, but he is going to go ahead. 6.08, actually, never mind. Looking pretty handy.
Well, he actually shook his head as well, coming out of turn 27, so we're obviously not well, not happy at all. James Baldwin, 44-0 in Sector 1, which is 4/10 off, really, where he would like to be. 38-0 in Sector 2, yet again losing more time at that point. So not an ideal lap at all for Baldwin, as he now makes his way up towards the line. Remember, a winner here in the team's championship run into the final. But this time, surely, is not going to go anywhere near the 158s. It's just before the 158s, 159.025.
Here comes Ethan Jajovski, obviously Erhan, behind the wheel. It's not Patrick Holzman, if you're wondering when you stare at him in the picture. Don't worry, Patrick Holzman's not here. He's staring at home, trying to support the Mouse team. Erhan Jajovski into the final corner. 43.9 in the first sector, 3/10 off. Second sector, only a 10th or so off. It's going to slot in that gap behind Rogers, and but ahead of Baldwin. I'm absolutely sure it'll be a higher 58, I'm pretty sure, from Jajovski as the Macedonian crosses the line. It's a 58.8 indeed.
Yeah, 58.
Oh, slow down.
Oh, yeah, that's Yuri Kansdorp, who has unfortunately suffered somewhat in that final sector. In fact, no, sorry, the first sector, 43.6 would have been ideal. Well, actually, looking at that, 46.5 in that first sector. Final sector is where it all got a little bit chewed up, but 37.8 in that middle sector, 2/10 off that second sector split.
But he is going to be in a solid position. I'll have to check the standings, because, of course, we do have the MVP award, which does net 50 grand to the driver who gains the most positions. That's for Friday and Sunday. It's back active today. So Kazdorp will start from the rear of the field, and it will put him potentially in a decent spot to go after the MVP award. Thibaut Casabon, who's only done 2 races so far this weekend, will slam his way onto the brakes and chuck it into the final corner. Again, 3/10 off in the first sector, a 10th a bit off in the second. He's going to be very close to where Erhan Jajovski is, but should be ahead of James Baldwin and almost certainly behind Joshua Rogers. What can the Frenchman do as he heads up towards the line? Let's see. He's going to set a 58.8, so pretty much the same as his teammate.
Yeah, it was indeed the first sector for Yuri Kansdorp. Unfortunately, they let him down 2:05, obviously disconnecting him from the rest of the field somewhat. But we've now got Bono House, someone who's been pretty much in stealth mode right through this team's championship. We haven't seen too much of him, but now coming out of Sector 2 with a 37.9, that's around 3/10 off, 43.9 in that first sector. Again, another 3/10 off. Sector 3 needs to be good, 37.0, and that puts him just above James Baldwin, his teammate.
And here's the big one then. Max Benneker, the big fish, working his way through the final complex of corners. First and second sector is looking pretty decent. Maybe a 10th off where we're talking about optimals. I'm not sure. It might be a 0.5 here from Max Benneker, and he certainly could do with it. He's set a low 6 on every single one of his qualifying sessions around here so far. Max Benneker fires his way to the line. Where's he going to go? Is it straight up to pole? Of course it's a 4! A 1 minute 58.4. Incredible stuff from Benneker.
That smells like pole, Lewis McGlade. And now watching Charlie Collins, though, with a 43.809. Certainly nowhere near where he'll be in free practice, I don't think, after that first sector. The second sector is pretty good, though. 37.7. It will enter him further up as he now heads down towards the line. He's going to be fighting here with the likes of Luke Bennett and his very own teammate Josh Rogers for position within that top 4, maybe top 3, maybe top 2. Not quite.
Wow.
Not even top 6. He's in 7th place.
Yeah, that's a bit disappointing there from Charlie Collins. Let's see what Sebastian Job could do. Of course, he really started a big win streak, the biggest win streak we've ever seen in ESL R1. It started here. Redline could need it. They need really 1-2s. They need big results early on, but these sectors aren't looking so great. The first one's a little bit off. The second one, though, is better than Benneker did as he heads up towards the line. I think it might be good enough for second. Could he put himself on the front row? Is it pole? Oh, he misses out on pole by 9,000ths of a second.
I tell you what, Max Benneker must be sweating slightly. Job very nearly striking his Team Redline car to the top, but keenly enough, Redline will be on the front row if it stays like this, and they've got Luke Bennett waiting in the wings in behind. Again, should it stay like this? Dara McCormack, though, who's always prudent, always carries the potential for great results. 37.7 in that middle sector is very good. First sector isn't bad either. Coming up towards the line now in the Mercedes AMG GT3, third fastest, and separates the Redline pairing.
Yeah, good stuff then from Darren McCormack, and Williams will need that. Here comes the driver that's really highest placed, that's still in this competition. The MVP standings. He's had 8 overtakes so far in the races that matter for Dominic Blyer, and well, he could overtake Kaiki Oliveira, who's on 10 overtakes so far. I'm pretty sure he's going to overtake that at some point today, but let's see what Dominic Blyer can do. Out towards the line. It's going to be behind his teammate, somewhere around 6th, 7th maybe. Exactly that, in fact, up to 5th spot. But it'll be a very sweet pole position for Max Benneker, who will take top honours in the opening qualifying session here on Championship Sunday.
It is the Gamers 8 champion from last season. He won it here at this very location in Riyadh. Well, he's just taken his car to the top once more. They could not stop him, despite the attempt from Sebastian Joe, but it was a good attempt. Fractionally off. A mere fraction, Lewis McGlade.
Yeah, but I do think that Sebastian Job is going to be hungry for that victory. They want some wins. They want to score some strong points early, will Team Redline. Let's take a look, though, at the results from the opening qualifying session today, as we'll see who's grabbed pole position, who's grabbed what. It's Max Benneker, of course, who's up there with a 4.54, fastest lap that we've ever seen around the Jeddah Corniche circuit, just ahead of Sebastian Job, which also would have been good enough for fastest. And I'm pretty sure Darren McCormack's time also would have been good enough for the fastest time we've seen so far. 1, 2, and 3. Mouse, Redline and Williams. Then we get to the second Redline car of Luke Bennett. Great qualifying session from Don Blyer as well. Josh Rogers finds himself down in 6th position with Erhan Yovsky and Thibaut Casamon for Vitality in 7th and 8th. Bonnerhouse in 9th position. Charlie Collins, very disappointed with how his qualifying unfolded, down in 10th. James Baldwin, who's won at the Jeddah Corniche circuit, with Yuri Kasdorp rounding out the field, looking to gain some positions and maybe head himself after that 50k for the most positions gained.
Yeah, 9 thousandths between the top two is absolutely sensational. Obviously, Sebastian Job unable to do the business, but Benneker was there. Former Team Redline driver Max Benneker is going to be met by current and newest Team Redline member Sebastian Job. What a front row that's going to be when we send it on the rolling start. Of course, there'll be plenty of other drivers in behind looking to pick them apart as well. Not forgetting the likes of Darren McCormack. What about Luke Bennett as well, who was not happy during the closing stages? He was the first Redline car to actually hit the heights, hit the top, but obviously not content with what that third sector brought him. Still, though, opportunities to come. Heavy braking zones into turn 1. You never know what the grid is going to look like coming out of turn 2.
Now let's see if you're as cursed, apparently, as Ewan O'Leary is when I asked him at the Hockenheim Ring a couple of days ago as to whether we were going to get drama out through T1. He said, yeah, and boy, did we. Are we getting drama on the first lap here?
I would say so.
Well, let's see if you're cursed or not. Of course, it's almost time to get into that first race. Who
am I cursed or cursing? I suppose is the question.
Well, I mean, look, I'm cursed by sitting next to you, that's for sure. Who wins this first race?
It's a tough one to call. I truly believe that once you get Max Benneker out in front, I think it's very tricky to break him.
Agreed.
I think that's going to be a tough one. But if anyone can do it, I think it's Job. I wouldn't count out Luke Bennett either, though.
You count out Darren McCormack?
I'm not going to say a word.
Wow, that's a yes then. Oh my goodness, you are not getting any Williams team.
The man from Kildare might kill me.
My goodness me. He'll be giving you a kill stare later on, that's for sure. No, I absolutely agree with you. I think Benneker can absolutely win this one. Obviously, starting from pole position, he is a tough man to beat. It's going to be really strong between those front couple of rows. They're about to head round then, and again, the points leaders coming into this will be Team Redline. They're on 100 points. They need to get to 230 points to enter finalist mode. A victory after that will seal the crown, and they will become the team's champions here at the Esports World Cup. The analysis is over. All the teams have done all of the work to build their way up to this point, as Championship Sunday will begin at one of Rennsport's newest circuits. The Jeddah Corniche circuit will host the opening race of the day, and Max Benneker, the Gamers 8 champion, will start from pole position. Sebastian Job, Darren McCormack and Luke Bennett on the 2 rows behind. Let's see as we head down into the first corner. Max Benneker with a good launch down to that first turn. Josh Rogers already trying to go on the attack in that Porsche Commander, but cannot make any progress forward. He has to settle for 6th spot. Big move to the inside coming in for Sebastian Job, but the outside line is going to work in favour of Max Benneker. He's not fed into the wall this time as we head through turn 3 down towards 4. Look at Josh Rogers working his way forward.
Josh Rogers made a blissful start, managed to catch Luke Bennett unawares. I must say, Sebastian Job looked a little bit fragile coming out of turn 2. McCormack tested him ever so slightly, but it's still the status quo out at the front. It's Max Benneker for Mouse, who now has a lead of just over 3.5 to now 4/10 of a second, and it's climbed ever so slightly more. Darren McCormack in 3rd. Rogers solidifying his place in the top 4, which is brilliant. Even look at Dominic Blyer, 6th place ahead of Erhan Yovsky.
And James Baldwin has had a couple of issues on that start. He drops down to 12th position, so Guild only scoring at the moment with Bonnerhouse fast. Do remember the points are 25-20 for second, 16, of course, for third position, 13 for fourth place, and then it's 10, 8, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0 for the rest of the positions. Here comes Josh Rogers on the attack, then of Darren McCormack, and will he sneak his way through as we head into the third and final sector of the Jeddah Corniche circuit? He has to be brave to make it stick down here, and I don't think he's going to try it, surely not.
No, he might just renege for now. Coming through this very fast chicane, he gets so tight to the wall on the right-hand side, and Rogers, thinking wisely of it, still remains on the tail, though, of Darren McCormack. We saw McCormack actually do an incredible move, just broke early coming into the final bend at turn 27, and managed to take the lead of the race in the process as well. As we then watch the cars now start to fan out, there you can see Sebastian Job in second. Once again, McCormack trying him, and also being tried is Joshua Rogers as Luke Bennett sends it up his inside coming through the final bend, but Rogers with enough leverage to hang on. But the question is, will the slipstream favour Luke Bennett on the run down towards turn 1?
Oh, he's getting squeezed a little bit out into the barrier here as he slotted the tiny gap. He wants the outside line for T1. Look at Darren McCormack as well, looking at the inside of Sebastian Job. He's going to slow down Josh Rogers, though, with an early braking point. Rogers should be able to hang on here. The outside line for T2, outside for T1 slightly better, outside for T2 slightly better, and it'll give him the inside for turn 4. So Josh Rogers is able to hang on. Max Benneker, though, leading comfortably, 6/10 clear of Sebastian Job. Darren McCormack, I think he's less worried about Mouse. He's more worried about trying to get past Redline, because what these drivers are trying to focus on now is they're trying to focus on lowering the amount of points that Redline are scoring. That's the focus right now.
Well, it has to be, because they started on the highest level of points anyway. They're on 100 coming into this very race, so it's imperative that they stop them scoring as much as possible in order for them to have an opportunity to meet them potentially in finalist mode later on today. But still, and at this point, Max Benneker in control. That gap once again, as you so rightly say, increasing. Job, I think, more wary as well of McCormack in behind. 3/10 between McCormack and Job, with Rogers also very much in the mix. I'm liking this from Porsche Coanda so far.
Do you want to know something about this race as well? We've had 4 consecutive victories from Sebastian Job, haven't we? And that obviously broke a record. We could be getting 4 consecutive victories for Max Benneker.
We could.
Because, of course, he did win 3 of the races yesterday. It was his last 3 races. He was only beaten by Kevin Ellis Jr. yesterday in the 4 races that he did. This would make it 4 on the bounce. Maybe it's a little bit skewed because of how the races work, but hey, look, stats are stats, mate. I'd say Sebastian Jones probably slightly more impressive in that Drivers' Championship, but hey, you can't say no to stats.
You could argue that yesterday was the perfect litmus test for him, as now wheel-to-wheel goes Joshua Rogers as he looks to try and move up into third. He's going to try and have to tackle a very good McCormack, who I think managed to actually graze the wall on the outset of turn 27. They're going to run, I think, wheel-to-wheel, heading down towards turn 1. A mere fly's eyelash gap between those two. Luke Bennett is going to try and make it 3 wide as they head down in towards turn 1. Heavy on the brakes. In comes Bennett. McCormack might lose out twice. Rogers up to third. The Mercedes down a place, and here comes Luke Bennett to pick up the crumbs.
McCormack absolutely clobbered the curb at turn 2 as well, as he manages to hang on to 4th spot. After all that, they've not switched positions, but the gaps have grown. 1 second between Rogers and Sebastian Job. Luke Bennett was always going to try and make that 3 wide. That was always on the table for him. It maybe, yeah, sure, it didn't work, but sometimes you've got to respect the attempt. Do remember as well, by the way, if they pick up penalties in this, the penalties will take points away from how they are in the championship. So just because you might not be scoring too much for your team, you can take points away from your team.
Yeah, which again promotes decent driving at this stage, so they'll have to. And we saw some fractious moments at this circuit at the Jeddah Corniche through the course of yesterday during the second chance phase of the team's championship, which bought Williams a seat to the top 4 that had already been confirmed, therefore making it 6 teams after Mouse would also complete a sensational run with Max Benneker taking 3 wins on the spin. And yet, as you so rightly say, it could yet be 4 as well. But McCormack now starting to rein in on Rogers. Might get a chance to take his place back. Not quite yet.
I thought he was going to do it then. Because he was coming in with an absolute head of steam. I think he's waiting to try and do it at the final corner, of course, where Rogers was able to make that move stick on him. Luke Bennett's going to be close as well. Let's see if Darren McCormack will sneak one down the inside. You've got Luke Bennett going on the attack. Could be 3 wide down to the 27th and final corner here, as there goes onto the brakes. In the middle of the road goes Josh Rogers. He's sat there because he's just covering it all off. This could be the move down into T1, though. There's going to be some big slipstreams here.
There certainly will. I think Rogers did a good job with that, actually. Managed to close off any sort of attack here from McCormack. And McCormack had to worry about Bennett in behind, who is getting the slipstream now and is moving to the outside, coming towards turn 1. Rogers trying to defy any possible move here by keeping to the inside. It will become the outside, but not so much heading out of turn 2. He's managed to hold both the inside into turn 1, and on the outset of turn 1, McCormack also holding on to 4th.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, look, I will say when it comes to Josh Rogers and his consistency, maybe you'll say that Porsche's struggling, maybe it isn't, I don't know. Yet to take a victory so far in these Esports World Cup competitions, only has 1 podium. Obviously did the entirety of the Drivers' Championship, took part in both races, of course, because you have to. Did 2 races on Friday for the Team Championship. Obviously was not a part of the competition yesterday because they'd already made their way through. And so what that means is that you know, he's looking at his 2nd podium of the Esports World Cup. That is absolutely crazy. The driver with the most wins, the most podiums in ESL R1 is looking at just his 2nd podium in all the races we've done so far.
It's extraordinary, isn't it? Absolutely extraordinary, but he is a very talented individual. Benneker, though, once again, flexing that pace. That's, I must say, truly tantalising. He holds the fastest lap as well at the moment. Sebastian Joe working hard to try and bring that gap in, but is showing no signs of decreasing at this stage, Lewis. Benneker's pace just far too supreme here at Jeddah.
Do you know, Max Benneker, right? So we talk about how Sebastian Job is when it comes to his wins. He's 2nd on the all-time winners list. Max Benneker's closing in on potentially moving up back to taking 2nd on the all-time winners list, which of course he has had in the past, because Sebastian Job has 28. Max Benneker, this would be a 25th victory, as here comes Luke Bennett to try and sneak past Darren McCormack.
Yeah, Bennett coming back in. McCormack going into the inside of Josh Rogers, but I think that was more a defensive manoeuvre than anything else. Obviously wouldn't have actually managed to pull anything off, and that was actually a little bit sloppy coming out of turn 27. It's certainly fed an opportunity now to Luke Bennett, who's going to blast down the home straight with every chance of maybe even elevating himself up to 4th and holding 4th too. McCormack with barely a nose in front. In fact, he might have lost that forward momentum now as Bennett comes through inside line, now becomes the outside coming out of turn 2. Still the BMW M4 persisting, and look at the battle in behind. Dominic Blyer and Erhan Yuyovsky, the Audi and the Williams Mercedes coming together alike, so both Williams in trouble here. Now this time make contact with the barrier. Bennett very nearly collecting himself into the barrier on the inside. The Audi still pursuing after Blyer, but he's had to renege as well. Both Williams defending well.
I was going to say, I would have, if I were a better man coming into this, I would have said that Luke Bennett was 100% making that move. So brave for McCormack to send it around the outside at T4. He did keep it within track limits as far as my eye was. The only reason why he was pushed over to it was because it seemed as though Luke Bennett turned in a little bit too early and clipped the barrier on the inside at T4. So McCormack hangs on the 4th spot. The important bit there, though, 2 seconds now, the gap up to the podium. We're halfway through this race. We've got 3 more laps after this one. And Luke Bennett is looking like well, he looks like the 4th man, at least in this group, as he will try and sneak his way past. We exit turn 16 and begin this run down the backstretch.
Yep, certainly do. The sequence of corners you can pretty much take flat out, and then they have the run down towards turn 21 and 22. There we can see out on our screen as Bennett looks to pursue after McCormack, gets closer and closer, surely will not think about it, through this very daring section of circuit, moving into sector 3 once again. But he might fancy something in the final bend. That's what they're fighting for, Lewis. The prestigious Teams Championship trophy here at the Esports World Cup in ESL R1. And Bennett is right on the tail of McCormack. He won't think twice this time.
No, he's going to try something here down in the final corner. You're absolutely right. Red line especially. They are chasing that shield. Can they take it? Can they take the inaugural Rennsport competition here in the Esports World Cup? Can they fit their key into the middle of that trophy? They've done so much and obviously put the key into the totem as well. Big moves in the background as well as Luke Bennett's closing up to the back of Darren McCormack. Dom Bly is under pressure as Erhan Yuyovsky's going to send one down the inside. They all settle though for the positions they're currently in, so it's still going to be McCormack from Bennett, from Blyer, from Yuyovsky and Collins as well.
I was quite surprised that Bennett did not plan for the move. He's right on the back of McCormack. We saw Charlie Collins also having a look around the outside of both Yuyovsky and Blyer. Now, whilst all that was going on, Job briefly crept to within that 4/10 of a second gap of Max Benneker. It's since flown back out again, 8 to 9 tenths, so still suffering somewhat. Joshua Rogers, though, has been alleviated of any pressure whatsoever. McCormack is now well over 2 2 seconds clear now of McCormack further back. McCormack very much has the defensive shields raised.
The victory for Sebastian Jobe, which we saw in the second race back on Friday that he was taking part in, I think it kind of reignited him a little bit, because he obviously for the final 4 races on the Drivers' Championship we had on Thursday, he kind of dropped off a little bit, and we saw him struggle. I saw him head in hands when the Drivers' Champion was crowned as Kevin Siggy, who we'll see out in the next race. I mean, look, it's a very interesting one as to whether Sebastian Jobe could sneak up to the back of Benneker, but at the moment, it seems as though Benneker's maybe a little bit too big. We're right on board with Don Blyer. You can see forward how much closer Luke Bennett's closing into the rear end of Darren McCormack. Will there be a move coming down into the final turn?
Well, we'll soon find out. There could yet be an opportunity. Blyer has managed to at least move himself somewhat ahead of Erhan Yuyovski, but that's going to dissipate as they make their way down the straight with the power of slipstream. McCormack with Bennett starting to hover in the background as now the Williams looks like he might be in trouble. Lap 6 of 8 will then eventually move on to the penultimate lap of the race. We just saw Joshua Rogers in the distance make his way out of turn 27. Nothing phasing him right now at Porsche Coanda as they now burst down the straight. Sebastian Jobe now outside of a second of Max Benneker. Well and truly, that gap still moving outwards as now incoming Luke Bennett once more on the tail of the Williams, once again deciding not to go for it. I think he knows that the fight for the win is obviously not going to happen. Might as well wait till the final lap in order to make the move here on McCormack.
Yeah, indeed. This is very interesting indeed. And these points do matter for Redline. What this will do, though, with their positions of 2nd and 5th, this will deny them the opportunity of getting into finalist mode after just 3 races, even if there are 1-2s from Joe Bennett in the next race, and then, of course, from Kevin Siggy and Jeff Rietveld in race 3. It will not be enough to get them into finalist mode for race 4. That is what we're already seeing. That is one piece of information we already have. So we will need at least 5 races. Now, we thought it was going to be at least 4, but now we have that one confirmed that it will absolutely be at least 5 races.
Which I think is what we predicted anyway,
Oh,
I think, at this point. So we knew it wasn't going to be easy, but Max Benneker, I think, utilising the time he had on track yesterday to great effect. Obviously, a lot of these teams having a break yesterday just due to the mere fact that they already qualified. Of course, Porsche Coanda were one of those teams, as were Team Redline. Also joining them were Guild and, of course, Vitality. As now we watch Joshua Rogers in a world of his own. No man's land for the man from Porsche Coanda, from Westfalen in Australia, representing here the wonder from Down Under, who is the full season ESL R1 champion. Had a tough time, as we alluded to, back in the Drivers' Championship phase, not even qualifying for finalist mode. Well, he has a second chance here to again allay the demons, at least put them to bed and feed his team an opportunity. Another man looking for opportunity is Luke Bennett.
Yeah, here he goes, looking down the inside. This could be the look. It's more in defence, though, of Don Blyer, because Blyer's coming straight around the outside. McCormack will feed the slipstream to his teammate, who can't quite sneak it around the outside. There we go, straight back over. But Luke Bennett is following that slipstream. He's covering off the Williams man directly behind him. As there we go, here comes the look. Don Blyer once again trying to look, but it's just no overlap, so he can't quite do it. The straight line speed in that BMW Team Redline car is just about strong enough, but it was on the final lap of the race. He cannot make his way past McCormack. Look at that move, though, from Yuyovski on Collins.
That was a very late move from Yuyovski. I thought he might have collected Don Blyer, but he didn't. That's a relief. Obviously, Charlie Collins, though, under pressure, and he's being joined by Bono House as well. So you've got 2 Audis now peppering against the Porsche's rear spoiler. Collins, though, in 7th place, has now got quite the gap to find on Dominic Blyer. It's stretched out to beyond a second almost immediately after that move, heading in towards turn 1. As we now take a look at our race leader, it's Max Benneker, and he's 1.4, nearly 1.5 in front.
Yes, indeed. They head their way then into turn 13. It's been a mega drive from Max Benneker. I don't see any major position switches in the top grouping. Benneker's way too far clear of Jobe, right? And the rest of them, they're all too separated.
Yeah, they are. Just look at them, fine margins. The only battle really in the top 5 is Bennett and McCormack. That gap has now almost stretched out ever so slightly as well. Yuyovski is still chasing after Charlie Collins. Of course, we saw that erupt heading through turn 1 as they now make their way out of the middle sector, heading down through towards the final sector very shortly. But first and foremost, they've got the dicey section of turns 21, 22 and 23 to come as we now watch as the Williams proceeds onwards. Of course, Luke Bennett still in behind and waiting for his time on Darren McCormack.
Well, Max Benneker then will come down into the final complex of corners, and it looks like it's going to be a very solid victory for Benneker once more. Sebastian J will follow him across the line, but it's all about these battles behind. Will Luke Bennett find his way past Darren McCormack? I think that gap's a little bit too large. It looks like Williams might be finishing 4th and 6th. Here comes big bad Benneker out through the final corner as he's going to take yet another victory. It is 4 in a row for Max Benneker as he joins Sebastian Job on that record. Job will take 2nd spot, and Josh Rogers, what a top 3 that is, by the way. Benneker, Job and Rogers as well. Fantastic drive. Job doesn't look particularly pleased, does he?
No, he certainly doesn't. Similar facial expressions from what we saw in the Drivers' Championship. Josh Rogers, I think, will take solace, I'm sure, from that. That was a good showing there from Porsche Coanda, but no one will be as happy as this man. Max Benneker, who secured Mouse's future in this championship with that run yesterday. He has now given them a great foundation this time.
I wonder if Max Benneker is going to be solving a Rubik's Cube between races. I know he sometimes does that. I'm wisely informed his biggest fan can solve a Rubik's Cube faster than he can. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Race 2 will be coming up in just a moment, though, when we'll head to the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a moment.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
So the first race of this final is done and dusted. And it was, of course, Max Benneker once again getting 4 wins in a row. Impressive stuff from the Mouse player. But will it be enough to start fighting at the top? We will find out soon. The players are arriving. Of course, alongside me, we've got Arjuna and Zach. Guys, they're ready. They're here. That's a good thing.
It's a start. It's always it's great when the drivers actually show up to drive.
I noticed that we know Yuri Toman likes a couple of pillows in his rig to prop him up. He made Erhan Yuyovsky carry those pillows in, apparently.
I didn't see that.
Apparently.
Princess treatment.
Exactly. Yuri's getting the MVP treatment. So there comes our favourites for today, Team Redline, Zach.
Yeah, exactly. Coming into this very, very strong. Williams as well. You can see Adam, their social media guy, loving life because of how good Williams have been doing over the duration of this week. Plenty of content to get to, and a lot of content throughout the duration of Jeddah. Max Benneker, of course, very strong. His 5th pole in a row, his 4th win in a row as well. His 4th win from 5 races, so he's on a strong run of form. But of course, Mouse as a collective falling back ever so slightly, even despite that. Redline with 2nd and 5th, the top scoring team.
Let's have a look then at the highlights from Jeddah. A very exciting one out there, but I felt like they were being a little bit... They were holding back a little bit, I felt.
A little bit yes, a little bit no, right? Because, of course, when it comes to the non-Redline teams, they know they can be a bit more aggressive. Like Lewis was saying, to deprive Redline of the points at the end of the day, stop them from getting into finalist mode too early. And so, you know, we saw a couple of 2-wide, 3-wide moments. Already a contender for our Kidia play of the day when it came to the 3-wide that Luke Bennett instigated. Josh Rogers taking advantage of all of that as well. I do have to say, though, we're seeing that the Mercedes, the BMW, the Audi and the Porsche, all 4 of those manufacturers and cars having speed, it's shaping up for a really exciting day, and Jeddah once again producing a spectacular race.
It is one of those tracks that you get excited to see, isn't it, Jeddah? Obviously, Saudi Arabia, Formula One goes here. It's definitely fast and furious. And I think for these drivers as well, is it a track they enjoy, Zach?
I would say so, because it has that sort of flow to it. It's a lot more difficult. There is 0 margin for error, which is always what drivers want. We see a lot of complaints, and even despite the 0 margin for error, you can see still a ton of moves being made, a lot of progress being made, a lot of raceability. And as Arjuna said, it really is a driver's track. So the balance of performance and the differences between the cars really blend themselves well to mean that it's the driver that makes the majority of the difference as opposed to the performance of the car.
The one thing that we did take from this race, though, right, is the fact that Benneker, the 5 poles now in a row, 4 wins on the trot as well. He's the one that's really going to be taking the challenge to Redline in these early stages. You see some of that frustration for Joe, the look of contentness in some ways from Benneker. So a lot of work left to do. One thing that I was just talking to a couple of the drivers in the arena about, though, was the fact that yesterday, in the first day of the team championship, you had free reign as to when you wanted to deploy your drivers. Not the case here today as we take a look at the next venue, a trip to the Ardennes into Spa-Francorchamps. Your drivers have got to do 2 consecutive races. You can't just say, oh, Marcel Cinchic's the master of Monza, let's put him in for as many races at Monza as we want.
Well, you never know. That could be, they could try and change the rules. Just looking at Jeddah a little bit, I just want to talk about Rogers, obviously. I think Josh Rogers clearly was a very strong contender coming into this. He was leading the way on points, however, struggled early in the tournament. And I think that was a good fight back. He qualified 6th and finished 3rd, but he was always there or thereabouts, wasn't he, Zach?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, Rogers has just been one of those drivers really sort of leading the charge for Porsche Coanda as well. I mean, he's won an ESL championship, so too have Coanda, but coming into this week, we sort of knew the Porsche was a little bit further back in terms of straight line speed performance, and when it comes to a race, you really need that strength, particularly in qualifying. So many of our tracks rely on that straight line speed.
So this is the race results. It was indeed Max Benneker who won. It might not say it there, but I can tell you it was. And it was Kevin Ellis Jr. who was 2nd. So there are points up for grabs. Oh, no, he wasn't actually.
No,
it was Sebastian Job. Yeah, I think we had a little moment on the graphics there. No worries. So it was, Max Benneker who won, and then Sebastian Job who was 2nd, and then it was Josh Rogers 3rd, Luke Bennett. So there you go, 2 red lines at 1st and 4th. Practice is underway in Spa. I mean, I still think they're holding back a little bit, these teams. There's more to come, surely.
I mean, yes, to an extent. I mean, Arjuna's right that a lot of the teams behind Redline really need to start pushing because they have got to start getting some points, particularly, of course, Maus, because the way the points work is after Friday, the points they scored were the points that were taken to be scaled. How they performed yesterday is completely irrelevant coming into today. Otherwise, you'd have a situation where actually Williams scored more points than Redline, and it'd be a bit confusing. So actually, Maus, considering they topped their group, only come into this final on 32 points, 68 points back on Redline.
I think we're not going to see the intensity spike too much because I think we're just going to see it stay fairly constant, right? Vitality, we're looking at their Audi right now working its way up towards Blanchimont. Relatively poor results in that last race for them, and now the gap to Porsche Kawanda in the fight for second is down to 5 points between the two of them. Redline still have a good 50-odd point advantage. The one thing that we know for sure after that last race, though, we're going at least to race 5.
Yeah, that's one thing we did work out. And you mentioned, obviously, Vitality there, Zach. We were just talking about the fact that this was a really important race, that first race, for them to score well, and they didn't.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Vitality really on Friday came charging back with that double victory from Chinchik and Toman right at the end of the day, of course, when we took to race 7 and 8. They are a team that, of course, have won an ESL championship. They are a team that has a driver, of course, Chinchik, winning the ESL last year as well. So all of them have a strong field. It's just, again, about that execution coming into today. We've said they were probably one of the favourites to potentially challenge Redline, or at the very least, they're the closest to be able to do so. Jeddah was one of those circuits where they needed to hit the ground running. Otherwise, Redline, if you let them get out of reach, they're just going to continue to get further and further away.
And when it comes to Marcel Chinchik, right, you go back to the Spring Major last year where he won his Drivers' Championship. That was the event where I think we had probably the most atmosphere, the most raucous crowd, at least from watching on from afar. And so chatting with Chinchik just a couple of minutes ago, he was saying he feeds off that energy, and some drivers get distracted, right, by the lights, camera people moving around and qualifying. Yeah. That's something we've been talking about a little bit as well. Marcel says none of that impacts him. In fact, he likes these distractions. He prefers not being at home, where you get in that mental space, right, where one slight distraction and suddenly you're out of it. So, you know, I think when we do see Marcel and Yuri in those next couple of races, right now Erhan Yuyovsky and Thibaut Casamon flying the flag for Vitality by R8G, I'm expecting Chinchik to be very rapid. I think this next race here at Spa, it's going to be interesting how the Audi is going to go. Qualifying for them, we know it's difficult to get the Audi settled on one lap. They've got to nail it as much as they can.
It's almost looking at like when some people do really well working from home and other people do well at an office. It's exactly that, isn't it? Some people get very distracted when they're at home, or they are very good at home and get a lot done. And it's exactly that, really, isn't it?
Pretty much. It's dependent on, obviously, person to person, driver to driver, for a load of different aspects, really. Driving styles, again, is another thing. They are able to sort of change their brake bias. And we were speaking to Kevin Siggy a couple of days ago, and we said, well, what's the massive difference? He said, to be honest, in terms of pace, you can get away with a very front-heavy brake bias or even a very rear-heavy brake bias. They all get to the same lap time. It just depends on the driver themselves. So there are a lot of different variables that has a big difference and a big sway in terms of how the cars behave, how the drivers behave. But at the end of the day, if you're a driver that feels comfortable, you're a driver that's going to be quick.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. So we head up to Spa next. That is, again, a track these drivers have been out and about on over the last few days. It's also a track that they know incredibly well. It's a very... well, it's got a lot of history around it, basically, Spa. Obviously, Formula One goes there, WEC goes there, and, of course, sim racing, it's used a lot, isn't it, Arjuna?
Yeah, I mean, there was a stretch in 2021 that me and Lewis don't look back on fondly, I think, where 4 consecutive weekends we had sim racing 24 hours of Spas to commentate on. So lots of GT3 at Spa in these drivers' histories. Yeah, we all know it. It's been repaved and slightly modified, of course, in the last couple of years to bring 2-wheel bikes to go racing there as well. So take the exit of La Source, for example. Now you've got that gravel on the outside that you've really got to keep an eye on. It is a track, though, where we talk about the Porsche right now on screen having a slight deficit in the straight line. This is that part of the track where it will struggle, right? Coming over the top of Eau Rouge and Radion, the continued climb up towards Les Combes. But the middle sectors where it dances around and it can really be nimble, right? And so if we do end up in a situation where, much like in the race at Jeddah, we've got 3 cars battling, Bennett, and McCormack alongside Rogers. I think it'll be very interesting if there's a breakaway runaway. Can Benica win yet another race?
Let's see. It's time to head over, of course, to our casters. We're heading back out to Spa. We've already raced in Jeddah, and let's head to our second race of the day. We have Lewis McGlade and Ewan O'Leary.
Thanks very much. It's ready again for race 2. It's Spa again, and we are very much looking forward to it. As we say, race 2 of the Teams Championship final, which is tonight. And of course, it is Team Redline very much in the box seat. It's also jacket day, but you didn't get the memo, clearly.
What's that?
We need to find a jacket for you.
I don't think you do.
Somewhere. Oh, we do.
No,
anyway,
I look. You know.
look what? What's the descriptive word you'd use?
Yeah, push you off this broadcast in a second.
Johan Nijovski is going to be the first driver out onto the circuit, up the hill through Eau Rouge and Radion. I always sort of wonder about the importance of qualifying around Spa, but in ESL R1 it's always so important. And I was just at the stage watching Max Benica, and my goodness, he is at one with that car. It's almost like, you know, when you're watching a driver and it looks like even if they did something catastrophically wrong, they just wouldn't crash.
Yeah.
That's what Max Benica looks like right now.
But will that last? This is the thing with that kind of form, is that's it's almost like there's only so much of that you can use in an event. It does fade in these LAN events, so we'll have to wait and see. As we'll see Nijovski piece together the first lap of this qualifying session. The first sector, which is arguably the easiest to replicate because it is really just one corner and then going up over Rouge and Radion, which is not too bad. You can get slowed up penalty there, but it's they're very much within it. 39.0 is about 10th of a bit off where we'd want. Going into Puon now and departing our way down towards Fania, or as I like to call it, Piff Paff. It's much better.
I thought that was the proper name, to be honest. But
well, I think Fania is, well, it depends on which track
they can't really make their mind up, can they, to be honest?
It's the only reason I really hate Spa.
Through this chicane, whatever it's called, he goes, and then into Stabilo and the couple Freya to come a little bit later on. This is a pretty important couple of corners as well, because you need that run right the way to the bus stop chicane. We'll get that middle sector coming through in a moment, and it's pretty good from Nijovski. A 58.8 is right around where he'd want to be. Think we're on course at the moment for a 13.8 maybe. We'll see what happens through the bus stop chicane.
Indeed. Let's see if Nijovski can start this session on a high, ending the lap. We're aiming for something like in the mid 2-minute 13s. I think this is going to be slightly slower than that. Something like a 0.7, maybe a 0.8 push. Might even be slower than that. That's fine. Let's see what Nijovski can do as he heads up towards the line. First lap time of this qualifying session will end up being a 2-minute 13.7.
So he did do well through the bus-up chicane, clearly, to make up a bit of time. Here's Josh Rogers, who has lots of history with this circuit, of course. He's got lots of history with all of them, to be fair. Let's see how he can do into the final chicane. And if Porsche Coanda Esports are going to do anything as far as winning this championship goes, they do need him to be on song. Through the final couple of corners now, I'm afraid the first sector is pulling him back a little bit, and considering that it is only one corner, as you say, that's a big surprise to see. Over the line for Josh Rogers, a 13.9.
Yeah, indeed. And not that many changes with that big Allen key that sticks out. It's not an Allen key. It does look like one. Have you seen it on the pool? Next time when you see Charlie Collins drive around, you'll see a big Allen key in the top of the car.
All right.
Sebastian Job, of course, will work his way now down into the final corner. First sector is pretty good, right on the money. Second sector, a little bit slower than we want. This should be faster than Nijovski, though. I think it might be a 0.6 from Sebastian Job as he heads up towards the line. Is he pleased with it? Not super pleased, but it'll be enough to put him there with a 13.585. I think he's okay with that.
I think he will be. I think Max Benica is going to be the only driver who can get near that, if I'm honest with you, but willing to be surprised. Here's Dominic Blyer through Blanchimont now. A 39.1 from him also in that first sector, and this is looking very similar to Josh Rogers' time at the moment. I wonder whether he can just do a bit of a better bus stop chicane, and he can get towards where Darren McCormack surely is going to be, as Williams try and add to their 17 points they scored in that opening round. It's a 14-0 though.
Yes, indeed. Luke Bennett, then the next one to come through. And Team Redline did score more points in the previous race than everyone else. They scored 33 points to Mouse's 26. So things are still looking good for the Redline team. They could do with a couple of 1-2s, though, just to make their life a little bit easier later on. Let's see if they're going to get one here. First sector, really good. Second sector, slower than Sebastian Job, though, by a fair margin. I think it's going to slot him ahead of Nijovski, but behind Sebastian Job. He is not happy with that one. It's going to be a 13.6. There it is, 6.90.
Well, both Team Redline cars cars are up there, though, and so they'll be pleased with that. But what can they do about Max Benneker? That middle sector is outrageously good. A pretty low 58.7 is very, very strong indeed. And we have got a right... battle on our hands for pole position here. Into the final bus stop chicane for the driver who's won the previous 4 races in a row. Going for a record. Can he do it from pole here? Up towards the line for Max Benneker. He can! It's a 13.4! Something we've not seen all week so far. Max Benneker surely has got pole position.
I don't see anyone beating that. Maybe Darren McCormack might be able to sneak one. Maybe James Baldwin. Those are the only 2 drivers that I can really see potentially doing it. Charlie Collins has got the pace, but a 4.99, that's a very impressive lap time from Max Benneker. His teammate who started from the final row and scored a couple of positions gained for the MVP award, Yuri Kastrup, will be the next one up towards the line. Here he goes as he crosses the beam. It'll be good enough to put him into 6th.
Got to say, when I was at the arena earlier on, Yuri Kastrup still looked like either he hadn't recovered from his illness or he was still ill, I'm afraid. He didn't look too well, but hopefully his race goes a little bit better this time round. Here's Charlie Collins into the final couple of corners, sort of so-so in the first couple of sectors. I think he'll be quite near his teammate, Josh Rogers, actually, who's held on to 5th place so far. Hitting the curb at the very final corner there, not especially ideal, but we'll see what the time is. 13.8, is it? 13.9, just about.
Yeah, not ideal for Collins, but that's fine. I'm sure Brollins is watching. Obviously, his younger brother, Bryn Collins, be keeping his eyes to what's happening with the Porsche Carrera team. I will say, by the way, when I said about the MVP award, it's unchanged. Kaiki Oliveira is still leading it by 2 positions gained. I know, it'd be crazy. Charlie Collins is one that could challenge for that. He's 5th on at the moment with 7 overtakes. Here's Thibaut Casabon into the final complex. First sector, not too great. Second sector's okay. I think it's going to be around the 0.7 margin that his teammate was on, Erhan Yoski. Let's see where he ends up. He's exactly, well, a little bit behind that, 0.8, but puts him into 5th still.
Yeah, they're pretty close and well matched, as they were in the first race, actually. They just need to be well matched a bit further up the field. Here's Darren McCormack, the only driver who could realistically challenge Max Benneker, although I don't think he'll quite get there. He was about the same in the first sector, about a 10th off in the second from Max Benneker, so it needs to be an extraordinary final sector from Darren McCormack, and he hasn't got it based on that reaction. Punches the steering wheel. This could be 3rd, 4th, maybe worse, 5th place for Darren McCormack.
Didn't headbutt the wheel, though, so at least he's not taking any notes from Kevin Siggy. James Baldwin, next one up. We still call him the world's fastest gamer only because there's only been 2 competitions in the world's fastest gamer. One was run by Rudy Van Buren years ago, like 2016, 2017. And the second one was won by James Baldwin. And there hasn't been one since, so technically he still counts as the world's fastest gamer. Of course, coming through the final complex for Guild. Sector's not looking so ideal, though. I think it might be a 0.8, 0.9, somewhere in that kind of margin based on the times that we're seeing. And it is indeed a 0.9, puts him ahead of Yuri Kastrup behind Josh Rogers.
Look how close this qualifying session is. Half a second, pretty much, separating the entire field. We'll see whether Bono House can get in with that half a second as well for Guild. Not bad so far for the 30-year-old in the first couple of sectors. Want to be in the 38s ideally in Sector 1, but he was pretty close to it, and he's in the 58 for the second sector. Hits that curb as well through the final corner. Let's see if that affects him at all on the way up towards the line. Should be near his teammate. He's a bit ahead of him in 6th place.
Yeah, it's not bad from Boy. God, when you said he was 30, I was like, oh my God, I remember when me and him were both quite young. Oh my God, I'm getting old. There is someone who's already 30, though. It is, of course, Max Benneker. I only know that he's 30 because George Morgan's repeated on this broadcast this weekend probably about 4 or 5, maybe 30 times, actually, to be fair. Could he be staring at another victory here?
I think so. And we know that 5 in a row would indeed be a record that will set 3 days ago. So we've never had quite such a record broke quite so quickly since the start of ESL R1, because Josh Rogers got out ahead in 3 and has not been beaten until the other day.
Well, I mean, Luke Bennett, I think Luke Bennett was the first one to do 3. Rogers also had it. There's a few drivers that have had 3.
Didn't Rogers do the clean sweep in Poland? Anyway, we'll get to that back in a second. We'll get back to that. Qualifying results first. Max Benneker takes another pole position ahead of Sebastian Job and Luke Bennett, with Erhan Yoski 4th. Darren McCormack disappointed with 5th, although he will be decently placed. Bono House in the top half, ahead of Thibaut Casabon, ahead of the 2 Porsche Commander Esports drivers. It's James Baldwin in 10th, ahead of Yuri Kastrup and Dominic Blyer. Again, I'll reiterate, just 5 tenths and 6 thousandths of a second separating the field.
You are indeed right. It was in Poland where Josh Rogers won all 3 races. Luke Bennett did it a couple of weeks later and won all 3 races in round 3 in the online. Of course, we have also seen it from Sebastian Job, and we have seen 3 in a row come in from James Baldwin at LAN. But this is something we haven't really seen, a precedent we haven't really seen. It is slightly skewed, though, because of how the last chance races were yesterday. In a much weaker field, he was able to win 3 in a row. So I still think that 4 in a row for him is less impressive than Sebastian Job's was on Driver Championship Thursday. That said, 5 in a row, it's still the record.
Exactly. What if he goes for 5? And then what are we going to do when he's not in the next 2 races? That's a conundrum we haven't quite worked out yet.
It's 5 in a row, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I guess Rogers
My spreadsheet has it in order of what races they've done.
Yeah,
so,
exactly, yeah.
You know.
So it will look right.
Yes.
And it will look very impressive if he manages indeed. He's going to have his work cut out, though, isn't he? He's got so many drivers around, so many strong drivers around him and behind him for now. As you say, it's different to yesterday on that front.
And of course, this was the only circuit he was beaten at yesterday. It was Kevin Ellis Jr. Who made a move for the Apex Racing team. And so Max Benneker will probably feel that. He's going to come under a heavy amount of pressure as they work their way up the hill towards Les Combes. That's where there might well be a move from the likes of Sebastian Job. Team Redline, I'm pretty sure Andre Kuntzman behind the scenes as team manager here for this week will probably be saying this is, I wouldn't say must win, but they need to start that momentum now.
Well, yeah, they're 97 points off finalist mode at the moment, so what they'll want to do, I guess, is divide that by 3 and roughly get 34-ish points a race, which winning would get you a long way away.
Oh, they got 33 last one.
Yeah, they got 33 last one, so they need a little bit more than that for the next couple of races, and then they'll get there. But, you know, as Cam said earlier on, it may just be denying the inevitable for the other teams. We'll see on that front, but there is a very big gap now. 45 points between Team Redline and Team Vitality, who lost a whopping 27 during that race at Jeddah. It's time to find out what happens at Spa, though. It's race 2 in the Esports World Cup Teams Championship Final. Team Redline still in the driving seat as far as the title goes. A battle for second, though, that is very, very interesting indeed as well. We'll keep an eye on all of that over the course of 7 laps here at Spa-Francorchamps. We're racing again, and it's a good jump from 4 in a row. Max Benneker looking to make it 5 in towards turn 1 and La Source. It's late on the brakes from Sebastian Job, who was second at Jeddah.
Whoa.
It's a round and a spin for one of the Williams cars. It's Darren McCormack who's gone around.
It is indeed Darren McCormack, so Williams not going to be scoring well in this one. Unfortunately, Don Blyer is in position, though, and could move forward, at least when it comes to the MVP award.
Johan Jajoski had a huge save there on the way up the hill through Eau Rouge and Radion. He would have had a triple slipstream, but it's up to the BMWs to fight for it. Here goes Sebastian Job with Luke Bennett pushing him to glory in towards Les Combes, and he's going to get there. Sebastian Job leads ahead of his teammate Luke Bennett, who's in second, although Max Benneker giving him a hard time into Malmedy.
Redline Express about to claim another victim straight around the outside of Malmedy. Big slide coming in from Charlie Collins as we get out of Malmedy down towards Ravage. It's a Redline 1-2. Sebastian Job and Luke Bennett lead the field at the moment as Benneker desperately tries to fend off Jajowski as we head down into No Name.
That's that. Sebastian Job surely he's going to win this race. Look at the gap he's got. Look who's defending him in second position. It's a perfect situation for Team Redline, who are looking to take this team's championship final by the scruff of the neck and win it as quickly as possible. Side by side between Charlie Collins and James Baldwin continues, by the way. The fighting has gone on for more than half a lap now. It's for 5th position. Charlie Collins takes the place.
I will say, James Baldwin did have a pretty mega start, though. I saw he almost even jumped it, to be perfectly honest. He was so aggressive on that start. You can see him here, of course, up now into 6th position, pulling out a bit of a gap on Don Blyer. And like I say, it was very impressive for him. Could well be, again, moving his way into the MVP award, whether there's going to be enough races for him to get past Kaiki Oliveira, who genuinely could end the day top of the MVP. And I'm pretty sure BS Competition will be here and watching that one pretty closely, because that's 50 grand for that.
Also, Blyer is a contender there, isn't he?
Yeah, he's second.
So he needs to move up. Can't remember where he qualified, though. I think he's making up some places in that. We'll get to that. We'll try and keep an eye on the MVP award across the day as we go on board with Sebastian Job, who was the unofficial MVP, certainly our driver of the day, if you like, from race 1, day 1, I should say, because he won 4 in a row and took that record, of course, against the 12 of the very best.
Dom Blyer qualified last. So at the
nice.
moment, he would be taking over the lead of the MVP. He needs to gain 2 positions to join Kike Oliveira, and so he needs to gain 3 to take over the lead of the MVP award standings at the moment. So it does seem as though Dom Blyer might be doing it, but let's just see if that one's going to change, because look at all this that he's got to fend off. And remember, it's about where you start versus where you end, not the overtakes themselves.
Yeah, it's Josh Rogers. Oh, contact as Dom Blyer tries to hang on to that position here. Oh, it's 3 wide. That's why there's so much contact. Josh Rogers doesn't quite realise it. Thibaut Casabon was over the gravel there. Oh, and he's in the gravel again. Through Lecombe. What a mess that was on the run up the hill. Rogers has 7th place. Yuri Kasdorp goes through as well.
Absolute disaster there. I mean, that was just so messy between the lot. And Dom Blyer goes down to 10th spot, so he's gained 2 in this one. But that was very chaotic.
Yeah, really silly. I think, as I say, Rogers didn't quite realise they were 3 wide, and so they were all trying to give each other space, but when you don't know how many cars to give space to, it's pretty difficult. Casabon trying to go down the inside and make up all the positions in one go, because Vitality do need them. Hanyoski's in the top 5 at the moment, but he's got pressure from Charlie Collins, and Casabon is nowhere near him at the moment, not scoring very many points at all after only scoring 2 in the opening race. So it's a difficult situation for Vitality, and I think the interest today is going to be a lot about that battle for second place. It's going to be a points battle, I would suggest, and it's going to be very close. All 5, excuse me, covered by 28 points going into this race.
And we saw Max Benneker there, who's up to 2nd spot. Will that key be crushed at the end of the day, or can Mouse pull off the most unbelievable story that we will have ever seen, to be fair, probably in sim racing's history? I think it is unlikely Benneker having to drag around the Mouse team to maybe try and sneak something special. For them, though, it's more about moving forward and earning some more dollar bills for them when it comes to handing out the prize money. And this again, $400,000 on the line as the entirety of the prize pool here in the Teams Championship.
I think that was Hanyoski at least looking down the inside of Luke Bennett there, not really sure what was going on as Benneker weaves around a little bit, trying to catch Sebastian Joe, but at 1.1 seconds, that's going to be very, very difficult indeed. Up the hill they go. Will Hanyoski give this a go? Because on the opening lap, he had a right wiggle at the bottom of Eau Rouge. That didn't really allow him to get involved in the fighting. But he's right there now, looking for slipstream as Benneker defends again. Here comes James Baldwin as well, looking at the inside of Charlie Collins just for 5th place, and he does get that position.
Yeah, good move there for Baldwin to sneak his way past. So Baldwin's made up quite a few positions in this race, as well as Bunnerhaus has made his way past Yuri Kasdorp. So where Guild struggled in the previous race after a penalty point as well, they scored just 2 points back in Jeddah. They are looking much stronger in this. Seb Hawkins, who will be, of course, team manager of the squad, will be keeping an eye on it closely. Let's see what happened at T1.
It's Casabon.
It is Casabon, yeah.
Casabon on McCormack, who might well get a penalty for that. We will have another look in a few minutes' time. He's come from a long way back too.
It is messy. That is one of those ones where you'll be like, oh, maybe they need to be a little bit earlier a little bit easier with some of the drivers when it comes to penalties on lap 1, but that one is almost certainly a slam dunk.
And he has indeed got a penalty, 4 points to take away from Vitality as well, which is quite a lot. There were 2 penalties in the last race, by the way. I'm not sure if we mentioned them yet.
No.
We'll get to that now. Guild and Williams both with 1 point taken away for incidents. That was from Bonnerhaus and Darren McCormack, respectively. McCormack for weaving around at the end, as we saw him trying to get the slipstream to play. It's kind of it's a difficult one, because in the name of the rules, in the actual wording of the rules, he did break them, I would suggest, but in the spirit of them, he didn't really affect the race, to be honest, by weaving like that.
Which is why it's a warning, but a warning still gets you one licence point, 1 penalty point, which is taken away from the team's total. So there is that to deal with. We're riding on board with Luke Bennett sat in 3rd position at the moment, staring at Max Benneker. I will say, as we take a look at the drone shot running down into turn 1 at La Source, Sebastian Jove's not 100% out of this right now. The gap's kind of hovered around the 1.2, 1.1 seconds. The thing is obviously Max Benneker's not going to get any assistance from Luke Bennett here when it comes to bump drafting.
At the same time, he's not bringing down this gap either, Max Benneker. So I think even if there wasn't anybody behind him right now, he would find this a real struggle to get up to the leader. As we go on board with Hanyoski, he's going to have a grandstand view of this battle for second place as Luke Bennett moves to the outside. Team Redline stepping into the void and maybe giving themselves 45 points towards their total. It's Luke Bennett in second place. He's got some time to hang on here, but this is the fight for seconds. Sebastian Job is away with the win.
Yeah, Job's gone now. That is sealed it. So Sebastian Job will, whilst on the second on the all-time winner list, whilst there was a certain Max Benneker that was trying to close back in to retake second. Of course, that one win in the previous race will grow out in favour, and we won't get 5 in a row from Maximilian Benneker. It just seems a little bit too far of a stretch. Replay of it though. Let's see the move from Sebastian Job working his way past the lead.
This is lap 1, just after the start incident that we had a replay of a couple of moments, and then interested to see what happens just behind as well, because it looked like Benneker wanted the 2 red lines to go through almost. This was the response a few laps later. Erhan Yoski pushing him through, almost trying to follow through, but actually couldn't. Benneker could take the apex, and we thought at that stage maybe he could run away with second place, but that's clearly not the case. He's in a fight here.
Thibaut Casabon's picked up another penalty point, so it's up to 5 for Max Benneker now, and it just means that it's only they're struggling. It's only a single point for the day's action for them.
So far, yeah, but we haven't added this race's total to them yet, so we'll obviously do that afterwards. But yeah, you're right, lots of penalty points and points taken away from Team Vitality as things stand. No fighting in towards the bus stop chicane this time round. Thought they were so close they were going to go for it, but that's a view maybe to the final lap that it won't be over by the final corner.
Nope, certainly not. Once again, viewing over the shoulder there, Max Benneker closing in. Could well be able to sneak a good couple of points here. At the moment, it's looking like it will be 45 points for Team Redline, which, of course, will move them closer and closer to finalist mode. Again, they cannot do it in the next race, courtesy of the result from Jeddah, but it does mean that they will definitely be looking at doing it at the end of race 4, which means for race 5 they could take it, and it probably will be these 2 back in the car, maybe.
Here's Max Benneker on the outside line, going straight through. The BMW is so fast in a straight line, the slipstream powerful enough to allow them clearance on the way in towards Lecombe. On the both times they've overtaken each other so far, they've actually taken the racing line into the corner, which is quite unusual.
Yeah, indeed, a lot of slipstream and a lot of chopping and changing. They've got the 2 Audi R8s of Erhan Yovski and James Bolton behind. Charlie Collins as well sat in arrears also, and I wonder how far James Bolton is out of the when it comes to the MVP award, because I'm trying to see where the other groupings are. I think there's quite a lot of them that are just very, very far down, but you never know when the day proceeds. You just don't really know where it's going to end up.
And Kaki Oliveira on top at the moment with only 10. These guys could get at least 4 races today. The maximum you could have as an individual is 5. So anyone's got a chance, basically.
Yeah, and also I do just want to update something. I didn't even realise it in the previous race because of Charlie Collins' progress, because Charlie Collins went up 3 positions. Charlie Collins is also joint leader now. Apologies for not mentioning that earlier on, which means, depending on where he started, where did he start?
He started, they started 7th and 8th, or 8th and 9th. I'm not sure which way round they were. I think Charlie Collins was about 8th at the end of the qualifying session.
Charlie Collins was 8th.
And that's another 2 positions. So he's the current leader of the MVP, but there's 12 more drivers who are about to have another 2 races before he gets back in again.
That is true. We'll update you again as best we can, but Charlie Collins will become the points leader on the MVP side of things, which is, again, it's about positions gained throughout the race. It's your starting position versus your race end position. If you lose positions in the race, it doesn't take anything away. It is purely a positive points format for them. Penultimate lap of the race though, and I think the fastest lap did just switch into the favour of Max Benneker, courtesy of the slipstream and the overtake, because obviously he was able to take the racing line through Lecombe, but the gap already being 1.5, 1.6 seconds. It looks like Luke Bennett still might be able to sneak his way past.
Will there be games played here for the final lap, or will there be another overtake for Luke Bennett, who bounces over the curb at the bottom, but he's able to save it and have some great speed over the top of the hill. He's almost alongside by the kink in the straight, but he's lifted out. The games have begun. They haven't started behind though. James Baldwin's going for this, and Luke Bennett's trying to help his countryman here. Down the inside of Erhan Yoski. Here goes Baldwin on the inside line. Can't quite do it. Trying to redeem the heroics of the spring season major, but can't quite get up into 4th position on that occasion.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, Baldwin's had some good history around this circuit, and I'm not going to try and remember the full name. It's the SRO Esports Mobileye Intercontinental GT Challenge. Something like that, yeah. Of course, that was back in 2023, 23, no, it was 22, wasn't it? Where he won the championship.
Yeah, Williams
which
won
was
in 23.
Exactly, yeah. So it was those that won it in 22 in a very wet 24 hours of Spa, which ended the season there. And I distinctly remember a couple of spins from his teammate Eamon Murphy. Sorry if you're watching, Eamon, but I will bring it back up on this broadcast. Baldwin, though, in 5th, unable to work his way through on Thibaut Casabon, but after the poor qualifying for him, and I will say 5th place, pretty decent.
Yep, certainly is. On board with Hanyoski into the final part of Sector 2. Chasing Max Benneker, Luke Bennett here. I think it's an interesting call from Bennett to stay behind there, because I think he thinks that he can go through on the way towards Le Combe and stay through. However, Benneker's going to have a chance into that final bus stop chicane.
Yeah, but we've normally when it comes to the end of the race, we've very, very rarely seen an actual move into the bus stop on the last lap, because it is quite easy to cover off, and you have to be really, really brave to try it, and you're risking a crash at all times when you're trying it. You're risking penalty points, you're risking losing a lot more positions. So I wonder if Luke Bennett is trying to guarantee his way past, and then Max Benneker might not put it all on the line as he heads down into that final complex of corners down at the bus stop.
It's not going to be quite as simple for Luke Bennett this time. Last lap round, he was very close to Max Benneker. This time, he's not as close. There's the rear view camera. You can see on the right hand side, and already Benneker weased around. Got to be careful of moving too many times, because there's 2, and there's the move back to the racing line, which is allowed. However, he's got to be careful about weaving round further now as they get to the Kemmel Straight. He should probably just stay to the right hand side and set the wheel straight. In position. Here we go. Around the Kemmel King. He put it to the right side. Now he moves to the racing line. He can't defend from here now. He's going to allow Luke Bennett to the inside line. Does he get there? They're going to pop into shot in a moment. There they go. Luke Bennett on the inside line as Sebastian Job is going to take the race win here surely in a few moments' time. There's the side-by-side. Is it going to be a red line 1-2?
Inside line coming down to Rivage for Luke Bennett as they slam onto the brakes. Benneker's sending it in as hard as he can into Rivage. It'll give him the inside line at no name. What a fantastic defence by Max Benneker. Fresh off of 4 consecutive victories for Mouse. That is incredible.
And looking to get the cutback here, Luke Bennett, but I'm not sure he's quite close enough on the way towards Pouhon. This is going to be settled into the final bus stop chicane.
Absolutely incredible scenes there where Luke Bennett can find a way past. Like you say, we're out of options really. You can't do it into Fagny, you can't do it into Campus, you can't do it into Stavelot, and you can't really do it into Blanchimont. It all comes down to the bus stop. Sebastian Job is away and clear as he moves himself forward bit by bit, step by step, closer to 30 victories in ESL R1. This will be number 29, but Benneker has a lot on his table to hang on to second.
And Job's 13th of 2024 as well as they make their way towards Blanchimont for the final time. I'm not sure Bennett's close enough here, although he is gaining. He's gaining, and I think he'll be close enough for at least a go here. On the way into the final braking zone of the race, down to the outside, red line looking for 1-2. Benneker jumps as much as he can. In towards the braking zone they go. Bennett aggressive, leans on the German as Sebastian Job takes race 2 of the team's championship final. Who takes second? We're not sure. It looks on the timing screen like it's Bennett. He just about gets there. It's a team red line 1-2.
Great driving between the two of them. That was absolutely fantastic. And for Sebastian Job, a very well-deserved victory here. Yet another one for him in ESL R1. Saw the fist bump, saw the disappointment from him, of course, a few days ago. He has sorted that out, put that one to bed, and comes out on top here. There's Benneker, there's Siggy, the driver's champ.
Benneker not pleased at all with that final chicane. I think he may feel wronged slightly by what happened. We will wait and see whether anything comes of that, but there are plenty of investigations going on as things stand into that final lap.
Now, potentially, if Sebastian Job, of course, will come back into race 5, where red line is the earliest point now that red line can be in finalist mode, it does mean that his 30th victory could seal the team's championship in race 248. I know you hate my spreadsheet, but I'm still going with it.
No, I don't hate the spreadsheet. I just
hate how that came.
We'll not explain our argument from earlier on this broadcast because we'll completely...
I'm still fuming about it. How dare you?
By the way, red line will be on 178 points after this race. That leaves them 52 still to get up to 230, if my maths is correct. They're very much on their way and have got well over half a century's worth of points in terms of a lead now from whoever's going to be second. It's going to be close now between Vitality and Coanda. Williams will have dropped drop back slightly after that race.
178, yeah, is what they'll be on after scoring 78 points. The best number in all of sim racing, myself and Arjuna will have you know. Of course, I'm sure Race Control will still have a few things. The only person that has picked up a penalty thus far from the race was Thibaut Casabon at 5 points. Of course, we'll head down, though, to Morgan to catch up with some of our drivers.
Thank you so much, and here I am lucky enough here to be again with Luke Bennett from Team Redline. You guys have had such a massive run for the past few days, and of course coming into today's finals in the team championships, you guys were obviously fan favorites. Everyone has eyes on Redline, especially the guys on the stream, looking at you, Luke, and giving them a shout out. So being fan favorites and having people cheer for you, and a lot of spotlight is on you guys. How does it make you feel? Does it give you a little bit more pressure, or does it make you more hungry for the win?
I think it's a bit of both, you know. It does add pressure knowing that we've got, you know, quite a few people watching us and that we're quite a well-known team within the esports and motorsport world. But it's also nice to know that people are supporting us, you know, and it can give us that extra boost, you know, to perform well and give the people what they want. You know, we have a lot of supporters, so I'm sure they're going to be cheering in our Twitch chat after that one too, there.
You shout out to them as well. And of course, we noticed one thing, that for the first race and the second race, you guys had Beneke, of course, as the bigger threat. This guy is an absolute beast. And I believe whoever we asked, it's mostly been whoever we spoke to, from Kawanda, from Mouse, from any other organization or team, they always said that Redline was the biggest and mostly, of course, the fan favorites. Would you say the same thing about Beneke here coming into the first two matches? The first one for you guys was a little bit rough, but for the second one, you got a first and second. That's the best you could hope for.
Yeah, the first race wasn't so ideal, you know. I think me and Sebi struggled a bit to get up to pace at first. It was a bit of a feisty race for me, at least. And yeah, as for Max, he's you know, he's renowned as one of the best in the world. So he's always going to be a feisty competitor. We've raced with him so much over the years that we know how he is. And yeah, I was very happy to get that move done in the last corner there on the last lap.
I don't know if you guys got that on camera as well or not, but right after the race ended, Beneke came and they had such a lovely fist bump. So I love the sportsmanship here. Again, Bennett, thank you so much and good luck for the rest of the day. And that'll be it. We're going to go off to a very quick break and continue with the second set of groups from the same teams, but with different drivers this time. The action doesn't stop, so won't we.
Hello and welcome back. Of course, we've had our second race of the tournament, looking to crown the team's champion. And it looks like Team Redline are doing pretty well out there, and they could be crowned champions come the end of the day. But still plenty of racing to go, and we will be taking you through every single race of the day. Next up, we'll be at Hockenheim, but let's have a look at how that race went. Cam Roger alongside me, as well as Zach Sweeney. And again, we are seeing Benneker. Let's talk about him first. I know it was Sebastian Job who won, but Zach, it was Benneker once again out there fighting for Mouse.
6 in a row in terms of pole positions for Benneker, and each and every single one of them, at the very least, has been converted into a podium finish. 4 of them have been victories. The other one was second place back at Spa. This time it was P3. So it seems that pole position is great at Spa for Benneker, but he falls back a little bit in the race. But of course, that was slightly slightly hindered by the fact that Redline was so strong in qualifying P2 and P3.
Cam, where are his teammates?
Exactly. Where are his teammates? That is a very good question. Unfortunately, in that case, Kaz Torpy was down in P11 in qualifying, second to last, then 9th in the race as well. So not quite what he would have wanted. Of course, when we're coming into race 3 now, we're going to see the other 2 drivers. So Beneke won't be out in the field. It's down to his teammates, and that is putting a lot of pressure. So that's Lerner and Dan Beats. They need to try and follow in with that, because realistically, if they keep winning, then they'll be able to obviously ultimately win the championship and get into finalist mode. But Sebastian Job and Luke Bennett were looking so strong in that race.
Well, let's see where that has put them all in the standings. So Team Redline obviously still leading the way with 178 points. Vitality is still holding on to second place with 86, but Porsche Coanda, they're not far off, 85 points. And Mouse have jumped all the way up to 4th with 77 points. And you have to say that, like we've been talking about, has been very much Mr. Benneker.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, Mouse have done such a good job of sort of working their way up, or well, specifically Benneker doing so, because coming into this today, of course, off the back of topping their group yesterday and working their way through, like we said before, they only had 32 points to come off, which is 14 behind Williams and 68 behind Redline. A huge mountain for them to climb, but Benneker was just like, cool, right, this is what we've got to work with. Let's go and do it. P1 to P1 in Jeddah, and then, of course, P1 to P3 in Spa, and that is going to bag him a decent 41 points. So the vast majority of the heavy lifting is being done by our Gamers 8 champion of Maximilian Benneker. But now, of course, as Cam said, he's not on the track. Maus need to step up if they want to progress, because there's some serious money gaps between each of the positions. I mean, even if they were just able to move up a couple of places, that's a good sort of 20, 30K.
Yeah.
Absolutely, and just did a quick bit of mental maths. It's something along the lines of 1-2 in the next 4 races Vitality need really to overcome Redline in that first place. So Redline are looking very strong, but it's very close in behind though. So that battle from second all the way down to sort of 4th, 5th with Mouse and Williams, that battle there for where those points and where that prize money is distributed is going to be very close.
Cam, it was nice to see as well Sebastian Job back in his element as well in that race.
Absolutely. I mean, he just did such a good job. Of course, second in qualifying, he looked quite frustrated. And to be fair, he did miss out on pole by almost a 10th for second, which is a little bit unlike him. Of course, he had the help with Luke Bennett pushing him past Benneker at the start of the race. And then he was just able to control it. Back in the first race in Jeddah, he actually looked frustrated in that second position as well. So he knows the speed that he's got, and he is really going to be the one sort of carrying that team. But again, drivers have swapped. So both Job and Bennett will not be out on the field, but I'm sure Ziggy and Roitford are just as good in the car.
I was going to say, they've got the drivers' champion involved next up. So I'm sure it's an incredibly strong lineup in general with Team Redline.
When we talk about Maus swapping their drivers, and it's a case of, well, now they don't have Benneker in the car, you cannot say the same for Team Redline. They go from one of the best driver lineups in sim racing to another one of the best driver lineups in sim racing. Of course, Bennett, Job and Siggy have all taken race victories thus far this week. Jeffrey Rietveld hasn't quite been able to do so, but he's been inside the top 5, scoring points. And at this stage of the competition, where we're only a couple of races in, that is all Redline need, a reliable point scorer. It's only when they get into finalist mode that they then need that clinical, cutthroat, merciless nature in order to go and win. And no matter what, they will always have a race winner on the track, whether that's Bennett, Job, or Siggy. Maybe Rietveld takes his first win here at Hockenheim as well. So no matter what, Redline will always have a previous race winner in the car.
And don't forget, obviously, finalist mode is 230 points, and that's when we will start seeing our champions be crowned, because then they got to win as well at the same time. So it's not quite as easy as get the points. You also have to win some races. So we head to Hockenheim next. Obviously, cars out on track at the moment, practicing ahead of this. Again, a track they know incredibly well, Cam. We've been around here a few times now. But for these drivers, they haven't been out racing this morning. Do you think that break, again, we were talking about the break yesterday, the break this morning, do you think they'll be itching to go, or do you think they were kind of getting comfortable not out there racing?
Absolutely. I think they'd been sat there behind their teammates watching those first two races, and they would have just been wanting to get straight in that car. Of course, they would have had team communication. I'm sure they would have had all of their engineers and those extra two drivers helping them in their ears as well. So they're going to be ready for this. But now this is their time to shine, because you can't let your team down. And with the format, it's almost a situation where you're as good as your worst driver, where your second driver finishes. So you just don't want to be, down in sort of the bottom 6 as such, and sort of letting your team down.
A driver we should talk about in that race in Spa was James Baldwin. He had a good race.
Very much so. I mean, off the back of Jeddah, of course, that race where he took that win for Guild on Friday. And then it just goes to show how quickly the pendulum can swing, because he was so successful on Friday, and then going into Jeddah, it was a P11 quali and a P12 race result for the world's fastest gamer. Not what he wants at all. And then at Spa, not the best of qualifyings in the world. P10, there's definitely more that Baldwin can do, considering his massive amounts of experience at Spa, both in the sim and, of course, in real world, doing two 24 hours of Spa races, and then made the progress. P5 in the end for James Baldwin. Serious points for Guild as they try and climb the order.
So we're on to race 3. When do we think Redline are going to do it, Cam?
It's looking like race 5.
6.
5 and 6 over here. Well, let's see what our commentators have to say. We're going to Hockenheim. We're going back to Germany. Let's head over to our commentary team. We've got George Morgan and Ewan O'Leary.
Thanks very much again. It is time for race 3, and that is really the discussion. When are Redline going to do it, rather than if? We'll see if indeed we get a big surprise. It is still possible, although they do have a whopping 92-point advantage. The earliest they could lose the lead is in 3 races' time, and even that would be a bit of a miracle. We could be in for something either absolutely historically groundbreaking, or indeed the inevitable finally coming to us at the end of this evening's final.
Absolutely, and I think if there's one team that needs a little bit of help, I think come the end of this entire tournament, I mean, it's obviously Porsche Coanda, who have had certainly some promising results. So for the likes of Josh Rogers coming in 3rd at Jeddah, Dane Warren, who is an avid qualifier, a brilliant qualifier at that, we'll be hoping that he can hook this one up. 99 in that first sector is not out the window at all. Now, we talk about the Porsche straight line speed. When we factor in the Parabolica, you do obviously need a good level of straight line speed. You do have a few corners like odd chicane coming through out of turn 1, of course, in towards turn 2 and turn 3. That's where things get rather technical. But I must say, Dane Warren's pace in that first sector looking, well, it's looking dynamite right now, but a little mistake coming out of the Mercedes arena, and you saw the illustration on his face. It speaks volumes.
It absolutely does. He's on course for a 35.6 as things stand, but there's still quite a few corners to go for the 2-time Supercars Pro Series winner. Those cars, of course, very unique indeed to drive, but this is a unique simulator as well. A different one, of course, here on Rennsport, utilising the GT3 cars that have been there right from the very start. Out of the final corner now for Porsche. Dane Warren sets the benchmark, and it is a 35.6.
I'm sure Sonia's cheering her son on right now. Of course, known to frequent the Geelong Karting Club in Australia, just outside of Melbourne. Signed to Porsche Coanda as a sim at Racing Works driver in January of 2023. Here's his teammate, Mitchell de Jong, who's also had his fair share of real-life racing experience. Started in karts at a very tender age indeed, and of course was invited to participate in their Young Driver Academy at Porsche in 2020. He became a Porsche Works driver as well. Comes across the line to join his teammate, though not quite as successful. Lost out quite a lot of time, in fact, over, I believe, 1.3.
Marko Pajic is next. It was at Prodigy Week recently at the Atlanta Motorsports Park in America. Maybe Arjuna can tell us a little bit more about that in a few moments' time, or later on the analysis desk, because he was there. Out of the final corner goes Payet now. He is a few tenths away. I think he'll slot himself in between the two Porsches, as long as this final sector has gone well, and he does just that.
He does. Mitchell de Jong will be kicking himself after that lap. Obviously, a slowdown perhaps factoring itself in somewhere along the line. That 1:36.947, not ideal. So Marco Payet leapfrogs him and moves into second for Gil. Daniel Pajtor, 20.0 in sector 1, 2 tenths off where he would like to be. 45.6 in the middle sector. Again, 2 tenths off, so already sacrificing 4 tenths from what could be considered an optimal lap. And his frustration fully on show behind the wheel of that Mercedes-AMG GT3. And go second fastest, though, nonetheless, toppling Marco Payet by 26 thousandths of a second.
Yeah, I don't quite understand the reaction, actually, given now I've seen the time, but anyway, there you go. Out of the final few corners now for Marcel Chinchik, maybe a tenth or so away in both sectors as things stand, but this is on course for provisional pole as things stand. Dane Warren's 35.6 is under threat here as he wiggles the wheel in the Audi out of the final corner, looks over to the left-hand side to see a time, maybe. Yes, it is. 35.5, the fastest so far. That's going to take some beating.
It took a while to come. 2 tenths quicker, though, near of the realm of Dane Warren, who now is pushed down to second place. Kevin Siggy, though, your Esports World Cup ESL R1 Drivers Champion, looking to grant Redline their own hopes and dreams of clinching the team's title. 20.1, though, in the first sector is not ideal for Kevin Siggy. 45.5 in that middle sector isn't bad, but goes second fastest behind Marcel Chinchik. So the champion in the Esports World Cup Drivers phase just falls in behind our first ever champion in ESL R1.
And just a few tenths behind with pole time fought to effectively win that final, that Drivers' Championship final a few days ago as well. This is Matt Emery, the youngest of Guild Esports quartet, making his way out the final corner in, I think, his first Rennsport LAN event. Here he goes up towards the line. I think he'll do well to go ahead of his teammate Marco Payet, and indeed doesn't. 36.0 from him.
Yeah, Matt Emery, the only outlier in this Guild Esports crew, the majority of them coming from the Mercedes team from last season. Matt Emery joining them for this year's campaign. Great to see him taking part, though, but that lap not ideal. Moritz Lerner, of course, a frequent performer in the DTM Championship in years gone by, but now this time competing in ESL R1. Let's see whether he can plant the mouse. BMW a shake of the head, certainly not in line with what we saw yesterday. Moritz Lerner only enough for 6th fastest, a 1:35.786, and slots behind Marco Payet.
And this is where the problem comes for Maus. It's all well and good Max Benneker getting 2 podiums, during his 2 races, but he needs the team help to back him up. And at currently 4th position, they could be slipping and sliding in this race if Christopher Dambeats can't produce something special here. I think he's going to be right in that mid-pack. Nobody's going to get anywhere near Marcel Chinchik just for the moment. What about Christopher Dambeats over the line now? He goes into 5th position.
Yeah, his first 2 sectors actually near enough matching Daniel Pajtor's from earlier on. So Dambeats at his home track, not able to unlock the pace. The first sector, though, for Dennis Schrodinger looks appalling. I hate to say it. 23.258. You'd ideally want to be in a 19.8 in that first sector. A 45.771. As we can see in that second sector, around 3 to 4 tenths off the pace as now he comes up towards the line. Certainly a lap to forget as far as Dennis Schrodinger is concerned, and he will well and truly start near enough at the back, a 1:40.342. He'll need the next 2 to slip up to feature higher up the order.
It should be last, yeah. Appalling, as you would say.
Yeah. I hate to be so brutal, but I'm afraid it's true.
Goodness me. Yuri Toman then through the final couple of corners. A few wins so far in ESL R1 in 2024, including one earlier this week. Can he get anywhere near his teammate here? Marcel Chinchik has set the mark. What about Yuri Toman? It's only 7th for him.
Yeah, well, Redline, they have another car to come. Siggy is already up at the top, but Jeffrey Rietveld, he's also looking for a big time, needs a big rise as well. Had a very tricky time in the second chance phase where it came down to the Drivers' Championship. Was the only Redline team member to actually not progress. 99 in the first sector, though, is very good. 45.6 in that middle sector, a couple of tenths off. Let's see what the third sector brings him. He could yet join the top 4, could go higher than Pajtor. He goes higher than Siggy, goes second fastest, Jeffrey Rietveld, but certainly in this case, they will not take the top spot here, Ewan.
Absolutely. That was a special final sector, by the way. It wasn't really in the first two where he really set the times on fire. The final one, though, was very good indeed from Jeffrey Rietveld. And before that, by the way, we had all 6 teams represented in the top 6. Other than Redline, it's a very open qualifying session.
It is very open, and I must say, I think we're going to have a very tight squabble up at the front end. Obviously, Redline having their team, 2 of their team members fighting right at the front is absolutely huge. But Ewan, take us through the standings.
It's the spring season champion from 1 year ago on pole, ahead of the 2 Redline drivers chasing behind. Dane Warren is 4th for Porsche Coanda, ahead of Daniel Pastor, who I don't really know why was furious with his lap time. He's still 5th, ahead of Christopher Danbeach. Marco Pejic is the first of the Guild Esports drivers in 7th, ahead of Yuri Toman. Then just another 200 behind him, Moritz Lerner. Matt Emery's inside the top 10, ahead of Mitchell de Jong and Dennis Schoninger, both of whom made rather larger mistakes than others on their respective laps. As I said at the start of this, I think the battle for second place is going to be so interesting in the team's standings because Redline are so far ahead of the others. And again, that qualifying result really shows you how far ahead they are of the other teams. Team Vitality at the moment have just 1 point over Porsche Coanda, who have just 8 points over Mouse, who have just 11 points over Williams and 1 point over Guild. That's just how small the increments are in the midfield. And there's a lot of money to be fought for there.
There is. Just want to note as well, Team Vitality coming into this final day in the Teams Championship phase, they did not visit Hockenheim in their string of races. Of course, they went to Jeddah, Monza, Spa in the lead up to this final day. They did, however, they did make some, podium features, obviously finishing 2nd at Daytona, 4th as well in that same race at Daytona, 3rd at Spa as well following that. But unfortunately, we haven't seen a race win, but this could be the time where they can unleash it. Obviously, having Cinchik up at the front is a huge boon for the team. Naturally, though, they need the other team members to perform, and I'm actually sort of considering at this stage, given Cinchik's form, they don't want to fall into the Mouse category where Max Benneker is very much in control of leading the team. The same could be said for Team Vitality. They don't want to allow it to just be Marcel Cinchik scoring all the points. However,
Hanyoski did finish 4th in the previous race, so that hasn't been happening for Miles quite as much. So it is interesting, yeah. These different teams, it's basically every other team than Redline have got one really strong driver and then maybe the other driver a bit further behind. As I say, before Jeffrey Rietveld came over the line in that session, we had all 6 teams represented in the top 6. That top driver still very strong indeed. A few moments away from the race then. Last time we had a race round here and I was commentating on it, we had a very big crash at the start and it involved Jeffrey Rietveld. Hopefully we don't have that again.
You a bad omen. You and
maybe.
Incredible. Well, folks, it won't be long and already the car's now out on track. Cinchik to lead them through. Safety car will very shortly be coming in. 2 Redline cars sit line astern. 2nd and 3rd, not necessarily line astern out on track. They are right now, but in a formality sense, Rietveld will be on the front row. But Ewan, it's Cinchik v Rietveld, it's turn 1, but will Siggy become a threat?
The Drivers' Championship finalist and winner, of course, Kevin Siggy, crowned his title around this circuit. Can he go from 3rd to 1st here in race 3 as we get another round of the Teams Championship final underway? It's side by side into turn 1 with Dane Warren round the outside into 3rd immediately. He might even look at 2nd place into turn 2 as well, but not quite. Here goes Christopher Danbeach defending himself in towards turn 2 as his teammate Moritz Lerner dives down the inside of a couple of cars in towards that first braking zone.
Yep, definitely a golf clap for Sonia there. Obviously watching her Sunday Warren move up to 3rd here in the standings. So Porsche Coanda now with yet another car featuring in the top 3 for the first time since Joshua Rogers did it back in Jeddah. But we have more movement further up as Warren once again looks to go onto the attack, trying to topple Jeffrey Rietveld. Rietveld denies it though. We're watching Yuri Toman under pressure with Marco Pejic in behind, who's had to filter right back behind the fellow Audi R8 LMS. And furthermore, Moritz Lerner on the tail of Dennis Schrodinger. Credit to Dennis Schrodinger, he's up to 9th. Remember, not a great lap earlier on, but look at this now from Dane Warren, trying to plough after Jeffrey Rietveld in a battle over 2nd place.
And he's through, Dane Warren through round the outside at the 9th and 10th corners of the racetrack. He is into second position, ahead of Jeffrey Rietveld and Kevin Siggy. So this is going to be an interesting battle for second place now, because the slowest car in a straight line is at the head of the train.
Yeah, no, this isn't ideal for Redline whatsoever. If they want to get this one and done, obviously they need these big results. Of course, they still have the advantage in terms of where they started. Remember, 100 points going their way in the commencement of this final day. But we can't forget, of course, Team Vitality, who sit at the top of the tree with Marcel Chinchik. They were on 72 coming into this, and as soon as Vitality start winning races, this will bring that points gap lower.
That was a big wiggle for Dane Warren. He needed to stay away from Jeffrey Rietveld there on the way towards the Parabolica, because he's going to get gobbled up otherwise. Here is the traction for the BMW. It's so strong out of there. The torque just drives it out of these corners and might drive Jeffrey Rietveld into second position, with the help of Kevin Siggy as well right behind him, bumping him all the way. Here they go into the hairpin. Dane Warren defends on the inside line. Jeffrey Rietveld decides to stay behind.
Yeah, Dane Warren there just positioning the car to the inside, trying to fend off the approaches from Jeffrey Rietveld. The Rietveld wasn't necessarily too desperate to make that move, knows that he can't afford to make any uncalculated mistakes. He needs to make calculated, successful maneuvers in order to progress with Team Redline up the order, essentially topping the group, getting into finalist mode as soon as they hit that 230 points barrier, and then winning the following race in order to clinch the team's title. That's exactly what Redline wants to do, and that's exactly what the rest of the teams in this final event need to do as well, should they want to lift the big trophy aloft. Into the final sector they go, the arena section, lap 3 to begin very shortly.
They might have to, or we might have to have a look at a replay, because I've just noticed Moritz Lerner's now last by quite a few seconds, and he was currently, or previously I should say, not very far at all behind Christopher Dambitz, who is in the top 5 for Maus. So not sure really what went on there, but we'll get another look at that. Actually, the hairpin on lap 1 was actually quite calm. I wonder whether on lap 2 there was something a bit more sinister.
Yeah, just a little bit top-heavy there. Just watching Kevin Siggy come through, a little twist at the front end of the BMW, but he seems okay, just settling himself in. The bumps on his forehead seemingly somewhat lessened. Obviously not ideal. If those of you remember and tuned in to our Drivers' Championship phase, of course, he went on to win the crown, but sustained some injuries along the way, including some blood on his forehead after hitting his head against the steering wheel. It didn't look like a hard impact from what I saw. Obviously, some footage did make its way onto the phones, as now we see once more Jeffrey Rietveld on the back of Dane Warren down the inside at Spitz Curve at the hairpin, and it looks like Rietveld might have enough of the BMW out in front, but they've still got the run down towards Mercedes. Rietveld, though, has the car in second.
And don't forget, Dane Warren got through the first time round by going down the inside at turn 8. This time it's the outside line. He breaks all the way round the outside. This could be phenomenal. Here he goes, inside at 9 and 10 now. Here comes Kevin Siggy. He'll be going through on the outside, will he? Warren's not going to let him on the outside. He'll have to go to the inside, the Drivers' Champion, into the final sector, side by side. Will Warren hang on? Yes, for now. He'll have the inside for turn 12.
Yeah, turn 12 at Sachs Corner. That will open the door. Oh, goodness me. Kevin Siggy managed to pounce on him. Immediately there was some contact further back. I think Dambitz might have come into it, but Dane Warren now at the mercy of Team Redline once again. Rietveld has coasted on by nearly a second, but look at this, coming round the final bend. Warren doing enough, but look at Dambitz up the inside. He reneges, falls back in line.
He just lifted off there. I think he should have gone for that, to be honest, but he decides to play the long game and wait. Look at the run for Kevin Siggy. There's no love lost between Coandra and Redline these days. They battle again in their long and historic rivalry here in sim racing. Two of the very best going toe-to-toe at the Esports World Cup, side by side out of turns 2, 3 and 4. And now on the run up towards the hairpin, it's going to be Christopher Dambitz, surely, who's going to have the double slipstream and the inside line. He's going to have to go for the middle. He can't get the inside, he can't go through the middle, he can't go anywhere. Here it goes on the outside line, Yuri Toman as well, as the 6 of them battle side by side off the corner.
Yuri Toman was in stealth mode. He came in quietly to join these 3 who are fighting over this podium place. Siggy still keeping Warren now behind him, but now coming coming into Mercedes. It's going to get very tough once more for both cars, with Dambits applying the pressure. Toman once again coming in as they now come into the final sector very shortly. And Toman for Team Vitality moves up to P5.
He's got the place, Toman, finally, but what a battle this is. The battle for third place is surely going to be the best position any of these guys can achieve now, because Marcel Chinchik is away and home and dry, surely. And Jeffrey Rietveld in second place surely is going to finish there too, with 2 seconds either side of him. So really this battle is for third, and for now Kevin Siggy holds the place.
Yeah, Redline very strong at this point. They may not have the lead. Chinchik is checked out. He's gone. Chinchik is on his way to becoming a race winner for Team Vitality. It'll be Team Vitality's first victory, and not only that, their first podium in this finals phase here at this point. And it's, I tell you what, a worthwhile one as well. They could be on for even more points with the way that Yuri Toman's performing right now. Of course, he's had challenges in his own right. The results haven't been stellar for young Yuri Toman. Of course, all the way from the Czech Republic, and very much part of this Team Vitality lineup. It has been for quite some time, obviously even prior to when it was known as RHE. Competed with them last season here in ESL R1 as they now head down once more to the next right-hander at the hairpin. The heavy braking zone once again on show as we see Dane Warren with Yuri Toman in behind. Dambit still settled in 6th. Payic also coming in now. So a lot of the back runners now started to join this midfield fight, and then by extension the podium fight as well. But Siggy has 4 tenths to his favour. Dane Warren though has done quite well in reclosing that gap back up.
Speaking of Dane Warren, we've got a penalty for him, I'm afraid, and 2 points taken away from Porsche Commander Esports.
They don't need that.
Yeah, exactly. Overtaking off the track at turn 1 from Dane Warren. That was on, was it Rietveld or Siggy? It was one of the red lines anyway. It was Siggy at the start of the race. That's how we got up to 3rd place initially. As you can see, those positions have reversed, and so the top 4 are exactly where they started now, albeit after a lot of action, I think it's fair to say, throughout this race so far. I think we're about to complete the first half of race 3 now. Marcel Chinchik home and dry, as I say, although he still has to complete the final 5 laps, of course. And Vitality certainly moving ahead in the fight for 2nd place. Porsche Commander at the moment only scoring 15 points, Vitality scoring 35.
Yeah, be careful not to curse poor Marcel Chinchik there, Euron O'Leary. He has got, yeah, well, you never know. I mean, he is still on top by a good, comfortable margin, 2.6. He has broken the slipstream, so it does make Jeffrey Rietveld's job a little bit more difficult should he want to win. This is such a big result for Rietveld as well. He's also had his struggles, did not manage to make it through from the second chance phase in the Drivers' Championship after an incident at Monza, but now back here in the team's phase. This is exactly what Redline have in their locker. Their ability to go from one driver pairing to the other, but still hold some of the strongest pairings, the more consistent pairings in this team's championship, and that's exactly what's going to take them to the title should they lift it aloft here today. But then again, we have seen surprises already. As once again, we keep our eyes peeled as we run on board with Yuri Toman, still hunting down after Dane Warren. Still sat in 4th, 5.2 off the top, but by and large at the moment 8 tenths away from the back of Kevin Siggy.
Yeah, and that gap only growing now. I think the podium places may even be settled now, but Team Vitality trying to make sure that that's not the case, and Yuri Toman trying to gain some positions here. He's got to get past Dane Warren first, although the gap in front is extending. There is Jeffrey Rietveld, you mentioning the only red line driver not to make it through into the Drivers' Championship final. Not that they really needed him. They finished 3 out of the top 4 anyway. But
well, 2 out of the 3 that were in finalist mode were red line drivers anyway.
As well, yeah, true. And Luke Bennett was the best placed of those non-finalist mode drivers. So, yeah, it was a very successful afternoon for them indeed. They're looking for another bit of success here as well. $140,000 on the line for the winner of this team's championship. And at the moment, Team Redline in the ideal position to seal that here today. They're best positioned. They pick up the most points of anybody if the race were to end right now by just 1 point ahead of Vitality. That just shows their dominance as they home in on finalist mode, possibly in the race after this.
Yeah. Still at the head of the field, though, Marcel Chinchik, the Hungarian. We take a look at Kevin Siggy on the right-hand side from Maribor in Slovenia. And a Drivers' Champion for the first time in ESL R1. crown that would have meant a great deal to him. This time last year, he was on our screens for very different reasons. He was, of course, furious with some of the issues that Team Redline had sustained on the lead up through to the Gamers 8 title, which would be, in the end, won by Max Benneker and Mouse, which would be Benneker's first ever championship. And, of course, we alluded to Benneker being a former Team Redline driver in his own right, but Kevin Siggy managing to exercise his raw ability and talent across many disciplines, whether it comes to single-seater racing in sim racing, or whether it comes down to even this, GT3 Grand Tourers, he has that ability. Dane Warren, we allude to his frequents down at the karting track in Geelong, obviously making, well, certainly setting in place the wheels in motion on a brilliant sim racing career since joining the Porsche Coanda lineup. Joining the likes of Mitchell de Jong, his teammate, who currently sits down in 10th place. Mitchell de Jong, incidentally, talking about real life sim racing careers, he harbours quite an exquisite CV in his own right. Has done racing in karts, has done off-road, as well as truck racing as well, believe it or not. So he has really done it all, and all the way from California in the USA. So representing from all the way stateside, Arjuna, obviously part of our broadcast team, also from the United States of America.
He lives in California these days as well, and I'm willing to bet they don't live anywhere near each other.
No, probably not. It's quite
huge.
a vast state, I think.
It's rather large, so I bet they don't live very near each other. But yeah, Mr. de Jong is one of the most versatile sim racing drivers I've ever seen, to be honest. He's top 3'd in so many different disciplines in iRacing World Championship competition, which is hard enough to even get into a season of. He's done so many seasons of on oval side of things, in rallycross on the road as well. He can do literally everything at the moment in 10th place, though. And we're starting to see now the traditional Hockenheim race, actually. The first half was very exciting indeed. This is more like what you see, very few battles, because it's probably the hardest circuit to overtake on of the ones we've got here.
Yeah, very tricky. I mean, generally your opportunities are going to come in the heavy braking zone, and obviously if you can get the run heading out to Parabolica, it's a slipstream fest pretty much around there. We have, of course, seen the how effective the slipstream is. We've seen it at Jeddah. Of course, we've seen it at Spa, time on time heading up through Kemmel. As we now watch them head through turn 1 once more. Chinchik 2.5 clear of Jeffrey Rietveld in second. Kevin Siggy, who is also 1.5 seconds, I would say, in behind his teammate Rietveld right now. Dane Warren, who has very much lost touch, 1.2 behind Siggy right now, as we watch Yuri Toman on right of our screens, trying to close up on that 5/10 gap between he and Dane Warren to at least try and bring Vitality even more points, because anything on top of Chinchik's victory would be a bonus.
Just 16 points would be required in the next race, by the way, for Team Redline to get into finalist mode, if indeed that's what's going to happen, because they are getting very, very close indeed now, although they do need that extra race win, of course, once they're in finalist mode to take the title itself. 16 points, by the way, would constitute a 5th and a 6th place finish, or a different combination. Second and last, there's lots of combinations, so I won't go through them all, but you get the picture. That's the kind of thing we're looking at as we have a look at Marcel Chinchik for the first time in a while. It's a good start for Team Vitality to have him on song. I feel like when he was, not on song on Friday, they were not very good, and then when he was, they were as well. He, of course, had trouble in that first race. They had trouble getting caught up in the opening pile-up at Jeddah, of course, which put them in danger right at the bottom of the standings after the opening round of races. In the second round, though, they were able to put in 4 good results and get into this Team's Championship final the easy way by doing it on Friday.
Yeah, listen to that Audi R8 LMS we must say, watching Chinchik cross the line, beginning the final lap here at Hockenheim. Coming down through towards turns 2 and 3 and 4 by extension before they run around the Parabolica. And further back, there is Dane Warren. Yuri Toman still in pursuit. Christopher Dambit's not having a bad race either. Mouse scoring some points, but like we said, they need another driver to fly the flag aside from Max Benneker. Moritz Lerner currently stationed at the very tail end of the field. It hasn't been a great day for him, one iota. Matt Emery just sat in front of him, and they're quite a ways disconnected off the rest of the field. Otherwise than that, you've got Pajic, Pajtor, Schrodinger in close proximity. They're trying to chase after Christopher Dambitz, as now we watch Warren heading out of Spitz Curve. Still Toman in tow, in behind the Porsche Coanda driver as they burst down through towards towards Mercedes, but Chinchik in control is checked out 2.8 now to the good, and that gap has only shown signs of growing. It's now broken to nearly over 3 seconds now as he starts threatening even more so, and his lap times have been stellar. Kevin Sticky still with the fastest lap as they now head around, but we've got a little bit of tussling further back here, Ewan.
I think the two Williams cars went side by side and may have sabotaged themselves here, because Mitchell de Jong's now on the outside of Daniel Pastor, but it doesn't look like that will change too much. Marcel Chinchik looks like he's going to come through to take another win. Somewhat unbelievably, before this week, he hadn't taken a win in 2024. Well, now he's just doubled his tally for the year. Marcel Chinchik wins at the Hockenheim Ring to add to his Monza victory of before, and he gets Team Vitality into a more secure second position in this team's championship final.
Yeah, huge result for Team Vitality, their first win of this championship final phase. Now, can they push on from here? Yuri Terman finishing as strong as he did obviously helps, but Redline still second and third. It's been a sensational display from them. Jeffrey Rietveld really putting the demons to bed from previous, obviously leading through to this championship, but now he's back and at his best.
Absolutely, it is time for the race 4 very shortly, of course. Marcel Chinchik probably can't wait for it to start. He'll have to wait a few moments, of course. It is Daytona coming up next, the high banks on the other side of this break, and we will be back in a few moments' time with that 4th race.
Race 3 is done. It was Hockenheim, and it was Marcel Chinchik who took the win for Vitality, giving some extra points in this team tournament to see if they can beat Team Redline. I'm not sure they're going to be able to, but we're going to keep seeing and keep looking at all of the numbers and crunching everything for you to see exactly who is going to win this team championship. Alongside me, Cam Roger and Arjuna Kankapati as well. We did see Vitality do all right then, didn't we, Arjuna? It was kind of like, hang on a minute, we're still in this.
Yeah, and Marcel Chinchik's going to be doing races 3, 4, 5, and 6, so 4 in a row. And really starting off well, Master of Monza, but able to grab the checkered flag in the victory at the Hockenheim ring and really build up the margin, right? And so it was at the start where all of that battling kind of allowed him to break away. What a fight it was, though. This is a contender for Player of the Day as Dane Warren put the pressure onto Team Redline.
Absolutely, but in the background there was a bit of carnage. That's how Morris Lerner got spun around. Matt Embry involved in that one. The number 20 machine going around. A little bit just chock-a-block with all the drivers trying to stay in single file. But then we move back up towards the battle with, of course, Dane Warren. And it was down the inside from Jeffrey Reveld, who had a stern defense and in the end came out on top.
And yeah, we've been saying that Jeffrey Reveld maybe not seen his entire potential so far at this Esports World Cup, but I think we definitely saw that a bit more today in terms of qualifying, but the race performance as well. And you saw the lurking Mouse machine behind. They're definitely just trying to continue accumulating points. No Bennica, obviously, in these 3rd and 4th races. The frustration evident, though, for Warren. Did get a penalty as part of that battle for running off the track, but elation for Marcel Chinchik, who, well, I've got to say, first win of the Esports World Cup's taken him a little bit of time.
It has indeed. Don't forget you can get your predictions in. Just head to stcplay.gg and you can get your predictions in for who's going to win the team championship. Obviously, in a couple of races' time, we think. We're not sure. We've just had race 3. We've still got race 4 to come in Daytona. So what can we expect heading to Daytona? We saw Chinchik doing so well in that one for Vitality, but we also saw Team Redline doing incredibly well in 2nd and 3rd with Rietveld and Siggy bringing home some important points.
Yeah, I think from yesterday, the Audi looks strong here. Chinchik's obviously feeling good. He's doing 4 races in a row so that he can also do Monza, which would be next after this one as well. As it stands, it does look like Redline have the opportunity to get into finalist mode during this event. It depends.
Yeah, we think that they only are going to need about 16 points to hit 230, reaching finalist mode. But what Cam was saying before his mic cut off about Marcel Chinchik being at Monza...
We had enough of him, that was why.
Had enough of it. That is crucial because, again, this is what we were talking about at the start of the day. Choosing which drivers are in which race will determine when we might wrap this competition up. And even though we know Redline would be strong, if it is Job and Bennett that head out there at Monza, Master of Monza Chinchik, you've got to expect he'll be the favorite. And then it starts to set up trips to Fuji, to Jeddah, to find out if we close this off before race 9.
So practice is underway. The cars are out on track at Daytona for the 4th race of the day. Of course, we have just been to Hockenheim and before that Spa. So very different tracks, obviously, from Daytona. We talk about this a lot, the different characteristics of a track. And Daytona is the one that really does stick out as a very different track, doesn't it?
Absolutely. It's the Slipstream Games. Multiple times so far we've seen the person in 1st place coming out of the bus stop chicane end up in 3rd place because there's been a push draft to the line by 2 cars working together. Whether they are teammates or not is not really an important factor here. As long as you get a friend that you've been kind to, they will push you to the front. And it is a little bit of, you know, the sort of the NASCAR oval style racing here, just with the fact that we use basically all of the 2.5 miles of the banking.
Yeah, they were racing at Daytona actually this weekend in NASCAR competition. And one thing that I saw was they completely repaved the Le Mans chicane bus stop area and taken out the grass, right? Which adds such a jeopardy to that corner. You've got to make sure you don't slow your momentum too much, run into that grass, because that even more compromises you on that blast of the checkered flag. This is one of those tracks where, you know, GT3 racing is great, but I've got to be honest, one of the highlights of every January is when the MX-5s roll out onto track and we see them go 3, 4, and even 5 wide on occasion. Can we try and get our sim racers to do that today?
I reckon we can. I don't know if they're going to want to do that, but it might happen either way. The big thing for me is in this race is finding someone to work with, because we've seen a lot of argy-bargy battles so far, but if you do that, you're going to lose friends to help you to the line. And even, for instance, Oliveira, who won the Race to BS competition, it wasn't his teammate who was pushing him towards the line. So if you're friendly, you might be able to get it. And this is an important one for those who want to finish, or at least still have a chance of winning this event, because they need to stop Redline getting into finalist mode.
We were talking a lot about Maximilian Benneker in the last couple of races. He had an incredible form, winning a couple and finishing third in the final race before he switched. Maus, unfortunately, weren't able to then match what he's been doing. So many points from Benneker in just a couple of races, but they're going to really struggle, aren't they, without him?
Yeah, but I think it's been quite impressive that they've been able to close the gap up to Vitality and Porsche Coanda in those first two races. Came off, of course, the first day of the championship way down in the reset points effectively. And so going into the Hockenheim ring, they were only 9 points back from Team Vitality in second, right? So I've got to say that is a really impressive thing. And Benneker's going to be doing races 5 and 6. If Redline do win this before we get to the 9th race, they've got to get every point they can from Benneker before the championship is over, because yes, it's $140,000 for first. Second is not an insignificant prize either.
No, $85,000 is not bad. However, you do look, as you kind of go further down, the gaps are quite big in terms of money. So like you say, every point really matters at this point.
Yeah, and it could be a position where we have sort of second, third, fourth. They're separated by a handful of points, but there's literally $30,000 in between those points. So last race out, Lerner obviously getting spun at the hairpin. That was not good, finishing down in P11, and Dan Beast in 6th. Not the best. So this is probably the weaker pairing for Maus, but if they can do something here, then that will really help Benneker when it gets back into the car next time.
Yeah, $30,000 is a big difference for sure. And that's between first, second and third. So it's $140,000 for the winner, $85,000 for second place, and I believe, let's take
Test your memory.
35? Does that make sense? Wait, hang on. I'm going to double check.
Don't ask my memory.
Well, no, because I just did it at 30. 55, that makes more sense. I didn't think that made sense. I failed maths. Anyway, we move on. Practice obviously underway in Daytona at the moment. Let's just concentrate a little bit. I know we've spoken about Redline, we've spoken about Vitality. Let's talk a little bit about Porsche. How are we feeling heading into Daytona?
Caught up with a couple of the Porsche Coanda drivers, just seeing Charlie Collins. After those first two races, he was telling me he didn't think he could do any better, which for someone of his quality to only finish 7th and 8th, it tells you a lot about where they think the Porsche is in relation to the other manufacturers. But they also do have this quiet confidence that Josh Rogers, who hasn't won a race so far in this Esports World Cup,
which is mad,
which is insane, will get that chance before we close things out. My question becomes, where would that be? Because the Porsche's clearly fastest, I think, at Jeddah of all the tracks that we're racing at. It's a long time before we go racing at Jeddah once again.
If we do get to Jeddah, that is the point. So we're going to round 4 and we're heading stateside. We're going back to Daytona. So let's head over to our commentary team. It is George Morgan and Lewis McLeod.
Indeed. I don't think we're getting to Jeddah, because Team Redline could be in finalist mode at the end of this race. And to be fair, I think the odds are stacked very heavily in their favour that they will be. At least according to my maths, they need just 16 points. A 5th place and a 7th place will be good enough to put them into finalist mode, George. They could win it in 2 more races' time.
And it wasn't long ago since Team Redline actually did the, should we call the Redline Express, coming through the final 2 corners through turn 12 and 13 to overtake Dara McCormack to relegate him down to 3rd and levy their way to the front with 2 cars sat in 1 and 2. This time though, first up, Moritz Lerner for Team Maus, who'll be looking to set his first lap down. Obviously, hasn't been an easy day for Maus. They've been reliant on Max Benneker right through the beginning phase. Lerner did not have a great run in our last race at Hockenheim. He'll be looking to repent this time.
Yeah, just to very quickly go back to Team Redline and their dominance. Of course, this comes from 4 absolutely excellent drivers. And, you know, Andre Kunchman, who is, you know, honestly said, arguably, you know, one of the best engineers in the in this. He's done such a good job with navigating that. I know he's been He's quite a character behind the scenes, let's put it that way. But of course, he's done such a good job with putting these people in the right position and giving them the right mindset to kind of unravel themselves and just show exactly who they are. Moritz Lerner then completing that first sector, then refocusing on this qualifying session. First sector, a couple of tenths off really where we'd want it. Down onto the brakes as he chucks it through the bus stop chicane. What's the second sector time going to be, George, as he hits the beam?
Well, the first sector isn't brilliant. 3/10 of the realm off where he would like to be. 38.4 in the middle sector. Again, 2/10 perhaps sacrificed in that middle sector, so needs a big sector 3 to obviously try and solidify at least some point in the mid-pack perhaps. I'm expecting some big laps here at Daytona. Plenty. I mean, I would say that Williams have actually been one of the strongest outfits around this circuit. They've got Daniel Pajtor and Dennis Schrodinger coming up later on. All eyes could be on Coanda, but here comes Lerner, 1:43.293. Do
you know what? That's actually not that bad. We're normally aiming, somewhere at 42 something will be actually a pretty decent lap time. That's not that bad from Moritz Lerner. Those sector times weren't looking ideal, but he managed to pull it together in the end. For Dabits though, first sector again a couple of tenths off, same as what we saw from Lerner. Second sector again that couple of tenth margin. I think it's going to drop in behind Lerner, but it might well be around the 0.4 session, part of this session rather. Let's see what Dabits will do as he hits the line. So 1:43.265. It's even faster.
That's a fantastic lap for Christopher Dabits, and I think there's definitely maybe a slight grimace, but he looks happier. Daniel Pajtor up next. He wasn't happy in our last qualifying phase at Hockenheim, but this time things might look a little better. 43.3 in the first sector is very good. 38.3 in the second sector isn't bad either. This could knock Dabits straight off the top. Did allude to the fact that Williams have form around this track, and Pajtor could follow suit. This could be his best qualifying performance so far, a 1:43.097 and nearly 2/10 beyond the others.
Yeah, solid lap time there for Daniel Pajtor, 1:43.0. Dane Warren, the next one to come through. First sector's really quite decent, actually, to be perfectly honest, and the second sector's not too bad itself. This will put him right up towards the top of the session. This will be a 42 of some description, I have no doubt. He's shaking his head a little bit. We'll see what the straight line speed is like for the Porsche. What can Dane Warren do? The problem is they might get freight train during the race, but in qualifying they could slap it up towards the front. 42.1.
That was an exceptional lap there from Dane Warren. I mean, just look at it on the face of it. 1:42.1 against a 1:43.097. Extraordinary lap from Dane Warren. He is clear by nearly 9/10 of a second. Unbelievable stuff. As we now watch Jeffrey Rietveld now down in 5th place currently. That will change as soon as his time's registered. 43.4 in sector 1. 38.279 in that second sector was P2 in our last race at Hockenheim Ring, and now second fastest and joins the very early 1:43. Dane Warren is clear.
Honestly, I'm having a hard time believing that lap time because I'm looking at these numbers that Ewan O'Leary picked up. According to this, a 42.9 is a pretty good lap time round here. A 42.1 is mad.
It's extraordinary.
Let's see what Mitchell de Jong can do as to whether he can join this one as he head up towards the line. Mitchell de Jong to cross the line. Is he going to go into second place with a 42.2? He does.
42.2, a tenth of a second off the pace of Dane Warren. Porsche have found some pace. Look at Yuri Toman for Team Vitality, who's now making his way out of the back corners now. This time, I tell you what, they're standing and staring at Redline, Williams and Mouse, and probably for good reason. Team Vitality with 2 cars still yet to cross. We saw Chinchik win in our last one at Hockenheim Ring. Toman went close as well to the top 3. Let's see what he looks like as he now crosses the start-finish line. He will go, in fact, he'll go to the back of those that have set times. It's a 7th place for Yuri Toman.
I've honestly never been more baffled in a qualifying session in my life. Because these numbers, they were taken from Marcel Chinchik, who's setting a sector time, which, to be fair, based on the sectors that we've been sent, will be probably a 43.0, How on earth Porsche Coanda are a second clear of that is absolutely wild. Arjuna's run off to go and have a little work, because I got no idea. I'm speechless.
This is absolutely outrageous. I mean, it must be said, the gaps between Ps1, 2, and then the gap to P3 is outlandish. I mean, like I said, you're talking 9 to 8 tenths quicker than the rest of the field. Porsche in control. A shake of the head from Dennis Schrodinger. He won't be putting any fastest laps down for Team Williams this time. Daniel Pajtor, his teammate, currently 4th fastest. 38.3 coming out of Sector 2. 43.5 coming out of Sector 1. Needs a big Sector 3 at the very least, but only enough to levy himself higher than Yuri Toman. And look at that, that's beyond a second slower than those up at the top.
Honestly, this is the most baffling qualifying session I think I've ever seen in ESL R1. Normally we're seeing them super, super close. To see two cars that far clear that have struggled all the way through this week here in the Esports World Cup. Here comes the Drivers' Champion, though, and that first sector a couple of tenths down. The second sector, though, is a bit closer to the money. Can he put himself closer to Jeff Rietveld? Again, a 5th and a 7th place will be good enough to enter finalist mode, and they have put themselves in prime position for it.
I mean, talk about going against the grain. That's exactly what Porsche Coanda have done. Siggy going 5th fastest, does the Drivers' Champion. Matt Emery up next, sets a 39.189 coming out of the second sector. And I must say, that's better than the 38.2. Oh, no, it's actually less than the 38.2 that we would like to see. So nearly a second off in that second sector. And looking up at the top of 44.486. So again, losing out on some vital tenths there as well. No doubt maybe some slowdowns coming into play for Matt Emery. And in fact, does set the slowest time of all, a 1:47.991. Payich up next.
Yes, indeed. So the one final lap time left to go in this session is that of Marco Payich. In through NASCAR 3 and 4. First sector, car about 3 tenths down. Second sector, a couple of tenths down. Looks like it might be half a second off of the 42.9, which we thought was really strong round here. In fact, it probably is, and this might put him one position ahead of Emery, but behind everyone else. Gil will line up at the rear of the field, and after one of the most bizarre moments, even Dane Warren can't believe it. Absolutely incredible from Porsche Coanda to have taken a 1-2 in that qualifying session, not by 1/10, nearly by 1 second.
I think he's saying it's all in the wrist. I think that's
no, it definitely wasn't pointing at the Porsche logo there. No way. Crazy.
Absolutely unbelievable from Dane Warren and also his teammates as well. This is a great opportunity here for Porsche Coanda. If the pace is consistent in the race, as it is in qualifying, then the rest of the outfit are going to be in with a huge issue.
Yeah,
take us through qualifying.
Indeed. They might get freight trained a little bit in the race, but that's one for them to deal with in a few moments' time. Dane Warren and Mitchell de Jong will start from a Porsche Coanda front row, who the team that have not won. A Porsche has only won once, and that was in the hands of G2's Jakub Brzezinski. Rietveld there in 3rd position with Daniel Pajtor in 4th. Kevin Siggy in 5th spot with Marcel Chinchik, fresh of a victory in 6th place. Christopher Dambitz and Moritz Lerner for Maus in 7th and 8th. Dennis Schoeniger will round out the 9th position with Yuri Toman, and Guild rounding out the field with Marco Payich and Matt Emery. I promise you, we've seen some incredible qualifying laps, ones that we were like, yeah, wow, that's amazing, that's amazing, that's amazing. I've never seen any that have taken the numbers that we've got written here and thrown them so fast into the bin. It was almost as quick as that bit of paper that I lobbed around the studio yesterday.
Maybe we'll start lobbing more pieces of paper around.
My
as well.
goodness.
Might as well rip everything up, including the form book, because Porsche Coanda have not looked anything like this throughout the entirety of this championship so far. I mean, obviously, like we were discussing earlier, we hadn't seen a win from Joshua Rogers so far in the finals phase. So it's a little tricky at the moment. I'm really incredible for Porsche Coanda to be where they are right now, and the delta in between the rest of the field. We'll have to wait and see whether that does correspond when we go racing. Like you quite rightly said, though, slipstream is a huge factor. It's going to be so tough for them to get away from the field in behind, but you never know. If they are as tight through that middle sector and the beginning of the opening lap, then maybe they can break the slipstream. We'll have to wait and see, but there's plenty of drivers out there looking to knock them down a peg or so. I'd imagine there's a wow, okay.
We're being told they are going to restart the qualifying session, so I wonder if there might have been something in there that they've not quite liked. So there might be a reason as to why that time was so much faster, potentially track limits not being on. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I will say for Porsche Coanda, though, if they are able to put themselves in prime position to take top honours in this race with a 1-2, it will actually put them in really solid stead to close down on Team Vitality for 2nd in the Team's Championship. But the difference between that that. It's $85,000 for the team that finishes in second. It's $55,000 for the team that finishes in third. The points between Vitality and Porsche Coanda could separate 30 grand, and that could be in only a couple of races' time. They don't know how long they've got to sort out that gap.
No, not at all. So, naturally, Team Redline could end it all very soon in the next couple of races. So we'll have to sit tight as to see who's going to come out on top in that fight, because that will affect the P2 battle. Obviously, big change of affairs. The first time we've had a qualifying restart, incidentally, during the course of this season's championship. But yeah, obviously not ideal for Porsche Coanda, who would have obviously loved to have taken this into the race. But naturally, if there is an issue, it needs to be confronted. And that's exactly what the good teams in the arena at ESL R1 and also the teams at Rennsport as well have been working together to ensure fairness across the board and to make sure that every team has its say.
Not that Mitchell de Jong and Dane Warren aren't quality drivers.
No, not at all.
Of course, they are absolutely fantastic. A second faster than the field in a week that they've struggled on was probably a little bit too far to believe. So Race Control are sorting that all out. They're going to restart the qualifying session and send them all out. We do believe it was more of a technical issue than anything else. Even Dane Warren, could you imagine? I will say, I have had this once in sim racing before. Is that it was on a platform called R Factor 2. We had a wet session. This was in a modded car. We had a wet session, and then it moved into a dry session afterwards. I didn't realise that I went out on the wet tyres that were over a second a lap faster. I was quicker than Kevin Siggy in those. Of course, once I put the correct tyres on, we reported it to Race Control, and everyone was doing a dry race on wet tyres because they were faster. Sometimes these technical issues happen in sim racing. It's just one of those weird oddities. But I was quicker than Kevin Siggy. I just want that to be noted for a second, all right?
And Lewis McGlade had dreams of being signed by Team Redline at that very instant.
I don't think I would ever be offered. I get on quite well with Dom Doon. I don't think I'm ever getting off that offer.
Incredible. Obviously, looking ahead, we've got some fantastic races still to come and some amazing circuits still to come, folks. So do stay tuned. But yeah, another qualifying session is certainly going to whet the appetites for what could be a sensational race. We've alluded back to the form prior. I tell you what, looking at some of the form that we've seen right now, it's hard to bet against Team Redline right now. Their worst result in every single race has been at the very least P2. Of course, they did not take a victory in our previous race. They finished second then. That was their best result. Their best result in race 2, however, was a victory, but they finished second before that too in race 1. Here are the standings, Lewis.
Yes, indeed. 214 points for Team Redline. They are 16 points away from moving into finalist mode, and one victory after that will seal them the Teams Championship in the Esports World Cup. 124 points for Team Vitality as they lead Porsche Coanda. Just 3 points separating Porsche Coanda and Mouse. The difference on prize money for that, 20 grand. Mercedes AMG, Team Williams Esports, and of course Guild rounding out the field there in 5th and 6th. That's the difference of 7 grand between the pair of those, and they will be fighting hard for it. But it does seem as though at the moment the 140k is very much in prime position to be grabbed by Team Redline. That's some George Morgan money if ever I've seen it. But yeah, it's...
Am I worth it?
Mate, what's the low? 2 grand. You're not even worth that.
Incredible. Oh, unbelievable.
No way.
Bring back you and O'Leary.
I wouldn't even pay a fiver to have commentary from George Morgan, I'm not going to lie. Either way, we're about to get ready to go back into the session. I think they'll have a brief practice before moving into qualifying once more. So a delay for the day, but that's fine. We get to. Oh God, honestly, bring back you and O'Leary. I can't stand talking to you for much longer.
Well, hey, listen, I'm enjoying your company anyway, Lewis.
No,
McGlade.
you are not. You can't lie to the good people like that. I won't have it. I won't stand for it.
I mean, listen, we talk about outlandish tracks. Daytona very much against the grain of what we see generally on the ESL R1 calendar. We have, of course, have tracks with high elevation, tracks with, that essentially are flat, some with various different corners. We allude to Spa obviously being so varied in the sense that you have the first sector with a hairpin thrown in, the middle sector maybe more straighty, but then you come into that technical aspect then in the latter stages before then breaking into sector 3. With Daytona, it's fairly samey in the sense, apart from maybe out of sector 1 into sector 2 where things get a little twisty, but the rest of it pretty much banking. You could argue there's some elevation if we factor the banking itself.
Yeah, but you kind of can't. I can't remember what the degrees is of banking on it. I'm sure Arjuna will be sprinting back into the studio to be like,
get his protractor out or his
do
compass.
you want to know a fun fact? I'm going to steal Arjuna's fun fact here. Is that when there's a 24-hour race and they run into the night, the lights around there are dimmed to, I think it's 20% of their actual power to actually make sure that the headlights are being used. Like, you actually have to have the headlights on, because if it was done as NASCAR is, NASCAR doesn't have headlights, so those lights are powerful enough. So have that, Arjuna. I'll say that one. He'll come back in and be like, it's actually 30%.
Yeah.
All right.
He'll correct you somehow.
I don't care. They're turned down. That's the important bit.
Well, yeah, I mean, they host various brilliant races. Obviously, 24 Hours of Daytona being one, but also the Daytona 500, speaking of NASCAR, is taking place, of course, at the Daytona circuit. No surprises as to why. Yes, believe it or
the
not.
Daytona 500
Yeah,
happens
that's
at the
my
Daytona.
fun fact for you, Lewis Wrigley.
Thrilling news coming in from George Morgan, of course.
But
That's
the
absolutely crazy.
The architect is Charles Montgomery and William Francini. I bet you didn't know that.
I didn't. What other circuits have they made?
I have no idea.
Knew that one was going to... Yeah, no idea. That's fine. You've never heard those two names until you looked it up on Wikipedia, mate. I know exactly what kind of character you are. My goodness me. Wow, how many races do you think we're going to get? Do you think we're going to have just 2 more, or do you think we're going to require a third?
I think we could probably go 2 more. I think, honestly, given the fact that Redline are in a strong position, we saw the points gap. I think it's stacked at around 90 at the moment between those sat behind. I think Team Vitality still have a lot of work to do. We're taking a look here at Daytona as we speak. The big Ferris wheel set in the middle, and the cars in the car park. They're all going to be littering the grandstands, hopefully, and watching what could be a sensational qualifying. This circuit, 3.560 miles. That's 5.729 kilometers. 12 turns make up this circuit. Technically 13 if we add the second one going around the bank to the final bank section before then heading down the front stretch. 50 miles north of Orlando, Florida, and based at Daytona Beach. And as we said before, host to the Daytona 500 and one of the other major races on their calendar, the 24 Hours of Daytona alike.
So you got Google Maps working there as well as Wikipedia.
I am very cultured and geographically sound.
Yeah, no, I'm sure you've been. How do you feel about the World Centre of Racing, Monica? There's obviously like plasters on the top of it. Oh, goodness me, George.
I'm its biggest fan.
Are you?
Yeah.
Are you? Do you think it's out and out the best track in the world or something? Oh,
Who am I?
goodness me.
Who am I, Dareth Acker?
No, absolutely not. He can get out of there. He's still in my my naughty books. You can see, obviously, as we look into the arena, the drivers are waiting for this practice session to begin. So, unfortunately, you have to deal with a fair amount of waffle from the pair of us as we wait for race control to prepare the session. You can see Marco Pajic there. Look over from Yuri Toman. Dennis Schoeniger, of course, for the Williams esports team. Yuri Toman representing Vitality, of course. And you can see they've all got those desks and seats behind them that we stole for a little bit yesterday.
We did steal them.
Yeah, that's where
Only
the
briefly.
engineers sit. So they're all passing on information. I saw the heart rate monitor of Kaki Oliveira in the last race of Sunday, and he kind of hovers around the 130 to 150. Sometimes 120 to 150. I'll be kind. He's fit and healthy. There was contact that was made between him and one of the Apex Racing Team drivers, and I was shocked by what I saw. His heart rate went down. It went from like 150 to 130. I'm like, mate, this guy's crazy.
He's at his calmest when he's wheel to wheel. Let's take a fond look at the championship trophy for the team's championship. Me and you had a chance to spend some time with it not too long ago.
It's good for doing your hair. It's a great mirror.
Yes, you used it to great effect, it has to be said. I will say I think the hair was a little better yesterday.
What are you saying? There's not much you can do with it, let's be honest.
Incredible. There's the key as well. One of those, several of them could be crushed come the end of play.
Well, 5 of them will be.
5 of them will be. One of them will be placed on the totem, and Redline will be hoping it's theirs. Michael Preston staring on as well, one of the team bosses at Williams, alongside the likes of Jake as well as the rest of the team. And of course, Christopher Dambitz, who is getting set alongside his teammate and colleague Moritz Lerner inside the rig as well. Mouse need something out of this, and they're very much aware of it. Of course, it's all been Max Benneker, but they need other drivers to pick things up. I would say they're looking, they do look a little more healed. They're not as red as they were.
Yeah, no, he told me that there, as you can see, obviously that's Williams Esports' one. You can see it written there at the bottom. Part of that will go on the shield, and like you say, the other part will be the key that's placed on the totem as well. The rest of them will all be crushed, and I'm pretty sure we got told that when this shield, when they actually make the trophy, that the winning team will get to select a certain amount of crushed keys that will go underneath as a sign as to who's been beaten on your pathway to victory in the
Very
esports World Cup.
gladiatorial.
I think that is awesome.
Yeah,
that is so cool. I love this key set. I think it's so good.
I think it is too. I think honestly it plays on. I mean, technically this World Cup is very much, it's almost requisite of the Olympics going back. Obviously, when we think of the Colosseum days where the Romans would do battle, essentially it's almost like putting the taxidermy heads on the wall once you've been hunting or something like that.
I think the system, there you go, nothing is granted, everything is earned, and Redline certainly trying to earn the major prize and take victory. And to be fair, they are obviously still the favourites for it, but that will get covered up at some point by someone's key. Again, it's one of those ones of like we've seen this all. It's kind of bringing the entirety of esports together as a global thing, and like I say, having that thing that's equal across all of the esports platforms. So you see it in Rocket League and in Tekken, which of course are going on at the moment, and PUBG as well. All of these other esports and stuff with CS and stuff, all having the same trophy, all having the same reward, all having that same bit to say that you've been here and you've won at the highest level of your given esport.
Yeah, and I think obviously it was a proud moment for Team Falcons. I think obviously to take the club championship.
The big
I mean, that is a huge achievement for them, and also a huge achievement in my mind is them taking part in ESL R1 for the first time, their first foray into sim racing, and being as successful as they were. I mean, they did push and try and attempt to qualify for today's final, and they have some great drivers, including Leminem, of course, Semislav Laminek, with Matashevsky as well, who gave a good, who certainly put a good effort out there as well. Can't forget Thomas Tatler, who competed for Heroic last year, and Matty Sipia.
I was just double checking that you weren't checking the entry list there. See how good your memory is, Morgan. My goodness, I thought I was like... Mate, no, he's all right. He's all right.
The audience will be able to tell whether
oh yeah, absolutely. Nothing hiding from them. By the way, the session for practice, I believe, has just got back underway. All the drivers are jumping back into the rigs, and so hopefully this lengthy delay won't take us all the way to the closing ceremony, as they're all rushing their way around and getting themselves prepared to go back into qualifying after the issues earlier, and then we'll see them take to the World Centre of Racing for the fourth race. Oh my god, I can't count. Fourth race here on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, goodness me, can you believe it? Race 4 about to get underway. First and foremost, though, qualifying. The drivers now getting set to go out for practice, though, and just to at least get some time out on track once more. Obviously, hopefully, we will see that Porsche Coanda will fall into line in terms of sector times now this time. But yeah, you know, obviously, whilst it would have been nice for them to look at, it hasn't been very often that they've seen that during this period. It might be this time that we start to see more of the reality.
I trust Marcel Chinchik a lot. If that was the case, which is where quite a lot of these sector times have come from, if that was the case that Porsche Coanda were that fast, I would have been a bit more questioning. Obviously, you lot won't have seen this at home after or during qualifying when those lap times were set. The level of confusion, not just between myself and George, but from everyone here in the studio, there was visible just... Excuse me?
Well, I mean, as soon as I saw them cross the line, I was like 42
yeah.
against a 43. I was like, hang on, 9.5 tenths. I was like, no, surely not. I mean, if it was true, then we were, you and O'Leary would be going the same way as Virtus Pro through the course of this show. Yeah, absolutely, we'll be sending him home. But no, he has a chance here to reprieve himself here after this. So we'll wait and see whether Mr. O'Leary's correct.
These numbers in this research, I'll back my son a little bit. These numbers in this research have been quite good. I mean, the research is literally going up to one driver and asking them what the sector times are. But you know, do you know what? It has indeed worked, and it's not gone against us too many times over the run here in the Esports World Cup. I think I heard the word none being said, but that's fine. Of course, we'll head into qualifying, and they will have to do it again. So all these drivers that have set good laps, well, they have to do them again. All the drivers that set bad laps, they get a second chance. And Not too often does that happen in the world of sim racing.
No, not at all. Probably a first. It's definitely a first in ESL R1 in this moment. So the drivers won't necessarily be familiar with this circumstance. But yes, qualifying now very shortly back underway. Mitchell de Jong will be the first driver to set a lap. Now let's see how this compares with what we saw earlier on. Obviously, don't want to dismiss the talents of one Mitchell de Jong because he has got plenty of accolades, including since racing at the age of 5, winning 2 championships in 2 different disciplines during the same year as well. He has done it all, whether it be karts, off-road racing, or even trucks, and now in this case, GT3 racing here in ESL R1.
And of course, I think it was the first driver. I'm pretty sure he might be the only driver to have taken part. I can't remember exactly what it was. I'm pretty sure it was at least 3. It might have been all 4 iRacing. I think it was just a 3 iRacing World Champions. He did eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series. He did obviously Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. He did Rallycross as well. Like he's well versed when it comes to racing at the top level of sim racing is Mitchell de Jong. The first sector, little bit more, in line as to where we were expecting. It's about 3/10 off of what we were expecting. Again, somewhere in the 43s to the low 43s is exactly what we want into the Le Mans chicane. And I'm sure whilst you would have had a hair-raising lap just a few moments ago, this one might not be quite so much.
No. Coming out of bus stop, 2 more corners to take. We factor in 12 and 13 together through this final banked run, and then down towards the front stretch where he'll meet the start-finish line. 38.3 is indeed just around a 10th outside, 10th to 2/10. The opening sector also just out by around 2 to 3 as he now heads up towards the line. Let's see where Mitchell de Jong places the Porsche Commander in terms of time throughout the entirety of the lap. It's a 1:43.342. That's more like it.
Sorry, yes it is. Anyway, we've now had that one dealt with. Then it's trying to get the next one to come through. 43.4 in the first sector. Again, a couple of tenths off. 38.3 in the second. It's actually not too bad, to be perfectly honest. I think this might go ahead of Mitchell de Jong here. Might be something like a 0.1 from the Williams driver. Might be a 0.2. Let's see what he does as he crosses the line. Dennis Schoeniger to go onto the timesheets with a 1:43.1.
Yeah, absolutely right. A couple of tenths clear nearly of the round, 1.5 I would say more so. Moritz Lerner 43.4 in the first sector, again shaking his head. He is not happy. 38.4 there, 2/10 off coming out of sector 2. 43.4 in the first sector is around 2/10 off, so 4/10 collectively of the round throughout the entirety of the first 2 sectors. Let's see what sector 3 brings for one Moritz Lerner. Of course, has frequented himself in DTM in the past, and now coming across the line here for Maus, splits the 2 that have already set laps and goes second fastest. 1:43.280.
Yuri Toman, the eyes of concentration from him. 43.3 in the first sector, 38.4 in the second, running about 2 to 3 tenths down. It's going to be close to where Moritz Lerner is. I don't think it's going to be enough to beat Dennis Schoeniger unless he's had an excellent run coming through the exit of the Le Mans chicane. Out into the tri-oval and under the World Centre of Racing banner that sits atop the main building here at the Daytona International Speedway. Yuri Toman does indeed go in a second ahead of Moritz Lerner, but behind Dennis Schoeniger, who currently holds the pole.
Well, next up, though, is Toman's teammate Marcel Chinchik, I should say. Get your words out. Get your words out, George. Master of Monza, indeed. He's looking to become the Daytona Dynamo this time. 43.3 in Sector 1, however, is around a 10th off. 38.6, though, in that second sector is even worse. Ideally, would like to be 4 tenths closer in that aspect, and we saw the shake of the head even from Chinchik, one of the most friendly drivers on the grid, not happy one iota. And in fact, he's going to fall behind Mitchell de Jong, 1:43.4.
It's not good for Marcel Chinchik. Here comes the drivers' champion, though, Kevin Siggy. Still got 3 cuts on his forehead. But let's see how many cuts he can give the rest of the field. First sector, okay. Second sector, actually pretty decent here. This could go ahead of Dennis Schoeniger. He's had a good run through the Le Mans chicane. Is it going to be a 43.1 for Kevin Siggy? Again, to remind you, 5th and 7th will be good enough for Team Redline to get in the finalist mode. Kevin Siggy heads to the top of the pylon as he sets the provisional pole position.
Great time there from Kevin Siggy. Sets himself well ahead of Dennis Schrodinger, who sits in second. So Williams is still showing some decent pace. Matt Emery up next with a 43.645 in the first sector. And that is certainly not going to be competitive at all. 4 tenths away, really, of where optimal is in that first sector. 38.5 in sector 2. Again, forfeiting around 3.5 tenths of a second. So Matt Emery could yet be dicing with Marcel Chinchik. Maybe just by Mitchell de Jong. It looks like it could be worse than Marcel Chinchik at this rate. right as we now watch him cross the line. It certainly is a 1:43.594.
Daniel Pajtor and Dennis Schoeniger both qualified quite well in the previous attempt at this qualifying session. They're qualifying pretty well this time as well. The sector times of Daniel Pajtor look pretty decent. Again, a couple of tenths off of where we want, but might just be in between Dennis Schoeniger and Yuri Toman. Might be better than that if he's nailed the Le Mans chicane. Let's see what Daniel Pajtor can do as he comes across the line. A little bit of a shake of the head, not too happy with it, but it is behind his teammate, but it is ahead of Yuri Toman. Solid lap.
Yeah, big points here for Williams potentially. Of course, they lost out to Team Redline when McCormack, who led most of the way, lost out with the Redline Express ploughing 2 cars through, relegating McCormack to 3rd. Jeffrey Rietveld now with a 43.3 in the first sector. Great first sector, 38.3 in the second sector is
Surely
also special. He could yet beat his teammate Kevin Siggy as he now makes his way up towards the line in the BMW M4. Will he indeed go first? Yes, he will. Redline 1 and 2 once again, and a shoe-in for finalist mode.
That lap ain't getting beaten, and it's not getting beaten by Marco Pajic. He's just got a slow down penalty as he hits the wheel. A little bit of a look over from Sebastian Job. You can see in the background there, just keeping an eye as to what's going on in the session. Marco Pajic, though, a little bit of a wave as well. Let's see, he's a good sport, isn't he? Marco Pajic, though, that'll be a disappointing end to the qualifying session for him. He will be in last place. Guild were last in the previous attempt at this qualifying, and I think that they will be again.
Yeah, great character, Sebastian Job. Marco Pajic at the rear, though, once more. Guild, remember, in our last session, we're at the back. It seems to be that they're going to follow suit once more. Dane Warren coming up next after putting in what was the fastest lap during the course of that previous qualifying session. Unfortunately, that one was not correct. Instead, we would go again. 43.5 in that first sector is certainly nothing close to what was before. 38.3 in sector 2, a 10th behind. Not too bad, but the third sector needs to be great. And unfortunately for Dane Warren, he's down in 8th place. So 143.3. The only 142 is Rietveld.
And pole position and a front row lockout will go the way of Team Redline and Jeffrey Rietveld because Christopher Dambitz has a slow down penalty. He's shaking ahead. He's absolutely furious with how things have unfolded in this session. Will he be ahead of Marco Pajic? And the real question is, does it really matter? Unfortunately for Mao, 6th for Lerner, and it will be either 11th or 12th for Christopher Dambitz. Let's see what he does across the line. Is he able to get ahead of Pajic? He certainly is, but what a lap time there from this driver here. Jeff Rietveld on the pole position, breaching the 1:42s. That's how we like to breach the 1:42s. That was very impressive.
That's more like the 42s we want to see. Incredible job there from the Team Redline boys. Obviously now Rietveld starting from the front, but he's joined by his teammate Kevin Siggy, the Drivers' Champion, still looking to go onwards and upwards in a bid to become a double champion, not just a Drivers' Champion, but a Team's Champion, and they are showing that they have all the class and raw ability to do that. After this race, we could be seeing Redline fighting for that title in the following race.
Certainly so. Well, let's take a look at the qualifying order. Jeff Rietveld and Kevin Siggy making a 1-2 in the session for Team Redline. They are one race away. One race away from finalist mode, 2 races away from potentially winning the whole thing. 16 points is all they need from this one. And trust me, if they finish where they're starting, they'll be outdoing that by quite some margin. Dennis Schoeniger and Daniel Pajtor, though, looking to score well for Williams to prop them up from the rear of the table at the moment and earn the team a little bit more prize money. Yuri Toman there in 5th place with Moritz Lerner, Mitchell de Jong, Dane Warren, Marcel Chinchik, Matt Emery, Christopher Dambitz and Marco Pajic, the 12 drivers to go out in the session. I don't see a way this race unfolds where Team Redline don't enter finalist mode, and they are heading to Monza next. And the straight line speed of that BMW has been plenty handy enough for them to take victory there.
Well, they don't even have to win this race.
Exactly.
You know, it's all about just scoring some consistent points, enough to get them over the line. Remember, 16 points the difference between them entering finalist mode and not. And with the fact that they've got 2 cars in the top 6 anyway, as we now see some fun and games during free practice. Obviously, hopefully we don't see any of that during the course of the race as the Team Vitality car in the background decides to not go for the chicane. Obviously, with Redline being where they are right now, it does strengthen their hand. They will no doubt, if they remain as they are, or even in the top 6 with both cars, at the very least anyway, they will be in finalist mode, no question.
Yeah, I've said obviously something like 5th and 7th will be good enough. Realistically speaking, if either driver finishes on the podium, because the final spot on the podium is 16 points. Yeah. So regardless of what happens to the other, if they finish outside of it, of course, in 12th, that 16 points will be good enough. So basically, if you see Team Redline on the podium, him, bingo, they are in finalist mode. I just don't see that not happening.
No, I don't. I can't see a situation where it doesn't happen either, to be honest. But yeah, incredible. You could just see them all now getting set, ready to race. Thoughts, Spaghetti?
Well, I was going to say, as much as I think they will be in finalist mode in this, I almost don't think they're going to win it in race 5, though.
You did raise this point earlier on to me.
Well, who's going up against
who's
going up against them? Because Marcel Cinchic's doing 4 consecutive races, which means he is going to be in that Monza race, and he is pretty good around Monza. It's where he won the spring season major last year. I think he might be able to sneak one on them. So there's my insights in Dodge. What do you think, very quickly?
What do I think? I'm not quite sure. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think a lot. But I will say this. I think Team Redline for sure are going to put themselves in the finalist phase. It's a mental game at this point, at the end of the day, Lewis. If they win here, I can't see any other way. They could do it in race 5.
You don't think a lot. That is the exact words that I'm sure I would hear from Mrs. Morgan. Either way, they'll head out into the tri-oval, of course. Jeff Rietveld, Kevin Siggy in control with the requirement of 16 points to book their place into finalist mode. They've got Williams alongside each other on row 2. They've got Moritz Lerner and Yuri Toman behind that on row 3 as they race down into the first corner. Redline with Rietveld will take the lead. He won the first ever race in ESL R1 competition. He leads here. Big curve being taken by Kevin Siggy, but he's still able to wrestle the car down and hang on to 3rd.
Yeah, Kevin Siggy did a great job. The rear stepped out ever so slightly coming through the first sector, and Dennis Schrödinger, by extension, also managing to get into 2nd place. Further back, Daniel Padstraw at risk as Yuri Toman is now coming into the fight now and is now forming himself in 4th place. So Padstraw losing out a couple of places here. It's not ideal. He's got Mitchell de Jong now on his tail, but Toman, a very good start indeed. Kevin Siggy having a bit of a grim start, but Dennis Schrödinger alert and now trying to charge on Jeffrey Rietveld, and surely he'll just hop on in behind, but I can see Kevin Siggy being a thorn in his side.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, look, Dennis Schrödinger could potentially take a victory here, which would be pretty cool for him and for the team, of course, in Williams, and of course it would be his first ever victory. We've had 2 brand new winners that were bringing their way into the ESL R1 competition that happened yesterday. Dennis Schrödinger could become the 37th victor, of course, in ESL R1 competition as he gets under the brakes and chucks it through the bus stop chicane. Of course, has been renamed to the Le Mans chicane in kind of the joint partnership between the ACO, of course, that run the World Endurance Championship, and of course IMSA as well, to kind of have that little bit of a joint venture. Of course, they head into the hypercar. That's nothing to do with any of this, though. That's complete rubbish that I'm talking, as Dennis Schrödinger's closing in down into T1.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's now within 2 tenths. He's within 1.5, but instead deciding to stay behind Jeffrey Rietveld. Doesn't need to make the move just yet. I think, again, we've seen this before. Obviously, Williams were a victim of this not too long ago. It was Darren McCormack who led the majority of the way at Daytona until he was pinched by Team Redline. This is Williams' chance to get retribution against Redline.
Yeah, of course. The thing is, though, is that I can see the same fate happening to Dennis Schrödinger as to what we saw with Darren McCormack. Obviously, where he was leading and then he got freight trained by both the Redline drivers, which was pretty hard to watch. But you know, sometimes that's just how it goes. It's happened a few times so far this week to Darren McCormack. Of course, Dennis Schrödinger, though, I think he's trying to play a calm game here. I think he was waiting to see if there was going to be a battle between Kevin Siggy and Yuri Toman, which actually didn't really happen down into turn 1. Realistically speaking, Schrödinger could do with the assistance of Daniel Padstraw as well, who is running in 5th, so it is a good solid result for Williams at the moment, but he could do with his teammate just working his way a little bit further forward.
Yeah, I mean, Padstraw did lose a couple of places at the start, which wasn't ideal at all. Of course, Yuri Toman managed to pinch him for that 4th place as well in the process of Vitality scoring yet a bumper load of more points. They could do with Marcel Cinchic trying to claw his way through the field. He's 4 tenths away from Dane Warren as it stands. Porsche Coanda currently sat 7th and 8th. Once again, Dennis Schrödinger in the wheel tracks of Jeffrey Rietveld as they come through the bus stop chicane once more, this time on lap 2 of 9, and they'll burst out of turn 11 once again this time. Still fastest lap being held here by Jeffrey Rietveld as they now head down towards the start-finish. Once again, Schrödinger getting that straight line speed with the slipstream providing that little bit of extra pace. And then across the line they will go to commence lap 3 of 9. A third of the way through as they head in towards turn 1 very shortly.
Dennis Schoeniger's playing a smart game here. He's trying to push Jeff Rietveld away from everyone else. As soon as there's like maybe a second and a half, 2 seconds, if he can get the gap that large between themselves and the rest of the field, he's basically making it a one-on-one, where you're either finishing first or you're finishing second, right? And that's the kind of important bit. Whereas if he battles now and he brings the rest of the field, well, suddenly it's not first or second, it's first, second, or the rest of the field. He's trying to play that game. He's trying to time it. I'm sure Michael Preston's probably in his ear communicating that to Dennis, but yeah, he's a smart kid. He can figure it out himself on that one. Deep onto the brakes as they head into the West Horseshoe, just trying to keep it close. The problem is in this infield section, that's where Kevin Siggy's really pounced to try and close his way back in, and Yuri Toman's not fighting too hard to try and press the issue for third.
You could argue that Kevin Siggy is trying to make it a one-on-one scenario as well, because at worst, if Jeffrey Rietveld was to finish second, you know, that's still enough points to take finalist mode. So that's objective complete at that point.
100%. Honestly, I actually think you're absolutely right. Thinking about it that way, it is actually in Kevin Siggy's best interest to slow down the entire field to mean that Jeff Rietveld will finish no worse really than second. And to be fair, at that point, I'm not actually that bothered about the victory in this. I'd almost say, right, Dennis, you know what, you've had a fine season. You know, nice to see you back in ESL R1. You can have the victory. We'll take second place. We'll take finalist mode. Because again, a win in this race does not matter for Redline.
No.
Just 16 points. That is the only thing that matters.
Absolutely. It's what happens after this race that matters, which is trying to win a race in order to clinch the title. So now Schrödinger waiting in the wings. Obviously, he has his own games to play. His teammate Daniel Pajtor has just taken the fastest lap in 5th as well. Moritz Lerner just a little bit behind. Siggy's just stolen that. In fact, it's flitting around. It's now Moritz Lerner who has taken it. So there we go. Mouse do put it in their pocket. There's Kevin Siggy, though. He has come back in a little bit towards Dennis Schrödinger, but that gap is still out by 5/10.
To be clear, what we're saying here, by the way, about how Kevin Siggy could slow down everyone else and how Jeff Rietveld could let them pass in a second spot, blah, 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 all this stuff. Team Redline aren't doing that. No. They're still here to win races, right? Whether it matters or not, it doesn't. They're here to win races.
It's just not the end of the world if it doesn't work out that way.
Exactly. They'll be still pushing to get this as a 1-2 to build that confidence, to make sure they're in the prime spot by the time they get into race 5 a little bit later on. But yeah, alas, it is what it is. Basically, what we're trying to say is that they're in a really strong position, that they can play these games should they require it.
Yeah, absolutely. Lap 4 of 9 now. We're very nearly at the halfway point. In fact, as we rush over Sector 2, we will be at the halfway point as we now watch Moritz Lerner being coasted up upon by Mitchell de Jong. Obviously, it's imperative for Porsche Coanda, as far as they're concerned, to make places. And despite after that first qualifying session that we had, them having that 1-2 ripped away. Obviously, eventually we would see the correct qualifying times coming through in our second session. They're still working hard to chip away and at least give a good account to at least end the season on somewhat of a high. As we now take a look at Moritz Lerner on our screen, still chasing after Daniel Pajtor, and it looks like Pajtor is going to get a nice run here as well on Yuri Toman, so it could yet start the battles here this time. It looks like Lerner very smartly using the slipstream of Pajtor to move up ahead. Does have a look up the inside to potentially take a double place, but opting to remain in behind instead.
I think that was more him just trying to drop down to the double yellow, but now he needs to have Daniel Pajtor do a very solid lap time because Siggy has indeed rejoined this fight for the podium, so there could be some red line double teaming here on poor Dennis Schrödinger sat in the middle, just trying to hang on to second position to try and maybe go for a victory here. You have to wait and see. Pajtor's not too far off the back of Kevin Siggy, so it could be Team Redline versus Williams in all this as we can stare at Kevin Siggy now deep onto the brakes. I will say there's a few drivers, by the way, doing the double. I say double, the quad, really. They're staying in the rigs for the next couple of races. Jeff Rietveld, Dennis Schrödinger, those two are those. Marcel Chinchik is also on that list. But yeah, we get to see Rizlas Rietveld for another race.
No surprises to see Chinchik back because, of course, we do have Monza coming up at some point. And, of course, that is a track that he is absolutely sensational at. We've seen some brilliant Chinchik performances around the Temple of Speed as we now watch them make their way around on lap 5 of 9. Very soon they will cross the line to begin lap 6. But first and foremost, the bus stop chicane comes up first. Now, these three have coasted onwards, 1.4 between Pajtor and the top end. But crucially, Pajtor 1 second away from Kevin Siggy. So this is allowing the front three to get away, and Schrödinger very much outnumbered here.
Can't believe you call it the bus stop chicane, but you still call it Alboreto at Monza. It's absolutely
crazy.
Alboreto
at Monza.
Yeah, it is Alboreto at Monza, but it is the Le Mans chicane as well. Your double standards are extreme here. Absolutely unreal. It does become a red line 1-2 then as Rietveld allows Siggy to pass, and Siggy is going to sweep his way straight through into the race lead as well as we head down into the first corner. Use that momentum to come straight through when it's the number 11 that hits the front ahead of Jeff Rietveld and Dennis Schrödinger. I don't know if Daniel Pashtor is going to be able to close down, especially not with the relentless pace that Redline are going to put in for the next 4 laps as they look to book their place in finalist mode.
Yeah, absolutely right. Siggy now elevating himself to the front, obviously making 2 overtakes in the space of 1 straightened corner. And Jeffrey Rietveld sat in second place. Redline 1 and 2. Not the first time we've seen that here at Daytona, with Williams locked in third. They've also got Pashtor in fourth, who's working hard to try and bring that gap down. But if anything, it is still outwards, and they need to work hard to try and close it. Dennis Schrödinger will be willing his teammates along to try and come in to join the fight. Of course, whilst Redline are sat in the optimal places, first and second right now, there's no stopping Schrödinger on that final lap to use that slipstream, heading through turns 12 and 13 to then cross the line to potentially make a crucial overtake. Here now is Moritz Lerner on the tail here of Daniel Pashtor once more, this time opting to remain behind, but that might become a different circumstance when entering turn 1.
Yeah, indeed, exactly. It's more about being patient right now. I think Moritz Lerner, to be fair, if he wants to eye up victory here, it's more about working with Daniel Pashtor now and pushing the Williams onto the rear end of his Williams teammates, and maybe then going on the attack of Team Redline, who are destined to enter finalist mode now. It's just, I don't think anyone can stop them. It's Redline, Williams, then Mouse, working with the Williams. And to be fair, Yuri Toman's probably sat on the rear end of this, dragging the 2 Porsche Commanders along, thinking, maybe we're not out of it yet, to be honest.
No, they might not be. I mean, a lot can change in the matter of laps. I mean, you could argue as Mitchell de Jong jumps ahead of Yuri Toman, in fact, they're going to go wheel to wheel, and Dane Warren also following Mitchell de Jong through as well. So that's 2 Porsche Commanders jumping ahead of a Team Vitality. Toman still trying to battle back, as we can see on our timing screen. Obviously, we haven't got that feed right in front of us. There it is now, folks, and still Toman on the attack, as we can see them now. Once again, coming out of the hairpin section, and it is going to be Mitchell de Jong at the very least going through to 6th place. Toman managing barely to keep Dane Warren behind.
Yeah, indeed, as they'll head into the West Horseshoe. By the way, I will say, because I know we'd like to keep you updated with what's happening from race control. No notes in the race for race control at the moment, at least penalties that they've dished out during the race. The only thing that has come out at present has been Guild have been fined. €300. They've taken that out of George Morgan's money, actually. But no, it was something to do with stopping and qualifying and all that kind of such. There has been fines throughout the season for doing that as well. It'll be taken out of the prize money. They're not going to go up to him and be like, give us €300. It's to be taken out of the prize money, as far as my understanding is with it. Dane Warren, we ride on board with on the rear end of Yuri Toman.
Yeah, so a tough visit to Guild so far. We currently sat 10th and 11th in this particular race. Then on top of that, a €300 fine. So
that's actually George Morgan's dinner budget.
That's not true. Everybody.
No, 400.
Kerwin Siggy still out in front. 1/10 of a second between he and Rietveld. I would say that Schrödinger, I think, is finding things a little tricky, but Pashtor has caught up with his teammates. So do Williams decide to now start slipstreaming? They're on the penultimate lap of the race. Work together now to try and attack Team Redline.
This is Redline in the BMW versus Williams in the Mercs. It is going to be a big dogfight between the pair of them as they all wrestle for victory again. For Dennis Schrödinger and for Daniel Pashtor, it would be a first victory. Of course, Siggy and Rietveld have plenty apiece between the pair of them. I just want to double check that as well, because I think does Daniel Pashtor have a victory? No, it's fine. It's for the pair of them. God, my stat. It's just such a mess of numbers now. Maybe Ewan's right.
He probably is.
No, he's not.
The ultimate lap of the race, and still, it's Kevin Siggy out in front by just under 3/10. Jeffrey Rietveld second. Dennis Schrödinger still working hard to try and close the gap. Pashtor has managed to drag Moritz Lerner into this too. Yuri Toman also trying to form up in behind. He's 7/10 away from Lerner as things stand in 6th place. Vitality, as we said, need to make a play. Toman obviously doing the business. He managed to get past Mitchell de Jong, who overtook him earlier on. And now Toman has taken that 6th place back straight off as we now watch them come through the Le Mans chicane. also known as the bus stop chicane, as we now watch them head through in towards... Oh! Big swapper there for Dennis Schrödinger. That could have upset the balance. You can just see now the BMWs coasting onwards. That has cost Schrödinger some momentum.
Yeah, but it's more about how they're going to be when it comes down towards the line for the end of the race. It isn't too bad for them if they can just bring themselves back into this. Also use the assistance of Moritz Lerner. They might well be able to be back in the fight on that final lap. We do begin the last one here at the World Centre of Racing as we head down into the first corner once more, of course. This will be the last time we see this track out in action. Of course, as much as it can be the final race on race 9, we ain't getting that far, surely not with how Redline have been so far. If we see Daytona out again, I think we've had a pretty impressive day of racing.
Yeah, and if it stays like this as well, it means that Redline could yet take the title at the Temple of Speed in our next race, race 5 at Monza. It's a 1-2 so far for Kevin Siggy and Jeffrey Rietveld. They've got Dennis Schrödinger and Pagedor 3rd and 4th. Williams now hunting down after Team Redline and their BMW M4 GT3s. Moritz Lerner in a sister BMW, but for a different team. This one for Team Mouse, with Yuri Toman trying to clamber onto the back of them, towing along Mitchell de Jong and Dane Warren in their Porsches as well. The Porsche 911 GT3R that the Porsche Commanders team have certainly harnessed throughout the course of ESL R1 since last year. As now we watch Moritz Lerner now chasing after the back of Daniel Pagedor. He's going to open up the door, heading through towards the bus stop, wheel to wheel. They will go. Pagedor disconnected from his teammate. Lerner is going to take full advantage, springs it before the corner. Great move from Lerner.
And do you know what? That's almost certainly guaranteed. This has been a 1-2 for Team Redline. Surely Dennis Schrödinger cannot mount a challenge by himself. We head back out into NASCAR 3 after we've completed the Le Mans chicane. Kevin Siggy, the drivers' champion, is coming round the final corner as he looks set to take yet another victory in ESL R1. It will be win number 19 unless Jeff Rietveld's going to do it. It's a drag race between the two of those. Rietveld's going to be the one to come across the line to put Redline into finalist mode. It's Rietveld from Siggy, from Schrödinger, from Pagedor. What a fantastic team effort, though, from Team Redline, who crossed the line 300th of a second apart. I don't think either of them care as to who won that one. Fantastic stuff. Maybe there is a bit more of a care. There's a couple of shaking the heads there from Siggy.
Well, it's been put to bed for Jeffrey Rietveld in terms of the demons that were sustained during the second chance race of the Drivers' Championship. He's now back and in winning form. It's both Rietveld and Siggy who now take the Team Redline BMW squad into finalist mode. It will all be settled at the Temple of Speed. Well, they'll hope to settle it at the Temple of Speed at Monza. No hard feelings. Both of them share a hug. It's a 1-2 for Redline. The drivers' champion, Kevin Siggy, finishing second.
And it will be Rietveld and Sebastian Job to take us into the Temple of Speed. Now they do begin the full search for a must-win scenario. Points don't mean anything now. It is just about victories. One of their drivers wins. It doesn't have to be a 1-2. It doesn't matter where the second driver finishes. If Redline win, it's over, and they will become the team's champions in the Esports World Cup.
They certainly will. You can imagine that it's going to be the role of Andre Kunschmann, of course, the team boss at Team Redline, just to calm them down, get them set, ready for this final assault at Monza, potentially the final assault. And you can imagine that Mehdi Al-Fati gathering the Team Vitality boys together, a circuit where they have been so prominent in the past. Marcel Cinchik, a multi-winner around this circuit. We call him the Master of Monza for a reason, and he has a job to do in our next race.
Yeah, already Andre Kunschmann, you can see there at the bottom of shot, he was trying to get Sebastian Job set in his seat and settled, of course, as they all, again, a couple of shakes of hands. Dennis Schrödinger straight over to give the celebrations, of course, to Kevin Siggy. I'm pretty sure he's asking as to where Jeff Rietveld was as well, to give the congratulations to the pair of them. Of course, because let's be honest, when you've had a great battle like that, sometimes it is always good just to go over and shake your hand at your rivals.
Yeah, it is absolutely conversing now once more. Luke Bennett and Kevin Siggy with the BMW representative. But in the meantime, we can head to Morgan for an interview.
Morgan 2, taking from Morgan 1. Thank you so much. Ladies and gents, I'm right here with Michael Preston, again, the engineer of Team Williams Esports. Preston, you guys didn't have the best start today, but apparently the last race was obviously way better. 3rd and 4th is obviously really good to get Williams Esports a little bit ahead in the points from the previous races. What changed, and did you go a little bit different in the tactics this time?
I think the fact that we had a difficult start to the day and then suddenly we've got a 3-4 just shows how fine the margins are in these races. It's really like whether you execute and extract everything from qualifying and then getting together on track at Daytona is really important. You could see with the red lines in 1-2 as well. As soon as they're able to get together on track, it makes the whole race a lot easier. And once we got Dennis and Danny in 3-4, we could kind of not control the race because we're not in the front, but manage it a bit better versus the mouse and the other guys behind.
Okay, so for the next races, what would you say were the weakest points when it comes to Williams Esports and the racing, and what do you say you need more of? Where are your pros and cons for the next few races? What do you have?
It's been a bit up and down so far, I think. As long as we maximize qualifying, normally we're in a good place because the drivers have really good pace. If they can get close together on track, they work together well. We've worked on that a lot in the build-up to this, so yeah, get together on track and be in the top 6. That's the key.
Okay, awesome performance again. And one last question. What, for Williams Esports, do you think is your favorite track? What track do you think you are going to do the best in? From a personal perspective or according to your drivers? Which track can we expect the best performance from Williams in?
I don't think there's one, to be honest. I think we have a few that we're like very good at. So I think Daytona was one that we've worked on quite a lot and the teamwork shows quite well there. Fuji, I think we saw yesterday with the 1, 2, 3, 4, that was another one. And then Jeddah also, we're normally quite strong at.
Amazing. Thank you so much again, Preston, and best of luck for the next few races and hoping the best for Williams Esports. This was Morgan, and we're going to go off to a very quick break until we continue the action, and hopefully Williams Esports can take it home for the day. Thank you so much again, Preston. Small break, and I'll be coming right back.
Well, the fourth round is done and the tournament is really starting to heat up. However, it does look like it's going to be Team Redline who are going to win this championship unless some of the other teams can do something pretty spectacular. They are now in finalist mode. Alongside me, Arjuna and Zach still. Well, let's talk about Team Redline first, shall we, Zach? Because that was a pretty impressive performance. And we've seen, we'll watch the highlights in a second, and we've seen finally Rietveld get the win. Now, all 4 Team Redline have got a win under their belt this tournament.
They have indeed. Of course, they locked out the front row in qualifying, but immediately Schoeninger was able to put some pressure on, squeezing Siggy to the outside curb. That caused the BMW to snap, allowed the Williams to get an early stay into P2. But beyond that, you always knew that Redline were going to be in control. Either way, all they needed to do was one driver to get onto the podium to secure enough points for finalist mode.
And teamwork always very, very important in races like this. The breakaway from Rietveld initially helping him to just establish the control of the race. The drivers behind just slowly fighting it out amongst themselves, and this is where, like you said, the Redline Express working together and then almost moved down below the apron, but you could just see how much more speed that you had with the entire run coming out from the Le Mans chicane down into turn number 1, and definitely something to remember. We've got a track now coming up next at Monza where going to be very similar sort of games being played. What are the drivers all going to be thinking about? And, well, don't necessarily have as many of these high-speed corners like the Le Mans chicane, a couple more of the slower and medium-speed corners.
Yeah, exactly. There you can see a lot of frustration from Daniel Pastor then. In the end was able to secure 4th, but Moritz Lerner was definitely applying the pressure all the way through. It was a race of 2 halves really for some of the teams. There you can see the celebrations as Redline take yet another 1-2 in this competition. And now, as we say, all 4 of their drivers have won a race this week. Rietveld has just secured his 12th in ESL history as well, so they're smashing it. Is it 1 more race? Is it 2 more races? It's a matter of when, not if.
We'll talk a little bit more about Rietveld's win in a moment, but do not forget you can get your predictions in. You can head to stcplay.gg. You can join along and you can get involved in your predictions. So next up, we will be going to Monza. And speaking of which, the king of Monza is going to be back as well, Marcel Cinczyk. Let's speak firstly, though, about Rietveld and his win, because it's going to be, we haven't got many races left, let's be honest. It looks like Team Redline are going to wrap this one up. However, it must have been so important, Arjuna, for him to be the 4th driver that picked up the win for his Team Redline.
He's been a little bit off this week, I think, in some ways. Haven't had the energy come out of him. Not sure if he's been slightly under the weather, but yeah, that win important, and especially important because he's going to be racing in these next 2 races, so he may very well be responsible for making sure Team Redline have a chance to win this team championship before we have to go to races 7, 8, or 9 if we do end up going that far. And so talking of Monza, you mentioned Marcel Cincic's going to be racing here. We should likely expect him to be up towards the front as the dubbed driver as master of Monza. But I think one thing else to remember, guess who's jumping back into the car? Max Benneker is going to be joining the field. That should be quite interesting, Zach.
Yeah, very much so. Of course, Benneker on a run of form, not only today, but also yesterday, taking 6 pole positions in a row, 4 of which he was then able to translate into a win, all of which he was able to translate into a podium. Of course, did take a victory at Monza this time yesterday as well, on the way to secure Maus their top of the group status. Maus, though, on the back foot, but since then, partly, of course, due to Benneker, but also the other teammates getting enough points, doing a good enough job. Not, you know, sort of exceptional with other circumstances playing a factor, but they're now in the hunt for, at the very least, P3 in this championship.
It's going to be really interesting with Benneker back out there, because obviously Maus are not going to win this at this point. Mathematically, it's not really looking like it's going to fall in Maus's favour. However, what I find really interesting about Maus is only yesterday they were about to be knocked out of a competition, and it was Benneker who really came forward and said, hang on a minute, I want to see this team succeed, and I'm going to make sure pretty much single-handedly that he got enough points to get them into the finals. And then now he's been able to leapfrog 2 teams, and I mean, they're doing pretty impressive, and I think we're going to see Benneker again out here doing some good stuff.
And it's important because Mals need to make sure they finish in the top 4 in the championship in the hopes of trying to get into the top 16 of the Club World Championship standings as well. And so just looking at the points as they provisionally sit right now, yeah, Redline in finalist mode, that is to be expected. Team Vitality have a somewhat comfortable buffer now over Porsche Coanda, around 30 points between second and third. Williams Esports, 2 points behind Porsche Coanda. Mals, 2 points behind Williams. So currently the fight for third, and what was it, $55,000 in prize money? 4 points separate them, and we may only have one more race left to go. And so Benica being in this race, a contender for victory, very important for Mals.
$140,000 is the prize for the team champions, and then it is $85,000, and like you say, third place is $55,000. Lots of money up for grabs, of course, if these teams can manage to be in the, well, podium positions, basically, to get the most amount for the teams moving forward, because as we've mentioned quite a few times, that this money is so important for these teams. Let's talk a little bit. I know you mentioned Vitality there. They, because of Marcel Chinchik, they managed to really put a big amount in terms of points in round 3. Coming now to Monza after Daytona, we're going to have to see Vitality score a few more points, aren't we?
But this is one of their stronger tracks. Of course, to get themselves into this competition on Friday, yeah, of course it was. It's been a long week.
A long time ago.
And yeah, so of course it was Chinchik and Toman that took race 7 and race 8 for that double victory for Vitality to get them in. Not only to scrape them in, but also to secure second place. So when we did the soft reset, they were the closest team to Redline in terms of points. Yeah. Not necessarily closest to Redline, but also sort of further away from the teams behind, more importantly for them. So they are going to be vying for that 85,000 for P2 effectively. And Monza, of course, Chinchik back in the car. This is where we saw him take his ESL R1 championship last year as well. So he's a very strong driver. He knows his way around Monza, and he knows the job that's at hand. It's either to stop Redline winning or get as many points as you can in the process.
And it's Toman alongside Chinchik as well. So they are another pair of drivers doing 4 races on the bounce. So full of confidence, I'm sure, with the rhythm being built up now. And so, you know, hoping they can work together quite well with the team management cheering them on.
Arjuna, what does Team Redline need to do now?
They've got the target on their back at the end of the day. I think with the points buffer that we have right now, as we take a look at that margin, at this point, it's somewhat unrealistic to expect anyone else to reach finalist mode before the end of the day, right?
Yeah.
So we're not really worried about anything other than can Redline wrap it up early. And so with Benica, Chinchik, the two that maybe should be the ones to watch in qualifying, it's going to be really interesting, especially Sebastian Job. What can he do? He was very tired at the end of the Drivers' Championship day. Long day for him, but we know just how quick, just how ruthless he can be.
Well, let's head back to Italy, shall we? It's time to go to Monza again. Standing by, of course, is our brilliant commentary team of Lewis McLeod and Ewan O'Leary.
Thanks very much again. It's time for Monza again, and maybe the last time. It may be the last race entirely. It's race 5 of the Teams Championship final, and Team Redline now have the chance to win. It's the first time we've had finalist mode here today. We had ages in finalist mode on Thursday. Is it going to be the same story again here today?
Yeah, look, I think it's going to be a thrilling qualifying session. I'm pretty sure the only person falling asleep is Cameron Roger as he disappears. he's just having a little... He's got a shut eye whilst they're in this qualifying session. It's fine. Of course, Marcel Chinchik will be the first one, the master of Monza himself, into that first sector. 34.8 is the target as they hit the brakes into the first chicane. 10th or so off, not too great for the master of Monza.
I think if you're in the 34, then you're doing okay around here. At Monza, you want to be in the 35.2s as well. If you've got the second sector absolutely perfect, through Lesmo 2, he goes now out over the curves. And would you believe it, by the way, earlier on this week, he took that win at Monza. It was his first win of 2024 in ESL R1. Quite remarkable.
Crazy, absolutely crazy from a driver who's been so good in the past, so consistent in the past. That said, I have always said with Marcel Chinchik, if you look at him and look at his results, he does have an awful lot of podiums. He has an awful lot of races. He's one of the drivers that's already passed 100 races in ESL R1. He's one of only 5 to have done it. We do have a 6th one in this. That's Darren McCormack, who just passes 100 races this time by. He's so good at just bringing home results. It's just sometimes not wins.
Exactly, and that's exactly why I said before the Munich Major he wouldn't win it, and then guess what he did?
He won it.
And then he won. I've got a track record of that because Siggy won on Thursday as well, so it's going pretty badly for me at the moment. Yeah. Anyway, out through the final corner now. This is not bad for Chinchik. Should be in the mid 45s. It is a 45.6. I don't think that last sector was quite what he was hoping for.
No, indeed not. Marcel Chinchik then just into...
Slow down.
Oh, it is a slowdown indeed for James Baldwin. Goodness me, my eyes went on that. I thought you were looking at his hands. No, indeed, James Baldwin with with a slowdown. He's not finding that nearly as amusing as we are, unfortunately. Big shame for Guild as he heads through the final corner. I can tell you that Marcel Chinchik's lap time at the moment, it'll be safe.
For now, Jeffrey Rietveld will be next, though. This was the opportunity he had to get into the Drivers' Championship final because he was, of course, a last-chance qualifier. He went off on the way towards Ascari, which really derailed those hopes. He's back again to try and do the business now in the Team's Championship alongside Sebastian Job. Out through the final corner now for Jeff Rietveld, who I reckon is going to be around Marcel Chinchik's time. As long as he's done a better final sector, he will be on the pole, and he is. Just about with a 45.6.
Yeah, indeed. Still expect the lap times in this session can go faster than that. We got 45.3s they can potentially do. First sector for Yuri Toman here. Little bit away from it, just a 10th off. Second sector, a couple of tenths down on where we'd expect. This is going to be around where Jeff Rietveld's time is if he nails the final sector. Out through the parabolica he's going to go as he pulls it over to the right-hand side. Can Toman take this away from Rietveld? Remember, Redline just need a victory. It can be Rietveld himself, it can be Sebastian Job, it doesn't matter. Toman, though, goes into third.
Darren McCormack will be one of those drivers who could possibly prevent Team Redline from getting that all-important victory here, but I'm afraid that middle sector is not going to provide it for him. He's got more than a slowdown there. I would suggest maybe 2 in that middle sector, so Darren McCormack going to be further down as well. This is looking quite good for Jeffrey Rietveld and Team Redline now as Darren makes his way up towards the line. He should be ahead of James Baldwin, but that's because he's 6 seconds off of pole. What's the eventual time going to be? Cormac frustratingly goes over the line. He does go quicker, but not that it really matters.
No, indeed. That's not where you want to start your 100th race in ESL R1. But a house up to the final corner is the first sector for him, about a 10th or 2 away from where we want it. Second sector, though, slightly closer, so it is going to be around the Chinchik-Toman kind of time. I think it's going to be slightly slower than Toman, though. I get the feeling it's going to be something like an 8.4, 8.5 in that kind of margin. But a house up towards the line. Let's see what he does. Oh, he goes even slightly faster. It's a 7.5. Never mind.
Yep, into the 0.7s. Now then, Sebastian Job could get second and could get them into a very strong position indeed. This is looking good for Team Redline. He's on course for a mid-45. I think Sebastian Job is on course for pole. If Team Redline are 1 and 2 after this session, it could be the chance, but he's shaking his head already. The final sector, the final corner, must not have been to his liking. What is the time for Sebastian Job through the final part of the lap? Oh, it is pole position. He doesn't think he's done enough, though.
No, he knows who's left to come in this session. You've got Moritz Lerner, you've got Dennis Schoeniger, you've got Dane Warren, you've got Mitchell de Jong, you have Maximilian Benneker as well. There is some heavy hitters still to come. What can Moritz Lerner do? He's about a 10th down on where Sebastian Job was, so I think this might filter its way out to potentially ahead of Rietveld or around the Rietveld time. Let's see what Moritz Lerner can do. He's going to slot his way up into only 5th. But here comes Big Bad Benneker.
Let's see. This needs to be good from Max Benneker, and I'm afraid he is right on the money here. As far as Team Redline are concerned, the former employee is maybe going to jump them both here out of the final corner for Max Benneker. Is he impressed? He never seems to be. None of these drivers are. Let's see what the time's going to be as he makes his way up towards the line. It needs to be a 45.5, and he's got it. Just about 5,000ths of a second.
No one on planet Earth will be happier than Max Benneker if he is able to beat Team Redline. Dennis Schoeniger, though, with a slowdown penalty, is not going to be one to challenge. So it comes down to the 2 Porsches at a circuit where they certainly haven't looked favoured. For Dane Warren, for Mitchell de Jong, I don't think it is going to be the case where they're going to go and grab pole position. For Dennis Schoeniger, most certainly not. Williams here very much on the back foot when they need to score some decent points to move their way up in the standings. They're in 4th position in the standings. standings. One position behind them by 2 points. It's Mouse, and they're starting from pole.
And 6th as well, as things stand, before the Porsches have been over the line, and Dame Warren is not going to go quicker. I reckon the first chicane has unstuck him, I'm afraid. So that's, what is it, 4 slowdowns to add to our list. So we are racking them up here. Wonder whether Mitchell de Jong will actually get a proper lap time in, or whether we'll see a 5th slowdown penalty in one session. That would be slightly odd. There goes Warren over the line, wiggles his way over the line, and it is 9th.
Even George Morgan would qualify last in this one, but not by as much as he normally would be off the rear of the field. So at least there's that. Mitchell de Jong with a 35.0, it's okay, but not great. 35.4, it's okay, but not great. Might well put himself ahead of Darren McCormack. By the way, when I say this about those positions low down, 100 points, by the way, is Mouse. 102 points is Williams. 104 points is Porsche Coanda. And there is a lot of money on the line, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. You do not want to finish 5th if you can have the chance to be in that 3rd position. There's well, it's more than a couple of grand between the two. There's the smiles as Max Benneker was able to beat Team Redline.
He's just swore at us there. Oh, there we go. There's the.
Did he really?
There's the full. He just did one hand, and then he did both hands, and then it was a lot.
Do you want to
better.
reenact it?
Not particularly, no. I think what he's signalling to us is that he's had 7 pole positions so far this week.
I see.
Very possibly, that sort of matches up with what I would expect. So, yeah, there we go. Max Benneker on pole once again for an all-important race 5. Ahead of the 2 Team Redlines could be Sebastian Job or Jeffrey Rietveld, who win the championship for the team. Marcel Chinchik 4th, ahead of Bono House, who rounds up the top 5. Moritz Lerner is in 6th place, ahead of Mitchell de Jong and Yuri Toman. Dennis Stroninger is next, ahead of Dame Warren with Darren McCormack and James Baldwin last. It is 4 drivers with slowdowns, both Williams, unfortunately. As you say, important for them. As things stand, that would drop them way out of 4th place, and possibly even Guild would start to challenge them.
Can I just say something about Max Benneker's form? He started out here in the Esports World Cup probably scaring everyone by finishing in 11th place in his first race, and everyone going, uh-oh, this is not good. And suddenly from that, finishing on the podium, 8th place straight after that, not so great. From that, it has been top 5s, and he has done every single race here in the Esports World Cup, with the exception of the last chance qualifier to get into the Drivers' Championship. He has done every single other race. He has won 6 of them. He has been on the podium in a further 5. He is looking at a 7th victory as well. That podium in the previous race that he did, obviously, a little bit earlier on in the afternoon, will probably feel pretty bitter because he was nearly taking 5 on the bounce.
Most driving of anyone? Yeah, I've already thought so.
No, absolutely. I'm just double checking. There he is.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out whether anyone has been in the Drivers' Championship final and then the last chance yesterday.
The last chance as well, yeah.
And then getting through to today. That's very, very difficult to do indeed. Speaking of consistent results, by the way, without looking, can you guess what the worst placed Team Redline car has been today? And what position, rather?
Oh, it's like 5th or 6th, isn't it?
4th.
Is it 4th?
4th place.
Yeah, I was going to say, and that was in the first race, wasn't it?
None of their 4 drivers have finished lower than 4th. Absolutely outrageous. And we can talk all we want about the advantage they had coming into this from the group stages, but actually, had they been reset to 0, they'd be miles out in front anyway.
I have the points for today, just if they were scoring points today. The teams in sort of 3rd, 4th, or 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, you've got Mouse have scored 68 points today, Porsche Coanda have scored 53 points today, Vitality have scored 59 points today, Williams have scored 56 points today, Guild have scored 25, chuck them in there as well. Redline have scored 159.
Yeah, outrageous.
Ow.
Absolutely outrageous. So many points to their name, and there is the standings as they go at the moment. 128 ahead of Team Vitality, who are beginning to secure 2nd. Porsche Coanda, Williams and Mouse, all interestingly fighting for 3rd place. Here we go then. 9 laps at Monza. Will it be the last race here in the Esports World Cup for ESL R1? We certainly hope not. We hope the entertainment continues. Will it be Max Benneker to force on another race? Can he continue his outstanding form? Or will it be Team Redline and Sebastian Job, or maybe Jeffrey Rietveld to seal the deal? We're underway for 9 laps at Monza, and immediately the drivers look out for a bit of space on the way down towards the Retrofilio chicane. Oh, there's a lot of bumping here. Bono House gets into the back of Rietveld, who gets into the back of Benneker in the lead. Side by side inside into the first chicane, and the German will stay in the lead just ahead of Sebastian Job and Jeffrey Rietveld.
Yeah, Benneker will put everything on the line to try and keep the red lines at bay here and keep this competition going, keep up their chances for moving up the standings. Here comes, though, Sebastian Job right onto the rear end of Benneker. He's going to lift out of it. Maybe he'll go for it coming down into the Roger. He certainly feels the mirrors, but backs out of any attempted move. Remember, red line no longer care about points. Winning is everything.
Oh, it's a good exit from Job because Benneker got it slightly wrong at the second chicane, but no. Job decides to stay behind for the moment. A clean start for the most part from all 12 drivers, and that is fantastic to see into the very narrow and difficult first Monza chicane. Out onto the back straight they go now towards Ascari. This is where Jeffrey Rietveld's last chance qualifier hopes came to an end as he spun and spun again into the gravel towards the end of that race. Wasn't able to make the Drivers' Championship final here, but he could make it happen for Team Redline in the Teams' Championship final.
Yeah, and to be fair here, Rietveld could slow down the rest of the field and at least give Sebastian Job a chance to one-on-one Max Benneker, a battle which probably they're probably pretty close to 50-50 on winning between the pair of them, so your odds are pretty solid in that one. But I think realistically, Job will want the assistance of Rietveld. If Rietveld can somehow keep up and maybe break the rest of the pack, then maybe there's a chance of them pushing their way through. At the moment, though, as we complete the first lap, it's Benneker, Job, Rietveld. Chinchik, the Master of Monza, is also sat there in fourth.
Yeah, is he going to try and overtake Rietveld here, or is he going to push him? I think we've got the answer. It's the latter.
He's lifting.
As Job goes for the lead. Here he is. Oh, no, not quite. He was on the inside briefly, but doesn't quite go for it. And so we've got status quo at the front four. That was Mitchell de Jong, impossibly late on the brakes. And surely there's going to be an incident there. Oh, they're up the curbs. Oh, yeah, there was an incident. I spoke too soon. Dennis Sonninger, excuse me, went through the chicanes, and he will drop to the back.
Indeed. I mean, look, this at the moment, it may not seem like the most exciting stuff, but it is just tension boiling over. Sebastian Job is constantly looking for the right opportunity. Remember, he is trying to be patient here. He can't really afford a penalty. Redline at the moment are in prime position to take victory in the Esports World Cup, but they must take a victory. Max Benneker, though, an old driver for Team Redline, and trust me, they did not part way on good terms.
Nice. out of the second Lesbo they go. I wanted to briefly mention as well just what this could mean for the end of the race. The fact that Jeffrey Rietveld is staying there in third place and ahead of Marcel Chinchik here. Just the fact that he's got that little bit of a buffer there to the rest of the field surely means that Sebastian Job can just focus on this battle with Max Benneker.
Yeah, indeed. I don't think they parted ways on particularly bad terms, but it just wasn't good. It wasn't solid. It wasn't like how you're going to be parting ways with this broadcast. Oh, that's fine. Either way, as we don't look at
that's going to be good terms. That's good.
No, well, no.
Oh, you think it's going to be bad terms?
Oh, I think it's going to be awful. As we head through the Parabolica, I think Jeff Rietveld is slowing down the field, by the way. I think he's trying to allow this to be a one-on-one between Job and Benneker, and I think Job will probably sit behind pretty much for the entire race here as he awaits for it. Is he going to go for a move here?
No is the answer to that, resoundingly so as well. So Chinchik will probably have a go now, because no, he decides not to. I mean, clearly he feels Rietveld is trying, as it's side by side between, I think that was Yuri Toman down the inside of Moritz Lerner for 6th position. Team Vitality trying to hold on to 2nd place in the team standings. Toman has the inside just about, with Moritz Lerner alongside, going the long way round the Curva Grande. As on board with Job. Looking up the inside of Benneker, we could be waiting a good 6 laps for them to really do battle.
Yeah, indeed. Look, Sebastian Job knows how to be patient around here. I distinctly remember the first time that he won the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. It was around this circuit a few years back. He knows how to get the job done around here. There is a look at the shield, which could be going its way to Team Redline in less than 7 laps' time. We do not have long. Can Max Benneker deny Team Redline and keep this competition going to at least one more race?
Well, it's going to be a great result for Team Redline no matter what here. They're both on the podium at the moment. However, it's all importantly about that race win. If they don't win, they win this race, they don't win the title. They have to finish first at the end of 9 laps here at Monza. We're about to complete the first third. First 3 laps about to be in the books now for Max Benneker. And Sebastian Job first, who will go over the line. The tactics will play out over the course of the remainder of this race, and Max Benneker has got to work out how on earth he is going to defend this place.
Certainly so. Well, we head back out onto the start-finish straight, and once more, I don't believe there'll be any move here. Whilst they're still building a gap and guaranteeing their positions right now, I don't believe there'll be any requirement for a move from Sebastian Job. Like I say, Andre Kunschmann will be making sure that things line up for them, as there goes Marcel Chinchik down the outside to try and take over third position. He's border waiting. He can see the victory slipping away from him, and I don't think there's really a chance for them. Jeff Rietveld dropped down to fourth.
And so Benneker is now going to be continuing to drive away, because Chinchik and Rietveld will continue to battle. You were right, Rietveld is trying his best to make this a two-driver fight. He believes that they have the best chance of winning, if indeed it is. Marcel Chinchik through, though, into third place. Surely those 2 seconds that have been created are too large now for even Chinchik to close.
And so what that means is it is a dogfight between Sebastian Job and Max Benneker, two of the biggest names in sim racing. Sebastian Job looking for yet another victory. He is #1 when it comes to all of the percentages, race wins, top sixes, podiums, whatever it is. He is top dog when it comes to it, and he is staring at his 30th victory, a 30th victory which will net them the crown. But Max Benneker, he is not going to give this one up. He is looking for a 7th victory in the Esports World Cup.
So far in 2024 ESL R1, we've had 72 races. 24 of them have been won by one of these two. They have got a 33% win record between them, and that's by not even being in all the races, don't forget. It's an astonishing year that these two have had. Far and away the best drivers in ESL R1 throughout 2024 so far, and they will do battle for the title. Will Redline seize the $140,000? Or will somebody else be able to delay that for just a little bit longer? Down in towards turn 1, status quo remains, and the battle for third is probably the most interesting group at the moment, because they're actually fighting with one another as opposed to these two.
There's the key, which most likely won't be crushed as we zoom in on Sebastian Job. He looks pretty calm at the moment. Of course, when it comes to the battle for third position in the team's standings, it is that fight between Mouse, between Williams, and between Porsche. Mouse will be taking advantage of that, regardless of whether they finish in first or second. And again, the prize money, there is a significant jump in prize money between third, fourth, and fifth. You finish in third position, it's 55 grand. In fourth position, it's 35 grand. 20k between those two positions, and of course it's a further 10k drop off by the time you get back down into fifth. So for Williams and for Porsche, those that are battling out, a few points really can decide the difference between 30 grand in total.
Yeah, Porsche and Williams are both scoring 5 points only at the moment, so would stay 2 points apart. Miles are scoring 33 as things stand. That would put them far and away third place, even maybe catching Vitality ever so slightly, as they're scoring only 22 during this race, but they do have quite a gap to cross there, Miles, to get up to Vitality, and they certainly need to win, because if not, and Redline win, and there won't be any more races to catch them up. But it's just looking good so far for Mouse as they make their way over the line at the end of lap 5.
Which is the interesting bit, is that Mouse could sit there and go, right, realistically speaking, if we think third's as good as it's going to get, you let Sebastian Job through, the competition's over, you guarantee third place because you're in third place. That's not what they're going to do, by the way, because they will sit there and go, yeah, but there's chances for us to get second later on if Vitality drop the ball. So that's not what's going to happen. But I'm just saying, you know, it's an interesting thought process.
It is an interesting thought process. All of these teams are still mathematically able to get to finalist mode, even if they finish 11th and 12th during this race. That's how long we have to go, and that's how many points are still up for grabs. Absolutely right. The beauty of finalist mode means that these otherwise unassailable margins at the front of championships are not quite so big, as Kevin Siggy found out on Thursday. Was not the points leader and did not score the most points throughout the day. However, he did win the all-important final race.
Yeah, this driver here, Sebastian Job, was in finalist mode solo for such a long period of time, and yet just couldn't get it done. Redline, I don't think they'll want to sit in finalist mode for as long as they did at Gamers 8 last year, because they did get beaten last year, didn't they?
I think their first race in finalist mode was here, and they couldn't win. So it's a very different situation this time around, as they are in a position to possibly win. By the way, I wanted to check this with you actually. Sebastian Job in finalist mode for the longest person for anyone who's not won it in one go.
Yeah.
Four races and not winning, I think, is a record.
Yeah, because Marcel Cinčić was in it for 4 races, but he did then win, of course. That was back in the Spring Major. And that's why I kind of thought stats were lining up for Sebastian Job to do it. Today, though, I think he'll be desperate to do it, not just for him, but for the team as well. Could you imagine what his heart rate is? I think at the moment it's not that high.
But in 2 laps' time...
I think on the last lap, it is going to be through the roof.
Absolutely. It certainly is. There is the shot of them from the air in towards turn number 1 and 2. The second group also not battling on this occasion. That's Marcel Cinčić leading Jeffrey Whitwell, Bono House, Moritz Lerner and Yuri Toman as well. And that last group, Darren McCormack, Dane Warren, Mitchell de Jong, Dennis Schoninger and James Baldwin to complete the field. Unfortunate for Guild a little bit, actually. They're 5th and 12th so far in this race. They've not quite been on it today. They started the day in 4th position, and they are now down in 6th pretty comfortably.
He's late on the brakes, isn't he? Into the Roger is Sebastian Job. Certainly no fear about getting that car arrested and stopped. Let's be clear, we know that Sebastian Job is going to go for something. We're not the only ones that know that Sebastian Job is going to go for something. Max Benneker is, well, he's a wily old fox. He'll know exactly when Sebastian Job is going to go for it, because he'll be putting himself in, what if I was in Sebastian Job's car now? When would I go for the move? What would I do? How would I play this one right now if I'm in his camp, so that he's ready for any attack? Into Ascari they go.
A little bit of a nicer line, I think, from Job in terms of making a good exit, and there he goes a little bit closer. I just don't see a way, if he leaves this to the final lap, I don't see a way in which Benneker gets far enough ahead for Job to be unable to overtake anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. I think, do you know what? I can see these two being side by side at the Parabolica. I can see this being a drag race between the two of them to the line, between two of the biggest names in sim racing esports. 2 laps left to go at Monza, 2 laps potentially left to go in the Esports World Cup of 2024.
Here we go, in towards turn 1 on the penultimate lap. These are when the games begin to be played, but not this time for Sebastian Job. He's leaving it all to the final lap. He's got faith in himself on that run down towards turn 1 that he will make it, as meanwhile, Moritz Lerner tries to go past Bono House further behind.
This will be very interesting. I'm trying to remember. I don't actually believe in any of the championships and stuff that we've had so far. In fact, I can confirm this is absolutely true, that no team and no driver has won, because obviously we've done the spring season, we've done Gamers 8, we've done the fall season from last year. And across all of those, it was never the team that won had the driver that won the Drivers' Championship. That was always separated. It was always a different team and a different driver. Team Redline are looking at their 2nd team's crown in ESL R1, because of course they did win the team's championship in the spring season in its entirety. And of course they won the Drivers' Championship with Kevin Siggy to take their first driver's crown. But what this would mean is they would win both the drivers and the teams here at the Esports World Cup. If they can play their cards right into Ascari, they go for the penultimate time.
You have to get it right now if you are Sebastian Job. You have to get every point right. Stay close enough to Max Benneker and fly through on this final lap. In towards the Parabolica he goes. They go as one for the championship. Max Benneker trying to prevent it from being ended here in race 5. Sebastian Job trying to seal the deal for Team Redline, going on to the last lap of race 5.
Oh, even my heart rate's raising here as we head down the start-finish straight for one final time. Is Sebastian Job going to go now? It has to be now. It's either now or it's waiting until the Parabolica. Sebastian Job primed to put Team Redline into position, but Max Benneker, surely he won't give up now. He leaves it down the inside, but Sebastian Job completes the move. They're in position to take the championship.
Max Benneker has to do something here if he wants this to go on any further. How desperate will he be, with Maus currently confirming themselves 3rd place, climbing 2 places from where they started the day. They'll be pleased generally with this outcome, but how willing will they be to force this on for another race?
2nd place, though, is up for grabs for them. They won't sit there and think this is good enough. They'll want that victory. They'll want to extend this competition. Surely it can't end here at Monza. We've got more chapters to write here, Ewan.
Sebastian Job has been the best driver this week, though. It would be fitting for it to be him to take the driver's title. Team Redline are watching and hoping that he can do this. And at the moment, it looks like he will do. It'll be his 14th win in ESL R1 for 2024. It would be his most important win so far as well. A record-breaking week for Sebastian Job. Looks like it's about to receive its crowning moment.
Yes, indeed. The two drivers that have the most consecutive victories in ESL R1 going toe-to-toe. But it is going to be the driver with the highest number of percentages in every single format that you can think of. Sebastian Job is going to come through the Parabolica, and in just 5 races, Team Redline have asserted their dominance on the sim racing world. And the Esports World Cup Teams Championship will go to Team Redline. Sebastian Job's bitter time in the Drivers' Championship comes to absolute glory in the teams.
He abolishes his finalist mode woes from 3 days ago to be the driver to win the team's championship here at Monza. A wonderful performance from Sebastian Job and Team Redline, who now can celebrate the quickest victory ever on a finals day in ESL R1.
30 victories for Sebastian Job, and as you quite rightly put it, none of them will be anywhere near as important as that one there. $140,000 will go the way of Team Redline in what has been an absolutely incredible week here in Saudi Arabia, as they've taken the Drivers' Championship in the hands of Kevin Siggy and the Team's Championship in one of the most incredible ways we have ever seen. Congratulations, of course, to Jeffrey Rietveld, to Kevin Siggy, to Sebastian Job, and to Luke Bennett. They all played their part.
They certainly did, and there's the other story of the day. We briefly saw them. Maus have moved up to 3rd place from 5th. As a result of that, we'll get confirmation of whether Porsche or Williams have gotten into 4th, but that was the other change throughout that last race. Maus have just earned themselves a lot of money in that last race as well.
Yes, indeed. 55 grand they'll take, and they were coming into the day not really sure how much they were going to make. And to be fair, looking at how things were looking back on Friday, we were all staring thinking, hey, maybe they're going to leave with just 4. So it's been a pretty handy couple of days. Lots of handshakes and stuff as BS competition come up to celebrate. You can see Rene Lanta, of course, the team manager, of course, of Maus, coming over to celebrate with Sebastian Job. He probably says, I'm going to steal you for next season, right?
Well, they would certainly be hoping so.
No way.
That's for sure. I mean, it's quite telling, isn't it? The BMW teams congratulating one another on what's been a dominating week. Those teams have worked so hard, of course, on that car and at making sure that they are the best prepared, and in hindsight, they were the best prepared and performed the best over the course of 4 days of action here. BMW was the car to have. Redline taking the Teams Championship and the Drivers' Championship. As you say, same team achieving that for the very first time.
It does mean, though, that we only get 248 races complete in ESL R1, so we'll obviously have to come back fairly soon to get 249 and, of course, the big 250. You can tell who that was even from just the camera shot there. As Yuri Kastorp almost certainly will celebrate the victory there for Team Redline. So fantastic. Again, fist bumps, handshakes and stuff as they'll guide them all over. What that does mean, though, is 5 keys will be crushed and 1 will be placed into the middle of the shield.
I wonder who they're going to pick as to their crushed ones that they want to put on there as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to seeing that. There they are, stood around the trophy at the moment. Wonder who's going to hold it aloft. I wouldn't imagine it would be Kevin Siggy, because he's already had his. Do you think they can all get their hands around that?
Well, I think they'll leave a lot of fingerprints on it, but yeah, I think they'll give it a go.
Certainly will. Well, let's go down to the stage.
And here we are with our champion. Give it up for Redlines. What an amazing performance. As we said, it was as fast as possible. This race finished real quick. So what does this tournament means to you, especially that you won and dominated this race?
Yeah, I think I said in an interview the other day it would just be relief, and that's it. Relief. I'm so proud of my team as well. We did exactly what we came here to do. We said we would do well. We talked it up and we performed. You don't want to be the idiots that go fast in practice and then screw it up in the race. So I'm really proud that we've done it in such a dominant fashion as well. We really put a lot of work in. and it's so nice to see it all pay off.
And you all managed to take 2 tournaments, the driver championship as well as the team championship. You're all here actually dominated this tournament, and you deserve it. But before you actually lift the trophy, we had to introduce here the Aramco representative الأستاذة سارة العريفي اللي ممكن تفضلين معنا على المسرح. And now you can put the key and the trophy right now. Now, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, here's the trophy where nothing is granted, everything is earned. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for our champion at ESL R1 Esports World Cup, Team Redline!
Kevin Siggy is the driver champion, and now they've got the team championship all wrapped up as well. Not only that, but they've just won $140,000 as well. Of course, we're going to have a look at the race that got them that, while we see pictures, of course, from the arena with all of the drivers getting ready to celebrate. I've got Cam Roger alongside me and Arjuna Kankapati. Now, Arjuna, that was quite the race to do it in style. Sebastian Job, he really had something, I feel, to prove. He just missed out on the driver championship, but he managed to get it across the line to win as a team, of course, but he had to win that race in finalist mode to win the championship.
Like you say, team effort, right? Because Jeffrey Rietfeld also did the hard work of holding up Marcel Cinchik and the rest of the gang. But such patience from Sebastian Job to wait until the last lap, to only really show the nose and make the move on lap 9 into turn 1. It's why he has matured so much in the last 4 or 5 years that we've seen him continue to grow, join up with Oracle Red Bull Sim Racing and Team Redline. And, well, my prediction came right. Redline in 5, but I think, let's be honest, what a way to do it as well.
It was definitely done in style. So Team Redline are our champions, our team champions from today. It's taken 3 days for us to get here, Cam, but we sort of suspected it. Team Redline have been incredibly strong. However, we've been treated to some incredible racing.
Oh, absolutely. There's been some amazing battles side by side. Of course, a little bit of door banging here and there as well. But Redline, they just had it covered. I mean, even realistically, Rietfeld probably should have been in the Drivers' Championship as well. But unfortunately, had that crash up at Ascari. Wasn't able to progress through. They still had their other 3 drivers in 12 in the Drivers' Championship. And then they just came and dominated the team. So we kind of knew it was happening, but they still had to get it done. And that is what Job did there. He was able to, you know, choose the right time to make that move. He didn't go too early, didn't go too late, just executed when it was needed.
What's really important, we will get the full standings as soon as we get them. We do know that Team Redline are the winners. However, we're not entirely sure because we're going to do the maths and we've got to get it from race control to make sure we know who exactly is the rest of the winner, is the rest of the lineup, basically. But what I was going to say is Mouse looked like they could have really done well there with Benneker doing so well.
Remember, 4-point split, Mouse, Williams, and Porsche. Porsche being 3rd, Williams 4th, and Mouse 5th going into the 5th race. And we have confirmation from race control. Mouse, indeed, that performance from Benneker, once again, not the victory, yes, but enough to get Mouse propelled up into 3rd position.
So as we can see here, Mouse then are exactly that. They were nearly out and they had to come back for second part of qualifying yesterday, which I think is so impressive. They had to come back second chance and managed to get in with Williams and now finish 3rd. So they take home $55,000. I mean, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. So much money for them, and to come through those second chance qualifiers as well. And also, not only that, they were almost out in the elimination day a couple of days ago as well. They were almost in that 11th place slot, but they managed to bring it back with Benneker getting a couple of crucial wins, and then today as well. So I think it was just the timing of those wins from Benneker. He turned it on. I mean, realistically, him and Job, if they were in the same team, I don't know if there's you know, anyone else who would have won a race.
I think we're quick to say, obviously, Beneke did such an impressive job for Mouse, but obviously, Azuna, the rest of the team, he didn't do it all on his own. You know, the rest of the team did manage to help.
Yeah, in that final race, we had a 2nd and 5th as well, right? So definitely, I think Moritz Lohner felt his qualifying yesterday was pretty good. Race performance not so great, but yeah, it was one of those interesting starts where, you know, 3 wide, that second Mouse machine, very lucky not to be pushed out wide onto the gravel, and then through Curva Grande, subsequent contact saw one of the Porsche Coanda cars swivel, wobbling its way to that second chicane. Here you can see the sandwich for the Vitality machine, really not much they could do, but yeah, as Marcel Cinchik battled with Jeffrey Reed, felt this was the opportunity for Beneke and Job to break away at the front.
Yeah, certainly was. Nice tight battle. Cinchik sat behind for a few laps. Then he thought, okay, it's my time to go. In the end, he did end up coming in behind the red line driver. Then look at the battle, was a little bit low down. Remember, these were for the crucial points in the standings as well. It wasn't just about the race victory. And then here we saw the nice slow but steady overtake. Max Beneke on the inside line. He was about a car length behind by the time they got to the braking zone. Just not enough to quite hold on.
And then, I've got to say, the subsequent lap from Sebastian Job, I mean, that's a contender in and of itself for Kidia Player of the Day. Did not give Beneke a chance to even sniff a move. Such a great exit from the first chicane, an even better exit from the second chicane. And by the time they were down at Lesmo 1 and 2, the gap was already up above half a second. I mean, Beneke, I think he probably was told by René Lant in his ear, look, you don't have to fight this move, because fighting this move might have actually cost Mouse 3rd in the championship at the end of the day. You see frustration for some, you see disappointment initially from Sebastian Job that was to be replaced by elation eventually. But one thing just to point out about Team Vitality with how things have finished, right? 2nd in the championship. We knew that they had to also potentially win in Rocket League to move up into 2nd in the Club World Championship. They may still end up in the top 3 with this result. So it'll be very interesting to see what those updated standings look like heading into the closing ceremony later today.
I think some of that frustration we saw might have been the reactions after qualifying, because Sebastian Job was looking disappointed and Maximilian Beneke was looking happy, and it was Beneke who was on pole position and Job who was 2nd. So it could have been the reaction from that, but you just have to really, and just watching back on that Beneke-Job move, you could see how much they had pulled out from the rest of the pack really as well.
Absolutely. I'm just looking down. So in Jeddah, Spa, and Monza, they were 1 and 2. Beneke Job in all 3 of those races, and the combined total that Job was behind was about almost exactly a 1/10 of a second. So very close between the two. Here's the play of the day, though.
This is. Sorry, gonna say Kidia Player of the Day. Go for it.
Just a really fun fight between Kevin Siggy and Dane Warren. Now, this battle actually went on for an entire lap. This was about the corner where we thought Dane Warren initially almost had it done, but then that contact from behind really set off a bit of a chain reaction. They went almost side by side for an entire lap. We've had plenty of great battles over the last 4 days. I will say, of our 4 Kidia plays of the day, this might be my favorite.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just the fact of the distance that it went on for. Normally you see a battle go for 2, 3, 4 corners. But I should say this went on for so long. Warren there just running a little bit wide, gave the opportunity back down the inside into turn 2 as well. And it just went on and on. 2 of the best drivers we have out there and 2 of the best teams. And it was just, the reason why we voted that as the play of the day.
And we'll ignore the fact that there was some race control looking at this one, because at the end of the day, we're just looking at the actual battles between the drivers. And Dane Warren, you could see up here towards the hairpin as well. A straight line speed for the Porsche, not as bad as maybe we had thought over the course of the preceding 3 days. And, well, I think that was Moritz Lohner that really had nowhere to go as he tried to split the middle and try and take it 3 wide. And we sometimes see chaos at the hairpin. This time, quite coordinated, almost 2x2, 3 rows deep.
This was just one of those moments where neither of them wanted to give up that place, and unfortunately, in the end, Warren had to. But certainly, that was the type of racing that we like to come and see. You don't see people pushing each other off the road or anything like that. That's a little bit dirty. Just some nice, clean overtaking.
How important is it at this point now for Team Redline not only to take the team championship, but also with Kevin Siggy taking the driver as well?
Very important, because I think there's lots of us that would claim that Team Redline is the best team in sim racing. This is the type of performance that really solidifies that, right? Dominance in the team championship and 2 contenders in the drivers championship as well. What more can you say?
Let's have a look who has won our MVP for the most overtakes, of course. And it's always a surprise to us as much as it is to you. Charlie Collins.
Absolutely, a driver, of course, MVP. This is the highest positions gained from start position on the grid to finishing position in the race. So this isn't necessarily about the fastest driver, but someone who qualifies a little bit lower and then makes up in the race. So yeah, Charlie Collins for Porsche Coanda. Really one of the main accolades that Porsche Coanda are going to get for this week. They unfortunately didn't quite show up in the way that we were expecting, but still this is very good. Let's see a couple of the overtakes here.
And 12 overtakes for Charlie Collins. Now these overtakes counted from day 1 of the team championship and the final day as well. So actually coming into the day, Kike Oliveira with 10 overtakes was still hoping to try and claim the $50,000, but no, Charlie Collins and Dennis Schoeniger actually both tied on 12 overtakes, but Collins scoring more points. Here is our MVP, $50,000 going the way of he and the Porsche Coanda team. And you saw it was a physical battle for him as well. And talking to Sir Charles, Chollins, as we sometimes call him, he was saying to both me and Zach at one point, he doesn't feel like he could have really gotten more from the car. So not only did he deliver to the potential maybe that he felt that he had, but he made some good moves as well.
It has been, Cam, a brilliant couple of days, hasn't it? We've been here at the Esports World Cup. We've been celebrating esports for the last 8 weeks here in Saudi Arabia. Now we're coming to the end. The closing ceremony is only a few hours away. It has been an incredible stage for esports, hasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. The platform is just growing every single year. And the fact that we actually have this World Cup, we've got the totem now with the keys on there. That's just going to grow and grow over the years. And I think that's really going to become a staple in the esports world. So, yeah, obviously, hopefully they can continue in that regard. And, of course, you know, ESL R1 and Rennsport being part of that.
They really have, and they've made such a difference just at this ending of the competition, haven't they?
Yeah, and I think that we might actually be waiting to get some footage of Redline putting the key into the totem as well. How cool would that be to see? It's not entirely finished, though, in terms of the competition. We've got the closing ceremony coming up later today, and Rocket League action is going to continue going. Team Falcons and G2, Team BDS and Gen G. There's still action here at the Esports World Cup, and I'll be honest, we've got some time. Might go check out the Rocket League arena once again.
Well, guys, thank you so much for joining me on the desk. Of course, thank you to our commentators as well for joining us, and everyone at the arena, the drivers and the teams, of course, for getting involved also. It is Team Redline's day, though. Kevin Siggy won the Drivers' Championship, and now the team can celebrate. They can relax. They've just won $140,000. Thank you so much for joining us.